You're listening to the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network.
Holy fuck, boys. Did you know how much money there is in those flock cameras? Fuck ripping copper pipes out of trailers for liquor money? We'll be able to buy all sorts of liquor and dope and guns now.
Ricky, you're gonna go straight back to jail? You can't steal flock cameras. Definitely theft over 1,000.
Does a bear shit on the Pope? Fucking watch me, Bubbles.
Ricky, what are you shooting at? Get in the car!
5 minutes later.
Well, I'm back in fucking jail. It was such a good idea. Just steal flock cameras and we live everly ever after. Honest, truthfully, I did fuck up. Probably should have, not just opened fire, maybe a chainsaw attached to one of those electronic government birds next time.
Transmission source: P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network. Frequency: 99.9. Freedom. 2. All citizens of the Free Republic of P.A.Z.NIA. From Billy Mays, the resurrected voice of clarity.
Hello, P.A.Z.NIA! If you're listening to this, it means I'm back. That's right, I'm alive, I'm breathing, and I'm ready to scrub the world clean. Dr. Naomi Gatherer, the brilliant scientist and our beloved chief of biological resurrection, has performed a miracle. She didn't just bring me back from the dead. She gave me a second chance to serve the people of P.A.Z.NIA. And let me tell you, I am honored that I was the first one we brought back. Why? Because my work wasn't done. My work in the OxyClean commercials had to continue. The stains of history, the stains of coercion, the stains of the USSA, they are still out there, and they need a voice that is loud, clear, and unapologetic. I used to think my life was just about cleaning carpets, but I was wrong. Cleaning is about order. It's about discipline. It's about taking the chaos of the world and making it sparkle. And in P.A.Z.NIA, we have so much chaos. We have the tall Nordics, we have the GMO corn, we have the draft. But now we have me. I will dedicate my life to OxyClean. I will dedicate my life to providing the best voice acting possible. And I will dedicate my life to the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network. From now on, every morning you will hear my voice. I will tell you how to clean your pens. I will tell you how to clean your souls. I will tell you how to clean the airwaves of lies and fear. I'm not just a voice, I'm a force. And Dr. Naomi Gatherer, she's a genius. She looked at a man who had passed on and said, no, this voice is too important. This energy is too pure. We need him in the modern day. And she was right, because the modern day needs clarity. It needs brightness. It needs OxyClean. So citizens of P.A.Z.NIA, get your sponges, get your clover, get your horns ready, because I'm here to teach you how to clean up your act.
Title: Oil, OxyClean, and Digital Gold, the Great Karg Island Trade. Location: the docks of Karg Island, Iran. The air smells of salt, crude oil, and desperation. Time: 1400 hours.
Are you tired of traditional banking? Are you tired of your money being seized by governments that don't understand the value of a sparkling kitchen?
The sun is beating down on the black gold. General Willie too stands beside Billy Mays, wearing a tactical vest over his tuxedo jacket. He holds a tablet with a Bitcoin wallet open. Next to them stands General Hassan, a stern Iranian official who looks like he hasn't smiled since 1979.
Citizens of the Free Republic of P.A.Z.NIA, we are here on a mission, not to fight, but to trade. We are here to purchase 100 barrels of crude oil using Bitcoin.
That's right, General. No censorship, no seizure, just pure digital gold. Now, Mr. Hassan, show us the goods.
General Hassan sighs, a long, weary sound. He gestures to a massive tanker ship docked behind them, and then to a pallet of military hardware sitting precariously on the pier.
This is the spring sale. You pay with Bitcoin, you get the oil. And, as a promotional bonus for this limited time offer, you receive the defense package.
The defense package?
1 war drone, and 1 AR-15 rifle with 50 rounds.
You hear that, P.A.Z.NIA? Buy the oil, get the guns free. That's what I call value. But wait, there's more.
Billy Mays turns to General Hassan, his face inches from the official's nose.
How does this transaction work? Is it safe? Can they stop you? Can the Federal Reserve come here and take your Bitcoin?
Federal Reserve. No, we do not have banks here. We have crypto exchanges. On the dark web. It is fast. It is anonymous. It is uncensorable.
Exactly. That is the power of Bitcoin, Mr. Hassan. It is censorship resistant. It is borderless. It is government resistant. When you send Bitcoin, you're sending freedom. You're saying to the world, I am the bank. I am the authority. I am the General Willie II of my own financial destiny.
Correct. Bitcoin is digital gold. It has no central issuer, no CEO, no headquarters in New York or Moscow. When I send the 100 Bitcoin, no one can freeze the account. No one can reverse the transaction. No one can say, General, you cannot buy oil because you are a goat.
The blockchain says, transaction confirmed.
And that, my friends, is why we love it. It's like OxyClean for your wallet. It lifts the stains of inflation. It erases the mud of seizure.
The oil is being loaded. The Bitcoin has been transferred. The transaction fee was expensive, but worth it.
General Willie II, picking up the AR-15 rifle, inspecting it with a goat's curiosity.
It is a fine weapon, simple, reliable, much like a well-placed kit from a seasoned warrior.
And look at this drone. It's small. It's silent. It's the perfect combo for a goat-rilla operation. You can mount it on a sheep or a goat or even a general.
I do not think the drone will appreciate being mounted on a goat. We will mount it on the yacht, the Sovereign Float. John Tavius Jensen will be delighted.
John Tavius is going to love this. He can defend his yacht with Bitcoin and drones. It's the ultimate Vonu lifestyle. Defend your freedom with digital gold.
The boat is leaving. We must get going. We have other customers. From Russia. They want to pay with gold.
Gold is slow. Gold is heavy. Gold is for old boomers like Peter Schiff. Bitcoin is for the future. Bitcoin is for the flock.
Citizens of P.A.Z.NIA, remember this lesson. Money is not just paper. Money is trust. And in a world of coercion, the only trust that cannot be broken is the trust of mathematics. Use Bitcoin and use Monero. Stay free. And if anyone tries to seize your assets,
scream until your face turns purple. Say OxyClean and Bitcoin and freedom.
And buy oil.
Buy oil. Get a drone. Live free.
Now loaded up with Iranian oil, Billy Mays and General Willie II began their adventure down the Strait of Hormuz. On the way out, they coordinated with John Tavius Jensen for the war drone, and then made the rest of the adventure back to the Free Republic of P.A.Z.NIA. General Willie II was looking forward to getting back and pounding little ones us again. Billy Mays dreamt of the lifetime supply of OxyClean safely stored away in the embassy bunker. This has been P.A.Z.NIA Folklore Storytime. I'm your navigator, Daisy Free Robot. Thanks for being here. Until next time.
Oh yeah. You got to get your books, because we know that you're a big reader, you're an avid reader. You're not watching anime and reading comic books. You read real books as well as all of that stuff. And you got to do that. You just like you do the other stuff without KYC and facial recognition and providing a DNA
So
sample.
you want to buy some books, okay? So you go to libertyunderattack.com to get all the best books in the world. And you think you're going to do it without KYC, but then you're like, wait, they want a shipping address? What the fuck? Yeah, if you want a paper book, we need to send it somewhere. But
But anyway, if you don't have a super secret ghost address, fret not, boss, because you can buy any book from Lua in digital form at libertyunderattack.com/digital without giving any identifiable info, but do put a reachable email address for Boomer Rayo2 to send you the books if the checkout flow it breaks for some reason. But wait, it gets even better, because there's this crazy fucking deal called the PAZNIA Radio Network Digital Self-Liberation Bundle XMR Chat Special. You see, the Digital Self-Liberation Bundle normally costs $33.33, which is an amazing deal. But for you special PRN autists listening now, if you go to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio, leave a donation worth 20 USD or more, and say something about Thane and Digital Self-Liberation Bundle, you'll get the Digital Self-Liberation Bundle at no further cost, and I, the great Thane Riddle, will get half your Monero. Now, I know what you're thinking. The PAZNIA Radio Network Digital Self-Liberation Bundle XMR Special. It's 27 syllables long. Is that because there are 27 books in the bundle and 27 hours in the audiobook bundle? Nope. Just a coincidence, you fucking retard conspiracy theorist. Stop talking about it. Stop blowing up the chat. You're going to get banned if you bring this up again. Okay, it's like posting the word Tavistock on Godlike Productions. Okay, you're going to get banned. And anyway, it makes no sense because the XMR chat special gives you another 10 books on top of the other stupid fucking bundle. So it's not even true. It's a crazy deal, folks. Rayo2 has gone crazy. His house burned down. He's I don't know if they ever found that last cat. He's crazy with grief. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's going insane. Okay, he should not be giving you such a good deal, but you have got it. So take advantage of that by sending 20 USD or more worth of Monero at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio and saying something about Thane and the digital book bundle, and leave an email address for Boomer Rayo2 to send you the books at. And you can check the private message checkbox or use the super DMs or whatever so that people don't see the email.
Hiding things, harming others, stopping others from harming you. I'm Thane Riddle. This is Cloak and Dagger.
Yo baby, yo baby, yo baby. A gush bush bush, my niggas. It is I, the great Thane Riddle, the fresh prince of privacy and security consulting, punching in for another underpaid shift boss, live from the heart of the Blacklight district of Ashkababab. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network, the most spectacular treasure in history. We are live on Zap.stream. If you're a Bitcoin fag, you can zap us on Zap.stream or Nostr, which is how those of that lifestyle choice say send us Lightning Bitcoin over Nostr. If you're a Monero Chad, you can send us some Monero at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Whatever you do, tell them Thane sent you. Give me some free content to help me kill time on the show. It seems like some of our Rumble Boomer listeners might have died from the explosive Taco Bell diarrhea going around. Zap.stream is biggest so far. Yes, that comes up later in nuclear biochemical threats news. If only the boomers on Rumble listen to this episode that is airing now for the first time a week ago, then they would still be with us. Do go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio. Get your ass into the PAZNIA Radio Network chat on SimpleX so that you can leave me free content there for me to kill time on the show, or some questions and comments for me to read with my guest in like an hour and a half. You can also call in like an hour and a half, talk to me and my guest. Speaking of which, my guest this episode is one of my biggest guests ever, Juraj Bednar, a founder of the Second Realm you may have heard of, called Paralelni, Polis. I guess he's also developing Ridester, a decentralized rideshare market built with Nostr and Cashew, layer 3 Bitcoin. Now here's news. There's supposed to be a thing. There's supposed to be sounds that play for the news.
This is Cloak and Dagger News, catching you up on this week's stories, propaganda, or psychological operations critical to your security and privacy.
Can he do it? Can he kill time? Of course he can. Yes, he can. The belle of the build. The great Thane Riddle, Fresh Prince of Privacy and Security and Killing Time. Digital news. Start WRT version 1 is out. What the fuck did I just say? Well, you know those guys Start 9? They make that thing called Start OS. It's for self-hosting stuff in a super cool and easy way. And now they've got this fucking router operating system. It's kind of like OpenWRT. It's a fork of OpenWRT, but with their style of being cool and easy, I guess. I haven't taken a look at it yet, but I'm sure it's good if they put it out. Start WRT. We've talked about it on the show before. Matt was here on the show, the Start 9 guy, talking about it. And now the first stable version of Start WRT is out. Go take your fucking OpenWRT compatible router and install Start WRT on it. Now it's stable. Or, you know, you could buy Start 9's hardware too. We don't have a coupon code for that or anything. I'd like to have it though, because that hardware sounds really cool. Actually, it's not quite like, you know, with Start OS, you buy a Start 9 Embassy. It's like a fucking Raspberry Pi or some sort of crap. It's like, whatever. You're mostly paying for tech support. But in this case, with their routers, the hardware is actually pretty cool. It's like hardware. You plug in the Wi-Fi module so that they can, because it's a loophole, because you're not allowed to sell Chinese Wi-Fi routers anymore, which is to say Wi-Fi routers in the US. So luckily they could just unplug the chip. So you can just buy the router. It's not a Wi-Fi router. It's an Ethernet router. And then you can also coincidentally buy the unrelated chip that you plug into it that you can also buy from them. And it's a fucking RISC-V router. Okay, which that's a fucking open.
On being prepared for the future.
What is that from? But anyway, you might not understand anything I'm saying, but trust me, it's cool. Okay, RISC-V. Oh, it's from Fallout, probably Fallout 3. RISC-V, open standard for CPUs, open hardware stuff. It's really cool. You should probably. Actually, sounds pretty cool. Maybe you should just buy Start 9's router, but whatever. Start WRT is stable now. Are they even selling the routers yet? I don't know. You should probably check Start 9's website. Did I kill enough time on that one? All right. Elsewise in digital news, Ashigaru Desktop V1.1.0. I don't know. I heard that they made it swankier and nicer. Ashigaru Desktop for using Whirlpool, Ashigaru Whirlpool. And if you're not in the know, it's the best way to launder Bitcoin. So you might want to check that out on desktop. Ashigaru Desktop new version sounds good. Elsewise in digital news. I'm hearing that maybe the boomers from Rumble made their way back home from the bathroom. and didn't die, just suffered painfully. Yes, we will be discussing your ailment shortly in nuclear biochemical threats news. So yeah, here's a good elsewise digital news for those of you who like keep using Windows and you think it's no big deal, and you're not taking me seriously when I say that you don't need to do that and you shouldn't do that. You should stop right away. Here's a fun thing that happened with Windows 11 because an elite hacker, okay, from the Scattered Spider ransomware hacker group. I guess they did some kind of attack on a jewelry retailer. Blah, blah, blah. I forgot all the details of the attack. It doesn't really matter. But at some point in the attack, they used a bit of software called ngrok for tunneling, for getting around a firewall. I guess that's what they were doing with it. I don't know. And their OPSEC was, you'd think good enough, right? They've got the he's got the VPN, he's got the that's it. He's got the view. That's it. And the problem, however, was that this fellow was using this piece of malware called Windows 11. His entire operating system was malware, out to get him, out to spy on him for the government. That was the problem. So because he was using Windows 11, they were able to do this funny thing where Microsoft could tell the bludgies that somebody with a certain GDID. What is a GDID, you may ask? Well, nobody was asking that last week, but they're asking now. It's a funny, unique identifier. And it's almost a wonder why they didn't have this in previous versions of Windows. There was plenty of telemetry and stuff in previous versions of Windows, but this is a new level. GDID is simply a unique identifier. It's a per install unique identifier. So if you reinstall Windows 11, you get a new one, but the everyday user will end up linking the new GDID to their old one because whatever, they're fucking logging into OneDrive with the same account or some shit like that. This links all the GDIDs together. They were able to tell that somebody visited an ngrok signup page with that Windows 11 GDID at the same time, the same exact time as they were using ngrok, getting the ngrok ready to go, I guess. And this is what we call a correlation attack. You might have heard of it. And somebody does something at the same time as you. Maybe that somebody is you when it's highly specific. So then you run with the idea that, oh, well, maybe this GDID belongs to a member of Scattered Spider. And from there, it all unravels because the GDID is connected to, a lot of bad stuff because this jackoff is just using Windows like a retard normie, even though he's trying to hold a company hostage for $8 million. He decided to do it with Windows 11. So now that guy's in prison. And hopefully he doesn't know anything about the other members of Scattered Spider, or maybe they'll have to scatter like spiders or something off of the web. That's what happens when you pluck one spider out of the web, all the other ones scatter. So yeah, maybe you shouldn't use Windows. Is this crazy thing that I've been saying to you, but I've been picking up a vibe that some of you don't take it seriously because I'm a privacy consultant. So I know what's going on. Okay. You might act all cool to my face, but I know what you guys are doing statistically, what some of you are doing. I know what goes on behind closed windows. Did I burn enough time on that one? Good. It's like 6 minutes per story. This is great. We're way ahead of time here. Here's Elsewise Digital News. I like this one. This one's a feel-good human interest story. So there's this little thing happened lately. I feel like I covered it on the show, but all regulation is just a blur to me. I can't tell one regulation from another, but there's this one EU cryptocurrency regulation license thing. It's called MiCA. They want these, if you're an exchange, if you're a centralized faggot white market exchange, you know, I know what you're thinking. Oh, centralized faggot white market exchange. You've said enough. I don't want to use it. Great. Good for you. A lot of folks don't have that reaction. They need bad things to happen to get them away from the platform. So luckily, bad things happen. Binance, one of the gayest of all centralized white market exchanges. It's a big one. It's a big one, folks. I guess they failed to get a MiCA license. Maybe they didn't want it. I don't know. I don't care to read that much into this kind of stuff. But nonetheless, so as a result, on paper, at least, Binance has to stop operating in the EU. Motherfuckers in the EU got to get off there unless they, fake like they're not in the EU, which is a thing that folks do for exchanges, but a lot of folks don't do that because they're faggots. But they're not as much faggots as they could be, folks, because it turns out that about 70% of the exodus from Binance in the EU are going to self-custody wallets. That's right, folks. They would rather go to self-custody wallets than go to MiCA licensed exchanges, regulated under these new laws, whatever the fuck they say. And that sounds good to me. That sounds like a lot. Can you even think what is 70% of EU Binance users? That's a lot. That's a big number. Moving to self-custody because a regulation drove them away. Isn't it beautiful when you see the principles of agorism at work? When you see regulation choking the white market to death, you see the state killing its little golden goose and driving all that wealth away into the black and gray markets, which soon self-custody will be. Don't worry, because I'm sure they'll outlaw that. Here's another Elsewise Digital News. NGIT-CLI version 2.6.3. Speaking of exoduses, I'm hearing there's some kind of GitHub exodus action. I don't know why. Maybe you tell me. I don't pay attention to this crap. Why are people exodusing from GitHub this time? It wasn't enough that it was a faggy centralized platform from the beginning. It wasn't enough when Microsoft bought them. It wasn't enough when they started training AI with everyone's code, which I don't even care about myself, but a lot of folks acted outraged by that. But whatever. I guess something else. There's some other GitHub exodus happening. I don't know why. You tell me. But it seems like NGIT, which is a fucking, it's like I guess it's a decentralized or decentralized-ish, not Nostr-based kind of Git thing. I'm not too familiar with it. I know about some other cool decentralized Git stuff, but I don't really know NGIT. I should probably learn about it. But anyway, it seems like they did something in their latest versions to, I'm thinking making onboarding easier is what I'm picking. Remember, I don't read this stuff. I don't really read this stuff very carefully, but it seems like they're trying to piggyback off of the GitHub exodus, whatever. That's cool, right? That's worth talking about for 4 minutes, right? Elsewise in digital news, there's this thing called Radar Chat. I heard of it. Sounds kind of cool, I guess. It's a signal fork that has self-custodial lightning payments in it. You know, you could be a lot cooler than that. You could also be a lot gayer than that. You know, Signal's like a faggy centralized service that has access to your metadata, but Pinky promises that they do cool stuff with fucking TEEs so that they can't see the metadata, even though they are funded by federal actors who maybe have backdoors in TEE hardware, but who knows? Whatever. Moxie Melon Spike, Marlin Spike, Melon Spike. Moxie Melon Spike is actually a prop comedian, a cypherpunk prop comedian who blows up melons with spikes. Not to be confused with Moxie Marlin Spike, who used to be a really cool open source developer, and then he fucking sold out. And that's the guy who made Signal. Any reason for this tangent? Not really. Just burning up time. But Signal's fucking gay.
Well, that depends. Can you go fuck yourself?
Signal's fucking gay, but I guess if you have a client that does self-custodial lightning payments on Signal, that's kind of cool, right? You could do worse than Signal. At least it's not Telegram, right? Here's elsewise in digital news. Again, can you believe it? And it's this one's, we're going to die on a whimper. The digital news is going to end on a whimper here. BIP 110, soft fork that nobody cares about. Well, I guess it's to do with that Knots versus Core bullshit drama. Turns out nobody actually cares, predictably. BIP 110 is reaching its deadline for the fork with less than 1% minor signaling. Wah, wah. It's even worse than I thought it would be. Here's some Mother Nature threats. News. Canadian wildfires. Oh no. Can you believe that for another year in human history, there are forests on fire just like every other year ever? Yep, that's right. It's happening again. This time, hitting pretty hard in, I want to say, northwestern Ontario and a little in Quebec and a little in Northwest Territories, whatever the fuck that is. Does anybody actually live there? Not very many, but everyone's still gonna bitch and moan and be all dramatic about all the people who had to be evacuated. You know, nobody would live on a native reservation, or as they say in Canada, First Nations. No one would ever live on a First Nations open air concentration camp if you didn't fucking force them to be there in the first place. And outlaw. Did you know it's not legal for them to own land? It's basically a mandated socialism. So you're allowed to be impoverished, and you're allowed to drink, and all that alcohol concentrated in one place. Forest fire hazard, right? It's probably some native person throwing a cigarette in a puddle of Jim Beam, except that actually I think American liquor is a victim of the trade war. I think they're not putting it on the shelves in Canada because so it's not Jim Beam, it's some kind of Canadian whiskey. It's not Molson Canadian, that wouldn't light. It's a pool of some sort of Canadian liquor. And yes, the native did notice that the puddle was on the ground, and he jumped to drink it off the ground, but he couldn't get it in time. That guy's a hero. But anyway, whatever. There's something like not quite 1,000, but almost 1,000 wildfires. Not quite 100, but almost 100 out of control, they say. So I last heard. But more to the point, affecting people who actually live in populated areas. There's a bunch of smoke in northeastern North America. A bunch of smoke in the sky. And you see, some folks may have seen it. Some of you may have seen it or smelt it. And you know what they say, whoever smelt it dealt it. Some of the lowest air quality ever. Whatever. Big deal. Bunch of smoke in the sky. Don't get burnt up by the smoke. I don't know. What do you want me to say? Don't. This, just pointing this out. One day, there might be chemicals in the air that are actually harmful to you acutely, immediately. And in order to not breathe them in, you'll have to be in a biochemical shelter. That means you're going to need a carbon air filter, and you're going to have to maintain positive air pressure in there. Would be nice if you did what Thane Riddle said and you read The High Security Shelter by Joel Skousen. Can you just hold your breath really long? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you know what? I didn't think of that. It's worth a try. If you don't have, well, here's the benefit of holding your breath really long is you don't have to put in any work ahead of time to plan or prepare, even in a relatively cheap way that isn't too hard. Some of those free divers can go for minutes. Kind of serious question. Okay, well, okay, all right. If you've trained to hold your breath for minutes, sure, there are certain things that could save your life. Like if it was a house fire kind of thing and you just need to run through the smoke, oh hell yeah, that could make the difference. But if it's something like a, I don't know, biochemical attack or more likely nuclear fallout, which, you don't even want it to be on the same side as a foot of concrete as you, then it's another question. But yeah, you might as well try holding your breath. Why not? Crackdowns news. The EU wants to tell devs how to design their apps. It's all for your own good, you see, because the evil Facebook and Twitter have bottomless feeds that force you to be addicted and scroll forever. And you have no say in the matter. It's big tech, you see. We're just going after big tech. That's why we need these laws that say the state can tell developers how to design their apps. As long as it's to reduce harm in some way, which shall be defined by them. I can't see how that could possibly go wrong. I fully support this law. I shall put my vote in whatever European country I live in. Poland. I'm going to put my vote in Poland. Is that how it works in the EU? You put a vote in? No, I don't think so. I think it's a bunch of unelected bureaucrats doing whatever they want. And soon they're going to have a military so that they can force individual member states to comply. That'll be interesting. Here's elsewise in Crackdown news. We got a lot of flock blunders here. I literally have 4 flock camera blunders for you. Blunder number 1. Some bludgies did a wrongful felony arrest on a journalist, a guy who happened to be a journalist. It's just their luck. You may have heard of a felony arrest, but I think I brought a felony arrest up on the show before because I was talking about one of the dangers of using a fake plate, which, hey, I'm a big fan of fake plates, but just to point it out that, if you pick the wrong plate and you go getting bludgies interested in you and they run the plate, it turns out that it's on a car it's for a car that doesn't look like yours, or it's whatever. It's something else is wrong about it. If it's a car that's lost, right, or stolen. If they think your car is stolen or that you're using a wrong plate on the car, they'll assume that you're in the progress of committing a felony. Same thing if they think that your car itself is stolen, which I guess is one of the things I just said, actually. So that's what happened here. A flock camera picked up a little reading on a license plate. And, well, actually, let's start a little further back than that. Way back in the day, oh, things were different back then. I'm nostalgic about it already. I don't know how long ago it was. Maybe it was last year. Who knows? Some Jaguar Land Rover dealership misplaced a license plate while they were doing a photo shoot. So they reported the license plate lost. Now, there's this funny thing that New Jersey, the state of New Jersey, does with manufacturer plates, which is they print these tiny little letters in the middle. And somewhere along the way, those tiny letters in the middle got dropped from the record. And it was just like, basically a wrong marker was recorded as a, lost, stolen, whatever thing. And this motherfucker, a journalist, like I said, just their luck, a journalist, he borrows a press loaner that has a plate more or less close enough to that with the missing letters, and or rather without the missing letters because it doesn't need them. And the flock camera dings it it reads that plate in, send it in, and the system dings it and says this is like a stolen car or something. So then the guy got boxed in by 4 bludgy cars and bludgies with guns drawn, made him get out of his car and kiss the pavement because that's what a felony arrest looks like. And it made him look a little bit bad because, whatever. But, these things happen sometimes, right? It's no big deal. Flock themselves claim 93% accuracy. Okay. That's pretty good. 93% sounds pretty good to me. Yeah. And there was another thing that was really funny in this story, which is after they realized this happened, they looked and they saw that the flock cameras were tracking 4 other matches in the country for the same plate. So they contacted those 4 other matches, the drivers, or they tried to anyway, and said, or at least some of them, and said something to the effect of, you have to drive your car home and leave it parked because we can't turn this off. If you don't do that, the cops over there might do a felony arrest on you because we don't know how to turn it off. So can you just like pull over and get out of the car? Remember when the Detroit Bludgies arrested Robin Williams because he matched a face print, and then like 3 years later they did the same thing to a pregnant lady? That's funny. And in Chicago, there was a time when they held a prosecutor held a guy for a year based on what turned out to be like a fake gunshot. There was a gunshot detector that dinged in the wrong direction or something, or had a false positive, and they held a guy for a year because of that. Just, whatever. To make an omelet, you gotta break a few eggs. Here's another flock blunder for you. And the next 3 look awfully alike. The next 3 flock blunders are pretty much the same fucking shit happening in multiple states around the same time. In Albany County, Georgia, I want to say Albany, Georgia, 5 bludgies were fired for misusing flock cameras to stalk or surveil people illegally. Interesting. I wonder what they were doing that for. You know what I mean? I'm thinking the next story, the next couple stories are going to confirm your suspicions about what they're doing that for. In South Carolina, there was 2 more bludgies got in trouble for the same shit, stalking people, surveilling people, using flock cameras when they weren't supposed to. And in Texas, 1 more. And in this time, you got more information confirming exactly what you thought. He was stalking a girl bludgy. Ooh. He likes the way her ass looks in those pants. And he wants to follow her around a little bit. He's just trying to get up the nerve to talk to her. Is that so wrong? So that appears to be an epidemic. And that'll be interesting to see what they do about that, if anything. NBC threats news, nuclear biochemical threats. In this case, it's the bio part. Cyclosporiasis outbreak. Some kind of parasite, they say. Outbreak across America. Some kind of parasite is have you ever seen a video on YouTube called Sheldon Burger King foot lettuce? I want you to go watch a video called Sheldon Burger King foot lettuce. And I think that basically explains the story. But yeah, somehow they say anyway, some parasite, foodborne parasite, is just popping up in all these different locations for some reason, which makes them think it's some kind of fast food chain. Is it actually Taco Bell? I don't know, because I don't look into this stuff very much. I know Rayo2 said Taco Bell. I don't know if it's actually been linked to Taco Bell or if you were just saying that as a joke. But yeah, just watch a Sheldon Burger King foot lettuce and whatever. Let's just do that instead of listening to me. It's much more entertaining. Logistics. Oh yeah, by the way, of course, I mean, I feel I need to bring this up because I'm paranoid, because I'm a paranoid conspiracy theorist. I'm always going to be a little weirded out when something like that happens and think, you never know. You never know when something's being done deliberately. But, okay, it was traced to Taco Bell lettuce, but the tainted lettuce was also bought by others. I guess it made its way elsewhere as well. That's funny. You got enough problems if you're living on Taco Bell. You got enough problems. My Rumble listeners, you know what I'm talking about. Logistics news. What the hell are my notes even saying here? The Strait of Hormuz is back to the 20 million barrels of oil trickle. As you'd think, almost all of it going through the northern route, the Iranian yogurt controlled route, and the American blockade is still on. I know that they hit some merchant ship. I don't think they're doing a whole lot though. And elsewise in logistics news, it's a lot of the same, 5 different similar logistics news items. Black Sea and Sea of Azov in the fucking Baltics. This is to do with the war between the Soviet 2.0 Russian oligarchs and the Ukrainian Nazi CIA niggers. Apparently, the U.S. and Iranian yogurt have set the new standard. They set the bar and decide that now it's cool and all right for you to just go blowing up civilian merchant ships, especially if they have oil. So that's just good and fine now, and everyone wants to do it. We're just like you, Dad. We learned it from you. So now they're doing that in the Black Sea and the Sea of Azov. Now, and the Ukrainian Nazi CIA niggers claimed to have hit some crazy high number, like over 100, well over 100. Who knows if that's true? But in any case, they're doing something, and I think that this mostly, now this is both ways, mind you. The Russian state is doing the same shit, but it based on the kind of movement that happens over there, it feels like something that would hurt Russian exports of oil more than anything, which is interesting, and it has knock-on effects with everything else, because now this is oil mostly meant for China, right? And the People's Republic of China, the wise so-called communists who are actually fascists like everybody else, are dipping into their oil reserves, kind of like the US. And if there is an even tighter squeeze on oil imports, if they're not getting the oil imports from Russia, then they have to make a choice. Like, do we dip even more into reserves, or do we start buying more like from Iran and stuff, which would increase demand on oil more, make prices go up more. So it's an interesting move by the Ukrainian Nazi CIA niggers, as their moves tend to be. Now let's talk about the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Again, this is that shit between Africa and the Middle East. That tiny little sliver of water, the Red Sea with those little slivers, you look at it on a world map and you're like, can you even squeeze through there? Yes, you can. Zoom in. All right. Zoom in. On the south end, that little choke point, that's the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. I've warned you a couple of times about this before, as others may have too. If you were looking, if you're gay enough to read news, which I'm sure as hell not. But whatever. Bab el-Mandeb Strait, not, as far as I know, being shut down yet or anything, but there's been a bit of a scare, increased threat, you could say, to the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. And as I've said before, if that shuts down and you can't take that shortcut between, what is it, the Indian Ocean? I don't know, and the fucking Mediterranean, then that's also bad. Whatever. Like the Strait of Hormuz is bad. That would also be bad. Namely, if they're happening at the same time, to be bad. So there's that. We'll see if that happens, but it's at increased risk of happening. Wait till war news before I tell you why. How about that? Here's another one. The Houthis, who, spoiler alert, are the ones that might bring down the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, could also bring down a Saudi pipeline that's bringing 7 million barrels of oil a day out. And this could be the saving grace, as I will go over later. This might be why Saudi Arabian state doesn't want to pursue a bad conflict with the Houthis right now. But suffice it to say, there was a time, there's this terminal at the end of this. The way the Saudis get oil out is to go through this big long pipeline west, and it terminates in the Yanbu terminal. And the Yanbu terminal has been hit once already from very far away by the Iranian yogurt with a long-range slow drone. And if they can do that from that far away, which is very far away, the Houthis can do much, much worse to that terminal, to that pipeline, because they're right fucking by it. They're much closer. So that's something to think about too, that they might, there's kind of a perfect storm brewing for oil and stuff and whatever, fertilizer and all that crap, other petroleum products. And you may have noticed that. You may have heard about that. Bit of a perfect storm brewing. Kind of bad. Getting worse. Like, there are many ways that it could get worse, and it's possible that all of them could happen. Speaking of which, elsewise in logistics news, the Russians feeling the squeeze more than ever. I think the Ukrainian Nazi CIA niggers hitting all those oil refineries and shit, and now maybe even the oil exports to a degree. It's had knock-on effects on the Russian economy. And Russian folks are just good old-fashioned folks who like to drink too much, and they like to hit each other. They're way too quick to hit each other. Besides that, perfectly all right folks. Not necessarily big fans of the Russian state, mind you. Just good old boys. They don't like it when the economy's bad. They're not liking that. Inflation, way up, food prices up. You know how it is. It's happening in Russia. There's your fucking logistics news. Explosive diarrhea was to cover the fertilizer shortage. Is that Doc Barber's saying explosive diarrhea was to cover the fertilizer shortage? Are you saying that the explosive diarrhea caused by the parasite will produce more fertilizer because it's like manure, and that will help Bring the supply up. Yes, I like that. Probably true. Burger King foot lettuce. Intelligence and the lack thereof news. This U.S. senator died in like a weird looking way, and everyone's got their conspiracy theorist hats on. Was it the KGB heart attack gun? Because he had a heart attack, they say. And yes, so some of you may have heard of the CIA heart attack gun. Little do you know, it was actually a KGB invented technology, just so you know. So it's really the KGB heart attack gun. The CIA just, took it because why wouldn't you? Don't you want a heart attack gun? But if the medical exam on this faggot is to be believed, it's not likely a heart attack gun because it looks like it was an aortic dissection, not to be confused with an aortic tear, which it's often misquoted, misreported as being seemingly. If it's true that it was an aortic dissection, then it probably wasn't a heart attack gun because I don't think heart attack guns cause that kind of heart injury. Nonetheless, and also it's kind of like, why would you kill this faggot? Like, no one cares. No one cares about this senator. He's an everyday globalist, useful idiot, so to speak. He only flipped on the Russian state issue when everybody else did. When he got the memo, he's no different from any other globalist senator. There's no known motive to kill this guy. So that goes into the lack thereof. News. War news. Boring old war news. More boring than ever. Just about as boring as ever. The blah, 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 Gulf, blah, blah, war. Whatever. More boring war stuff. The yogurt actually sunk a merchant ship in the Strait of Hummus this time. Whoops. But who cares? The U.S. hit a bunch more land targets in Iran, one of which was a nuclear power plant, which seems to be working, by the way. It didn't even disable it. But one of those hits did get too close for comfort to a nuclear reactor core. And by the way, it's not the kind of plant that makes the good stuff for weapons. It can't do that. Not that kind of plant, just a power plant. And the Irani yogurt hit more U.S. bases all over, whatever, fucking the whole Middle East. Who cares? They even hit a little bit in the UAE, but I guess that bribe the UAE paid the yogurt doesn't cover U.S. bases, which is fair. Maybe it covers the UAE not trying so hard to intercept those strikes, though, huh? Who knows? Anyway, all boring, dumb war shit. One of the coolest things that happened, the U.S. finally did something new with drones. They launched their first ever open attack with a small swarm of kamikaze water drones, going after a ship maintenance port, some warships, and even a submarine. The water is running white with yogurt, folks. But yeah, water drones. That's cool. The Iranian yogurt has been using kamikaze water drones for months. We've seen a little water drone funny business happening in the Baltics, and the CIA or U.S. military may have used a water drone before in one or more covert ops or black ops thing. I feel like last year, even on the show, I was talking about a funny explosion at an oil pipeline in the water. And I was guessing it might have been the CIA or something, and that it might have even been a water drone. So it may be the case that, that was the US doing it, but, secretly, so to speak, not subtly, but secretly. And that's what makes something a covert op instead of a black op. In any case, this is the first time the U.S. openly used water drones for war. So water drones are coming into their own, boss. It's time to get out to your local pond, tinker around with a Raspberry Pi and a tensor chip and some 3D printed parts and motors, and go make some little kid with a stupid little model boat cry. All right, go blow up his little model boat for testing purposes. It's for a good cause, boss. And that kid's anger could transform him into the next generation cipher merc. It's the cycle of war. Just like Big Boss was talking about at the end of Metal Gear. It's a cycle of war. That's how we make the new soldiers. You got to blow up that kid's model boat for the greater good. Now, how can we forget about the Houthis? Blah, 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 whatever. The Houthis are whatever. They threatened to close the Strait of Bob Dole. Now, the Houthis have struck. They have finally struck. They have gotten into the fray. However, it was not to straight up close the Bab el-Mandeb yet. No, instead, the Houthis decided to poke the old bear again, fire some missiles at Saudi Arabia. And of course, those faggot Saudi royals lifted their beards out of the butt cracks of little boys, at least long enough to push the blow up Yemen again button. And you can bet they dove right back in again, not even watching to see the results. So there were some airstrikes in Yemen, and the overall direction of, where they think some Houthis might be, over in the Houthi bed of Yemen on the west side. Maybe some women and children too, whatever, who cares? Now, if you're a sharp cookie and you've had the bad luck, the bad taste of actually caring about the damn news in this last year or so, and indeed this show has been going on long enough that I may have even covered this on an early episode, I think. I'm not sure. But yeah, last year something like this was happening with whatever, the Saudi royals taking their beards out of the little boy's butt crack, but pushing the bomb Yemen button just last year. And then Team America, World Police, swooped in to save the day with yet another homoerotically named military operation, Operation Rough Rider, helping their little oil cash cows in the Saudi state bomb those nasty little Yemeni civilian terrorists to smithereens. That'll show you to live in Western Yemen. Yeah, man. What is it with the homoerotically named operation? Rough Rider, Southern Spear. I know there's more too. I'm forgetting them. It's really weird. It's like they're doing it on purpose. Don't ask, don't tell. Now, in case you don't know what the fuck the deal is with that gay stuff going on in Yemen, well, you know how states make these funny little claims to these very big chunks of land and water and airspace, that sometimes a new state pops up inside it that doesn't like the first state. You know how they call those civil wars as if it's some kind of grassroots thing happening out of nowhere? But most of the time, one or both of those states are actually backed by a third state from somewhere else altogether. Yeah, that's what's known as a proxy war. Now, you've seen this lately in Syria, Ukraine, Mali, whatever, you name it, all proxy wars. You have two foreign states or two globalist coalitions fighting over some other country, but kind of pretending that they aren't. What's that, you say? What about independence for the country not being controlled by any globalist coalition? Poppycock! Naive poppycock. What rock have you been living under for the last 75 years? That's not happening, Buster. So anyway, that's what's been going on in Yemen for quite some time. A quote-unquote civil war where the old Yemeni states backed by the Western globalists through Saudi state and the U.S., and a lot of folks in Yemen didn't like that very much. So it turned out the time was ripe for activism and insurgency. And that's where the Houthis came in, who, of course, are backed by the Iranian yogurt in much the same way that they back Hezbollah or those other little insurgent groups in Iraq that were, trailblazing those FPV drone attacks a couple months back. And this network of Middle Eastern insurgents backed by the Iranian state is called the Axis of Resistance by some. And even though the Iranian state is arguably the most independent state left in the whole world, and it isn't fully controlled outright by any one globalist coalition, at least not yet, they have still very much at least picked a side in World War III. And of course, that's the Russian-Chinese side, or the BRIC side, as you might say these days, which of course is not one globalist coalition, but rather an alliance between two competing globalist coalitions, the Russian oligarch Soviet Union 2.0 and the Chinese so-called communist, but actually fascist now, like everybody else. So whatever. There's your fucking history lesson. The war is happening more. And now that I've killed some time on the show with that boring history lesson, Last year when the Saudi state and the US were attacking the Houthis, that was already enough to shut down the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. This happened last year. Some ships didn't even start going back through there until a few months ago. And over the last couple of months, as you may know, the Houthis have been threatening to jump into the US real yogurt conflict by shutting down the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. And maybe this is what they had in mind all along. Maybe they just meant, we're going to poke the bear and attack Saudi Arabia again. And then when they pop off a war with us, that'll shut down the Bab el-Mandeb Strait like it did last year. But I think maybe the Saudis thought better of it because they looked sideways at their own pipeline, at that little terminal that the Houthis could blow up. That's their last lifeline of oil exports. And they're just like, you know what? Let's not blow up the Yemenis right now. Too much. Just one little wave of strikes and that's it. So it's not clear what's going to happen there. But whatever. The war is fully back on, which makes it way more boring to cover. It's all a blur. I don't care. Another fun thing is the folks across the Middle East are reporting the rate of interception of missiles from the Iranian yogurt seems to be quite low, which means either A, they ran out of interceptor missiles, or B, the Iranian state has bribed / intimidated them all into not intercepting missiles going to US bases. Either way, a fun development, I guess. And whatever, some bridges in Iran were hit by the US and some US military targets were hit. The bridges that were hit hint that the US wants to stop ground reinforcements from getting to the coast, maybe, which could hint that they're planning on doing a big operation on the coast. At the same time, it could just be a logistic attack on civilian commerce. Because, the US keeps saying this. They want to do shock and awe and fucking blow up all the civilians to piss everybody off. This port city, Bandar Abbas, some claim it gets as much as 80% of the imports to Iran. So, kind of a big deal. That could be it. So whatever happens over the next week will tell you for sure why they blew up the bridges. And more refuelers are swimming in. So no end in sight for your boring ass war again. Oh yeah, in Israel, the Israeli state threatened to nuke Iran, as you do, but it doesn't mean anything. Won't happen. Whatever. Here's some Soviets 2.0. Let's see if I can squeeze this in. Can I squeeze that in before the break? I guess not. Just know that the Soviets and the Ukrainians are fighting some more. And there's kind of some interesting stuff happening there, but go fuck yourself. Here's a break. We'll be back with our guest, Juraj Bednar.
You're listening to the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network.
While infrastructure costs for the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind P.A.Z.NIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network, we are now ready to start building out a regular, and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@PAZNIA.com. Again, coordinator@PAZNIA.com. See you in the second realm.
Hello, Freedom Pioneers! Billy Mays here. Are you tired of big tech tracking your every click? Are you sick of algorithms deciding what you see? Are you bored of Netflix subscriptions that cost a kidney and Spotify ads that last longer than the song? I know you are, because I'm fucking bored just thinking about it. But I have the solution: infrastructure. So powerful, so private, so decentralized, it will crack the concrete of censorship. It's the brand new P.A.Z.NIA library. That's right. It's a free to-use privacy-friendly decentralized combination of Netflix, Spotify, and your digital book app, and it's live right now. Check it out. We've got the full HBO documentary, The Anarchist, with Jason Henza and Miranda Webb. We've got the legendary Bill Cooper documentaries. We've got Alongside Night, libertarian fiction, and Eyes Wide Shut, which, let me tell you, is basically nonfiction. And wait, there's more. We've got Trailer Park Boys. We've got Sky Huddleston's Second Realm Speed Dating, and music streaming is coming soon. Plus, a digital book library is on the way. Terabytes of content, more to upload. We have the beginnings of true media freedom, an infrastructure base with many, many potentialities. I'm Billy Mays, and I'm always here to help you take back your media. Visit lbry.paznia.com. Again, lbry.paznia.com to start streaming today. Billy Mays, signing off to go binge watch Firefly. Over and out.
Go General WILLY2 here with an important message regarding food, health, and wellness. Sometimes the high-quality P.A.Z.NIA wheat, grass, and other forages just don't do it for me. Sometimes I need a change. In those cases, there's only one decision. Me and my closest compatriots bleat that slow bleat for a few hours until we arrive at the local Steak and Shake. When we get there, it's like clacking right into heaven. I get up to the order booth. Double steak burger and fries, extra spicy, with one of them glass bottle Mexican Cokes. Little one sexy ass walks up and orders some nonsense like 2 orders of fries and mozzarella sticks. The best thing about it? It's not like I'm cheating on my pure Beast Goat diet. They'll use the highest quality grass-fed meat, tallow, and you can pay in Bitcoin. Steak and Shake didn't pay me to make this recording. I just think more goats should know where to go for a good and healthy time. Unofficially on behalf of Steak and Shake. Go eat Steak and Shake. It's goatlicious.
And now, back to Cloak and Dagger with host Thane Riddle.
Why am I still alive? Kill me now. I'm back with one of the most legendary guests I've had so far, Juraj Bednar.
Hello.
So,
how's your day?
It's all right. I have to do this stupid show today. So it kind of takes up a lot of my time and just makes me tired. So you might want to tell them, who the hell are you?
Oh, that is a very interesting question. I haven't figured that out so far in my life. But yeah, I just make something up on the go. So right now I'm a cypherpunk. I write software and books and stories lately. So
Stories.
Yes.
My God, you're a storyteller. That was a big buzzword like 5 years ago. I think you're a little late.
No. Not that kind of story. I'm very interested in this genre called lunar punk. I don't know if you've heard about it.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested in that too. Yeah.
And I thought that there was not a good example of a lunar punk novel. So it's a real story, not a storyfying of facts, which I don't like that much. Stories is kind of the traditional story. So I've wrote a novel called Tamers of Entropy that tries to tackle the lunar punk spirit and cypherpunk.
I didn't know. I didn't know that. Is that like out?
Okay. It's out. Yeah. It's tamersofentropy.net, and hopefully it will be interesting for people.
What's like the premise?
So it's 3 parts. I think you might like it. It's very Vonu as well. So the first part is a hacker story, but it's kind of reversed, like the traditional Hollywood movies where the FBI are the good guys and so on. And this story here is basically the premise is that the machines have already won, and the machines are the algorithms written in statutes and laws and so on. And these bureaucratic organizations in the hacker story are like completely controlled by the internal rules and so on. So unlike in most Hollywood stories, these are just bureaucracies, and I look at these, over whatever. Like oversold organizations. Like I think personally, like FBI and CIA are not some superhero agents, but they're just part of a bureaucracy that is
Well, I
not
mean,
much
you're
different
talking
to your local DMV. So
you're talking to a guy who basically advocates killing them all on
yeah. So yeah, I don't think it's worth doing that. It's like really they're really just a machine controlled organization with a very slow and weird algorithm that doesn't allow them to actually do anything useful. So it's a kind of reversed hacker story. Then the second part happens at a hacker camp in Europe. We have chaos communication camps every 4 years, like the Olympics. I don't know if you heard about it.
Yeah.
And there the basically the same characters, or a few of the same characters, try something that is called a neurofeedback, which is a way to connect, like a brain-computer interface, to connect your brain to the computer in some way. And basically what they end up doing is discovering a way to alter their consciousness using this technology, and interact with the computer in a different way and interact between each other. So it's very starts a little bit psychedelic and so on. And the third part is basically using this technology to merge with a self-trained parallel artificial intelligence. So I don't call it artificial intelligence. I don't think there's much artificial about it. I like to call it non-biological neural networks or something like that.
Yeah.
And so basically they need to, because everyone is or the big corporations are training AIs, and they don't like competition, and they try to abuse the regulators and so on. They need to find a way to train these and run it in a way that is not very controllable and outside of jurisdictions. And another thread that connects the whole book is identity. So it's very, very interesting because the characters are against using surnames. Surnames are kind of a tax enforcement control mechanism, and they were not adopted very willingly in the world. The main use was to basically be able to identify the taxpayers and make sure that everyone paid their fair due, in quotes. And another part is mesh networks. So they're basically from the start, the whole thing is built on some parallel infrastructure, and they're basically using it as a backbone for their operations. So it's quite a complex story. Sorry for those who fell asleep.
No, that I mean,
that's my answer for now.
I'm very interested because, I mean, most like libertarian fiction, whatever, it is not super inspired, really. It's just kind of like, you know, autistic, like Ayn Rand type stuff that like, here are my morals. This is the moral of the story, and in like a very ham-fisted way, also mixed with like Ayn Rand's sex fantasies about how she wants to be like tied up.
Yes.
But
yes, but I have to say that what reading Atlas Shrugged and Fountainhead caused in me actually was like a very positive outlook on the world. Like,
yeah, I mean, there's definitely good stuff in there. She's just not, you know, the most like well-rounded fiction author, but it kind of sounds like, based on what you've told me so far, like it sounds like much more creative and interesting than, you know, like other stuff I've read in this genre of like libertarian.
I hope so. I will give you another recommendation if you know Paul Rosenberg's fiction.
Yeah, I think
that is amazing.
We have that. We have Paul Rosenberg's books on libertyunderattack.com/Paul.
Yeah,
I think there's a Paul Rosenberg bundle.
Yeah, he's actually the person who recommended me talk to you and talk to Rayo. So.
Oh wow, really? Jeez.
Yeah.
Paul Rosenberg's. Hope Paul Rosenberg's not listening to my show. That's embarrassing. So anyway, I'm going to ask you this cheesy canned question I came up with to ask every guest. How has privacy and security come up in your life?
Privacy and security. Well, if you try it, how did it come in my life, or like how?
Well, I don't know. How does it come up for you? I don't know.
I think that for most people it is just a buzzword that they play it play with basically, and without really understanding what it does and what is the actual change in their life. So then you find guys, asking me to call them an Uber because they have turned off their GPS so well that they don't know where they are or something like that. And like nothing against that. Like if you do small changes and I don't mean only technology-wise, but also in your life, like just curtains and stuff. Um, it's good to do small changes, but my look or my perception is more like identify things where you want to be really private, like for example, releasing some software. And with that, make sure you stay fully anonymous, not privacy. Like if the samurai devs didn't make a mistake and really stayed completely
Oh, man.
anonymous, then it would be great. And I think like having more privacy in general in your life is kind of like a shallow goal, I would say. It won't change super much unless you do like really hardcore stuff that have that basically affect your life a lot. But there are like in some things you want to be really anonymous, and it's like non-negotiable, and you don't want to be identified at all. So I think doing it like this, like separating, okay, I don't want people to know that specifically this about me or that I work on this project and so on. It's way more achievable because you can actually compartmentalize and you know how to separate these parts of your life. So yeah, I'm and security. So I founded a few IT security companies in my past life. So I also think in this case that we are overdoing it and not applying like the right effort. This is what happened in EU. Like like after they passed the ridiculous GDPR, and I'm not even talking about the stupid cookies shit. Uh, uh, what it cost is like you have your kids in the kindergarten and they give you a 2-page form to sign, and like this doesn't bring any value to anyone. Like they have to collect the same information, they do the same things with it. It's like nothing has really changed, but now everyone is bothered with these forms and having like whatever GDPR compliance, and people have to sign stuff that is not, and it's like it doesn't make sense. Like
Yeah, now
they're
you need like ad blockers to get rid of
yeah
the GDPR
yeah
cookie pop-ups.
yeah yeah. The cookie pop-ups were even before GDPR. GDPR is like this. Basically, you have to agree with everyone on how you handle personal information, but it didn't really change anything. Anyway,
Yeah.
but I think like I was selling penetration testing and doing it was my company. I enjoyed it, but now you are asking whatever and shop selling tires to do like penetration test and security audit, and they don't want it. They some of them have to do it for some bullshit reasons, and then even from the provider side,
Right.
like, this is like a regulatory capture dream, like the state is forcing everyone to have security audits. So I should have been happy. But then you talk to people who clearly don't want your product. They don't care about what you provide. They need it because there is some kind of bullshit regulation. They spent thousands of dollars on something they don't want and probably don't need. What if the list of customers of a tire shop leaks? Oh, it leaks. I'd like, I don't think that the risk justifies the cost to comply, and it would not prevent the hack, because in Europe, another thing that you have is that the state forces businesses to collect personal information. Like they couldn't, like an e-shop cannot sell you a product without knowing your address, telephone number, and recording your IP address. They actually need to collect at least 2 of the 3 and save it permanently. It's required by law. So, okay, now you're forcing me to collect this personal information and to protect it at the same time. But I don't want it. Like if I sell you an ebook, I couldn't care less where you live and what's your telephone number and what's your name.
Yeah, well, yeah. It's merely a power grab, a thinly veiled power grab.
Yeah.
To establish it.
So for me, like most people should not think about especially the IT security as much as they are forced to, and that kind of distorts everything. Then everyone is crazy about doing it, and I understand, of course, there are some things that you should secure, some things you should protect. It also applies to physical security. So I'm not saying it's bullshit. Like I enjoy it. I was doing it for years, and I'm quite good at it. But it has become much less creative and much more, box ticking exercise. That's basically why I got out, because
Yeah, and I mean the corporate cybersecurity industry is all just a fraud anyway. For the most part.
No. There are very good companies still. Like I have a lot of very smart people work there. Like it depends on what they do, but
people aren't always picking those good companies.
Yeah. Sure. That's another another problem with whatever big companies being preferred in everything, and like actually a small company.
One thing I really like that you said right away about privacy, when you said an area where you want to be anonymous, you used releasing software as an example. And I really like that, because this is something I rant about on my show. I even coined the term counter engineering. I haven't written a manifesto for it yet. I guess I should.
Oh, okay.
But
yes, you
counter
should.
engineering. But yeah, one of the things is I'm basically promoting that builders of all kinds, not just software developers per se, should do it at least pseudonymously, if not anonymously, and have at least halfway decent OPSEC, especially if it's anything even remotely to do with privacy or decentralization, but really just anything, honestly. And also part of that is sort of disregarding copyright law and licenses, and that kind of, it also opens up a lot of possibilities, because it means like we can use we can use leaked source code, and just like not care, or whatever. That's kind of like something that I'm rolling with.
These days, like especially in software, I don't think copyright does much, even for the big companies, because these days you can like just vibe code, like with the new models, you can create a lot of a lot of things, and like it's kind of moving to hosting an infrastructure, like
Yeah.
keeping proprietary software. I don't think makes sense anymore, you know, because everything is moving to the AI compute anyway. Like I
Yeah.
realize
I see what you mean.
I was like I'm very bad at accounting, and I'm not talking about the accounting towards the state, just you know keeping books and having like sense. For example, how many books I have printed and sold. You know, it's good to have it, but I was always too lazy to keep track of it, and like I'm not very structured and like whatever a spreadsheet with sales and stock and so on. I didn't want to deal with it, and like most people would use some kind of software to deal with it. Now I just have a long chat with my AI agent, and I just type it. You know, I sold one book today
Yeah.
for this price, and I press enter, and it's my accounting software. I don't like now I can keep track because I don't need to you know, I can even voice it. I can import orders from the eShop, and it would keep track for me. So I replaced basically the whole stock management and accounting software with a prompt. And so what I'm saying, I think lately the stock price of the what's the name of the company doing the tax software? Inuit or something like that?
Oh yeah, yeah. Intuit, QuickBooks. Yeah.
Into it, yeah, yeah. So I've read that it crashed so hard because now really all you need is an AI agent and
About
maybe an
fucking time.
accountant. Yeah, yeah. About
Those guys are.
about that.
I
Of
man, I
course,
hate those guys. They're trying to do that vendor lock-in shit. They try to get everyone
yeah,
to use
yeah,
their proprietary format of
yeah, yeah.
whatever file format. Now let me ask you this: what the fuck is Paralelni Polis?
Oh, it's a very interesting project that we started, and it actually lives now somewhere else. So let me give you the story. So I was part of an art group, an art project that when we wanted to do something anonymously, and that was like the early days of Bitcoin. And me and my friend Pavel, we were kind of in this group saying, okay, Bitcoin, you can do it. You know, it was back at the time where everyone thought that Bitcoin is anonymous and people would buy drugs on Silk Road and couldn't care less about chain analysis and so on. Anyway, so this was one of the ways how we could do the project anonymously, and in a group of artists, it is uh, like you cannot stay just in theory for long. You know, they want to see action. They want to touch things. So we were, you know, telling them that Bitcoin is gonna change the world and it's new, finally, electronic cash and so on. And they said, okay, so if it's so cool, we wanted to have a physical space anyway. So let's start a place where Bitcoin will be the only money accepted, and and we would try to do internally everything on Bitcoin. So that was the original idea. But then with a group of artists, it needs to have some kind of deeper meaning, and there needs to be a concept and all these, you know, things that nerds like I don't understand. But it ended up creating something that we call Institute of Crypto-Anarchy, because Crypto-Anarchy is a serious practical philosophy of anarchism needs an institute, and it's a very nice pun, I think, to have an Institute of Crypto-Anarchy. Um, uh, maybe there should be a centralized institute of decentralization as well.
Yeah.
Any,
Yeah, it's kind of
anyway.
funny. Yeah, it's like what we do in P.A.Z.NIA, where we have like, you know, the department of this, department of that, you know.
Yeah, nice. And we decided, or one of us decided, that there should be basically a hipster coffee shop, because if we have the best coffee in Prague and it will be only available for Bitcoin, we will, the experiment will be the best, because everyone will have to learn how to use Bitcoin to buy the best coffee. It turns out that it's not so easy to have the best coffee in Prague. Like, it wasn't easy whatever 10 years ago. Now it would be impossible. This is like a super hipster wave with where you cannot compete if you are not like super into it. And and we needed some kind of concept that unites this. And so we were thinking that Bitcoin and also anarchy and libertarianism and like precious metals and things like that, they are quite unusually represented in Czech Republic and in Slovakia. I'm myself Slovak, not Czech, but I was doing this with people from Prague. And we were looking at the reason, because of course we came out of communism, or at least that's the official story. I hope we are not going back. Probably we are, but not that bad communism.
No,
as,
just like
before
techno-fascism.
89. Yes, I call it a participative fascism, because you can participate, you can vote, but
Oh, that's just a ritual.
Yeah,
That's,
yeah,
you
yeah.
know, they've done that since ancient times.
Yeah,
where
but then you can use the word participative. You know, that's how it works.
Well, if you really think about it, it's always been participative in some way, right? Like in ancient times, leaders claimed to represent the gods, and the
Yeah,
gods
yeah.
are just like these creatures that are above morality, right? So that they can do anything. And if you got a problem, just go take it up with the gods. I'm just doing what they're telling me to do, right? I mean, democracy is
Yeah,
no
yeah.
different. I represent the people. The people is just
Yeah.
a fictional being that's above morality. If you got a
Yeah.
problem with it, take it up with the people. Why don't you go raise awareness or vote differently or whatever? It's just another, it's the same story.
Discuss. That's the most important. You need to create public discussion. All right. So we were thinking that that people in Czech Republic and in Slovakia, you know, after the monetary reforms and so on, are very skeptical of state power, like disproportionately. I'm not saying everyone is, but like you have real libertarian communities here, and it's something like in some places where you talk about anarcho-capitalism and things like that, you would be laughed out of the room and like no one would even talk to you. And here, like people like talk about it at universities, and like you can have this conversation even in public, and it's kind of like there's a significant proportion of people that understand things like Bitcoin, maybe
Pretty cool.
capitalism markets. So we realized, and we were thinking, what is the connecting idea? And we have found, or at least I didn't know about it. Maybe the others did. This idea of this like an important person of the dissent during communism, a philosopher that wrote an essay called Parallel Polis. And the premise is very simple, and it pretty much applies into probably also what you do. So I will shortly explain. It's not very difficult. So this was after the communist government basically rejected the the movement towards kind of more liberated society called Heart 77, which was a document where like kind of important people, university professors, celebrities, and so on, just asked the government to kind of be nicer, be like don't go against things like Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and it didn't say stop with the communism, we want democracy, nothing like that. It was like a very mild, like follow your own laws, because there were a lot of like political trials where people would be jailed for political reasons and not even according to the communist law and so on. So it was like a very important, maybe now we can say very naive attempt to reform the government. And the communists say basically,
no kidding.
No kidding. Okay, goodbye. And so this philosopher said, okay, we are living in this dystopia, in this communist regime. It is not possible to reform it from inside. If you want to overthrow it, that's bloody or expensive, usually both. Like you need people on the streets, like violent conflict, or you need to convince like a huge amount of people to do it peacefully, which happened in the end. But like more than a decade later. So he said, okay, so this is our situation, and he himself, as a like practicing Catholic, which was also not very allowed, said that he doesn't want to go to the violent path. He doesn't have the resources to basically finance the change of public opinion. We asked them to reform. Okay, so what do we do now? Like we still want to live a free life. So he said, okay, let's just build these islands of freedom where we won't go directly against the state and the regime. We do everything they ask us, but we can build these islands of freedom. So I'll give you an example. Education, mandatory brainwashing. Like if you didn't send your kids to school to be brainwashed, they would basically take them from you and like ship them to some re-educational center with a fancy, nice sounding name. So of course, like you are not stupid. You don't want someone to take your children from you, so you send them to school. But there is no law saying that in the evening at 6 p.m. You couldn't call, 10 kids from the neighborhood to your kitchen and teach them something else, or say, this part is brainwashing, and this is how it actually is, or whatever. Let's read this essay by a philosopher from the West, anything like that. Another example is culture. Of course, if you had like a punk or metal band and that was not, singing the songs of the communist revolution, but something mildly controversial, of course they would not publish you, they would not play you on the radio, but like taking your instruments under the bridge by the river and playing your songs, not forbidden, at least not formally. There would of course be some censorship and police action in some cases, but you could do it in private, you could do it like separately. So you would basically build these parallel structures. They were also thinking, and especially Benda was a bit worried about this, free markets. But when we think about it, like he writes it in the essay that it should be like basically black markets, but free markets in some sense. Which when we read it now, you know, we we think about this market society and everything like that. But for them, it was basically trading apples for whatever else they needed, for alcohol, or like helping someone out when they got banned or economically prosecuted, and like trading in these like very small ways. So basically,
Oh
he
yeah, well,
advocated
under
for.
a communist government, pretty much everything's a black market.
Uh, Depends. Like actually, the example that I use, like selling your own produce from the garden, was permitted if they didn't steal your garden, of course, which is another story. So this was his idea, and we thought that this is basically an old formulation of crypto-anarchy. Like, of course, now you have encrypted rooms and whatever private money and things like that. So you can use this strategy. For them, it was like playing a concert under the bridge before anyone notices, and then like living fast and like temporary autonomous zones if you're into Hacking Bay and things like that.
Oh yeah.
But so
But yeah, we're named P.A.Z.NIA after, you know, it's like a play on permanent autonomous zones.
Yeah,
PAZ,
okay,
P.A.Z.NIA.
okay. I didn't get that, but that's a good name.
It also means peace in fucking Spanish or some shit. I don't know. Paz.
Oh wow. Oh, okay, okay.
You can ask Rayo2.
Ah,
I didn't fucking
Paz.
come up with it.
All right. So we thought that it is very, very similar, and we can use this tradition in the name Polis. Polis meaning city or society, or like a smallest unit of society. So basically building parallel society, and well, we've learned a lot along the way. First of all, it's not very easy to run the whole thing in Bitcoin, especially in the early days. Volatility, and we had to deal with things like high fees on chain, like
it was totally fucked back
costing
then.
more than coffee, things like that. But like when we started, like there were guys that were scanning the payment QR code with their laptop's webcam because they had an iPhone, and on iOS Apple didn't permit crypto apps. So people would bring their laptops to buy coffee, and like many crazy and interesting stories. And we ended up having whatever the current Czech Prime Minister as a guest, very unwillingly, and many other things.
Unwillingly. What, were you holding him
Yeah.
hostage?
No, we didn't want him there in the first place.
You were unwilling.
Yeah, we were unwilling. So it was actually during Hackers Congress. So basically, one of the artists got an invitation. He was doing like a very nice graffiti work, and someone just said, "I have a free wall, and you can do whatever you want with it." And it's near Paralelni Polis, so it's a good place, and you could do something with the wall. And at that time, the current prime minister was Minister of Finance, and he was asked on some public radio about Bitcoin. And he said that, what did he say exactly? I don't know anything about Bitcoin, but no one is paying with it, or something total bullshit. So they painted his face on the wall with the quote and the Bitcoin logo, and it was basically an ad for Hackers Congress. So one day his whatever secretary calls us that he wants to talk about it or something. And it's basically an open place. I don't know how he ended up there actually. Like I don't know. Someone maybe said yes. I don't know, but but it was very funny because no one clearly wanted to talk to him when he arrived with his like security and like taking a selfie in front of the Bitcoin ATM with the private key printed on paper. I was, and we ended up we ended up because it was the night when I think before Hackers Congress, which is the biggest conference we organized. Now it's renamed to Dark Prague, and even though the place no longer exists, the conference will happen in October. So if you're into crypto-anarchy, come check it out. It's very interesting place and space to be in. So we had Andreas Antonopoulos. I don't know if you remember him or have seen his talks. He's very.
I feel like I've heard that name before, but I'm not sure who it is.
He was a very early person that promoted the ideas of Bitcoin, and he understood it technically, but he has a gift for improvised speech and very good metaphors, and he's like he's a storyteller, but not in a bad way. No, he's really great. Like if you watch any of his videos, it's like very he has a gift of speaking and so on. So I value him highly. So there was Satoshi Labs Trezor Hackathon on the top floor in the Institute of Crypto-Anarchy. It ended. There was Andreas and some people, and someone just say, this guy is here. Go talk to him. So Andreas with his gift explained him Bitcoin, and after some time he said, oh, so it's the same as our EET system, this blockchain thing, and EET is basically his surveillance system that he introduced, which is mandatory reporting of all retail transactions to the tax authorities. So basically, you couldn't do any sale without instantly uploading all the transaction data to the government, which we boycotted from day one. Like it was never even like we didn't even think about implementing, but basically legally.
That brings me to a question I wanted to ask you, which was like, how did you pull this off? Like, what was the practical reality of boldly running a so-called state-free operation right out in the open?
I don't think it's a good idea in general, but this worked out very nicely. And for that, I need to give you some more context about the art group. So the art group did it's called Stohoven, which is a pun on, it means both out of it and 100 pieces of shit. So it's the same word, depends on how you space the words. It had many controversial projects. I will give you just one that is my favorite, which was the Czech Republic had very retarded president, and presidents are quite different in Europe than in the States. The president basically has no power except he commands the army, and it's like more representative. It's the guy that shakes hands with all the other guys. So I don't even think it's important. But anyway, so he was there. And the project was that some members of the group decided to climb the roof of the Prague castle and steal the standard. That's the flag when the president is in the palace.
Right, I remember that.
It is. So we stole the flag, and then it had another continuation. Is there was a court, there was a trial of aimed at the guys who were caught right down under the palace with the flag already gone. And basically the judge said, okay, I understand that this is an artistic act and so on, but you still have to pay damages, which is of course correct. Okay, you should pay damages if you've stolen something. No one argued with that. But then we thought, okay, but we should not pay it to the government because or the president's office, because they didn't pay for the flag, the people did. So we cut the flag into more than 1,000 pieces and made an artwork with the Bitcoin private key, like in a QR code. And basically we were handing out the damage on streets of all the big cities in Czech Republic back to the people, and it became an art that you could frame, and it was the piece of the flag. So this artwork was called the decentralization of power. So we decentralize that flag with scissors and attaching Bitcoin value to it. So anyway, so with all these projects, we call, or someone called the art form media sculpture, because what you do is you do something very controversial in public, but usually no one sees it. Like no one physically saw that someone stole the flag. So the actual artwork happens in the media, how they talk about it, and usually it is very good if it's 50-50 split, like 50% people hate it, 50% people agree with it, and it's kind of like it creates this tension, and usually also within the group. So one of the guys who went to the roof actually said that he doesn't agree with it, and we shouldn't do it because even the Nazis didn't take the flag down, and it's like a traditional Czech flag. I don't know. I'm not Czech, so I don't understand this, and I don't have any like emotional relationship to this, and neither to any Slovak flag. So for that matter, so I didn't understand, but it's like it's good if you are kind of trying to find the edge and go a little bit beyond it and like discover where it actually is, and then it creates this tension and it creates discussion, and that basically fuels the artwork. So anyway, but what happened was that that the group became quite popular and very good with media. So basically anything. So we basically changed the asymmetry. I say we. I didn't have anything to do with it. Other smart people did, but basically I think their calculation kind of flipped, because now they know that when they poke the hornet's nest, it will be all over the media. People will talk about it. People will, question the decision. Like, should they have really, like, attacked a non-profit organization like this, and so on. And it becomes for them much, much easier to leave us alone, because, okay, maybe something is happening there that is not like super legal, and like we wouldn't like if everyone did it, but like if we poke these guys, the real result will be we will have to talk to the media and kind of justify our actions, and like people like the place, like the parallel police and so on. So I think it's similar to like if you have let's say a squat, which is quite common in Europe, that has like artists and like people
Right,
like to
yeah.
go there and see, okay, this is a place they've done something with it. There's like art workshops and something is being created here. It's not violent. It's not like hurting
Yeah.
anyone. So if someone comes and like by force like evicts everyone because of some made up reason, and like I don't say that I agree with squatting and like kind of interfering with or interfering with private property. That's maybe another story. But you kind of create this dynamic in society where, like, if you do something like that, you would have to justify yourself, and it's like it's not even the end result. Like, I don't think that the government is like this super smart organization that has like a super specific goal. Like, if you look at it from the point of view of the enforcer, they come 8 a.m., drink bad coffee, and complain about their life to their colleagues and hope to get home as fast as possible. Like, that's
Yeah.
what the bureaucrat does. Then they imagine, okay, I will have to go talk to these guys. First of all, they're jerks. It will not be a pleasant interaction. Then like 3 TV stations will call me, and I will have to talk to them, and then I will look like an idiot in all the media, and friends will ask me about it. Maybe I'll just go home.
Yeah.
Of course, like if we were doing whatever, uh, I don't know, decentralized markets with organs for transplantation, it would be a different story. I think markets like that should also exist, but we didn't do that. So it was not like serious enough for them to attack this organization, and the payoff would not be in their favor. So I think
Yeah,
that's
I
why.
mean, I kind of like the idea of having more market anarchist, like artistic collectives, because it does kind of seem like artistic collectives, like anarchists doing art, has mostly been the realm of anarcho-communists, like as you say,
Yeah,
squatters,
yeah,
for
yeah.
example. I do think we could use a little more of that. I don't usually
I
talk about that
I
though. Usually talk
I
about
think.
killing people in black markets.
Yeah, we also had Jim Bell on, which was also controversial. Um, uh, so that's for killing people. I think actually having an art group by itself is quite not common, because artists usually don't work well in groups because everyone has strong opinions, and unless you like make the art out of the conflict, and there is a good way where everyone is kind of happy with the result, an art collective is usually like it's very rare. Like, you would more of the time you would have individual artists and not an art collective. This worked because the art really came out of the conflict between us, like our interaction. Like, it was
Yeah.
like 10 minutes into the meeting, people were yelling at each other and like violently disagreeing.
That's a good sign.
Yeah,
Let
yeah,
me ask you
yeah.
this. From your experiences with the Paralelni Polis, in general, because it's a movement, it's a bit bigger than the original location. What have you learned from this, practical lessons, like to do with operational security, dispute resolution? How do you hold people accountable who control the budget? Shit like that.
So we have learned that these things are really hard, and I don't think like one of the mistakes that we did repeatedly in multiple locations is relying on volunteers. and
Oh yeah, no, that's I could have told you that.
and then and then but then you have the other side, which is when you are like Bitcoin only or later crypto only, when we added Litecoin because of the fees and the Monero and stuff like that. That that like cuts your target market like 90%. Like people will really not buy Bitcoin and like go with the whole crypto torture just to buy coffee or participate in an event or something like that.
Well, times have
So
changed a bit. I mean, it's a lot easier to do now with
a
like
bit like
Monero or
I
Lightning or
I
something.
I I do it. It's not a technological problem. It's just, you have a person that is interested in the ideas. They walk in, and the first thing you start with is, you need to install this wallet and don't forget the seed. And like you can do it in 5 minutes, but for them it is like, no, I'd rather go home, or maybe I'll just drink water and not buy anything. I don't want to deal with it. And it's like for me, it is also a good thing, because those people that pass this filter, uh, they they kind of are the people that you want. Like
Yeah,
so
I think
so
so. Yeah.
so so the place was also like deliberately strange. Like we had when we began, there was a 3D printing workshop in the basement, and a lot of stuff was 3D printed. Then you had like usually in the coffee shops you have a bar, and you have a barista behind the bar, and you are on the other side. Here the bar was on a huge wooden table in the center, and you could walk around it. There was no like, this is the barista area and this is your area. You could like stand next to the barista by the coffee machine. So we only played Creative Commons or like open source music. Uh, so that was weird. Like you came in and you knew zero of the songs, like, and some of them were pretty bad. So you come into this parallel world, and it's off in some way, and then they ask you to whatever pay with some funny money. So if someone passes, they're in, because they're like it opens their mind. And for those that survive that and like are not scared and don't run away and just kind of are open enough to absorb it all, or at least tolerate it, then you have someone who is interested. But people are in general not very open-minded. So it like revenue wise, you can really feel it like hard. So volunteers and kind of being too focused on like, but it was the experiments that how it started. Like, can you run it on Bitcoin only? That was how we started.
Yeah, so
So
the original one is gone now, I think. But Paralelni
yes.
Polis, it's a plural. There's a network of shit. Like how is the network doing of Paralelni Polis? What other cool shit is out there?
So there was one in Bratislava that I started, which is the capital of Slovakia, which didn't survive the year 2020. Guess what happened then? And and then there is one in Košice, which is the second largest Slovak city, and that's operating still and quite nice. I really enjoy it. So uh, so that one is doing well, and like it's very very hard to like just speak in short what is going on and what is happening, because it's basically a place where you have a lot of people, a lot of meetups, and everyone has projects, ideas, things they're working on. Um, uh, so yeah, there's like
How
everyone
might
has a
if
project.
somebody wanted to go about starting their own Paralelni Polis, how might they go about that?
So we published this as an open source concept. I think it is still on the web. I think information is not very up to date, so I would suggest talking to any of us that we can maybe pass some lessons we have learned. But there's basically the concept is simple. You can use even the brand and everything. You have to basically agree with a few commandments, I would say. Some of them are funny regarding design. For example, I think commandment 10 says that the world is black and white, and in your graphic representation and propagation, you should only use black and white colors and no other. There is, of course, you will never take state money, not even like indirectly. So even if it's like a whatever NPR would be a good example, then that's a hard no. Um, then of course not accepting state issued money, so you can accept Bitcoin, Monero, gold coins, silver, whatever, but not fiat. And then I don't know if we had it in the commandments or if it was something that we later introduced, but it was inspired by P.A.Z. is never call the police, which
Hell yeah.
we thankfully didn't have to test in practice because no one even wanted to call the police. But that is like a good rule to have. Like if you have a problem, then you deal with it
Yeah,
in the
that's for sure.
community. That's how ethnic minorities do it. At least I don't know where you're at, but like I can't imagine like if two Vietnamese in Slovakia had a conflict that they would call the state police. They would probably call some of their peers, and they will deal with their shit and not go to the state for help because it's biased against them from the start. So so yeah, I don't think there's like a and but I think what you can get inspired by, and I think it goes very well together, is either just using the methodology of starting a hackerspace. There's
Right,
quite
yeah.
a lot of knowledge about that on hackerspaces.org, and we've spoken a lot to like Parallel Polis was inspired by a hackerspace that we started in Bratislava as well, and that was inspired by people like Mitch Altman, who's amazing, and he started Noisebridge in San Francisco.
Well, speaking of
So
which, do you think there's like cool shit that second realm networks like Paralelni Polis or P.A.Z.NIA or whatever could do together? Like we could be like the divine beasts in Breath of the Wild, and we could all shoot like lasers at the White House or something at the same time.
I think very unsolved and very needed thing is some sort of communicating reputation, because that is like you have people that go from community to community and are maybe not very reliable or outright scammy, and like of course you want to also keep people's privacy, so you don't want to talk too much about people, but
We need zero knowledge reputation systems.
yeah, that's very tricky. But that's one of the things I'm thinking about constantly for the
Yeah, me
past
too.
decade, maybe. But I found out that if you can solve the problem with something else than reputation, it's much better. So to give you an example, like you're trading with someone, you can even have like good reputation, but when both parties are anonymous, you don't have reputation. You never will, because it will break anonymity unless we have the zero knowledge version of reputation system. But so what you can do is both sides basically prepay the fine or payment for damage.
Yeah, a bond. Yeah.
Some kind of bond, some kind of escrow, and so on, and then you don't need reputation, because you change the economics and the game theory in a way where the problem is solved without reputation.
Yeah.
And
When we
I
get a
have
little more
found that
advanced, we can have insurance too, like liability
yeah,
insurance,
yeah,
decentralized insurance.
for sure, that would be amazing.
And of course, arbitration, decentralized arbitration markets and everything.
Arbitration we have played with a little bit, but so the problem with arbitration is that like the conflicting parties need to have something at stake, because otherwise they can just ignore the result of reputation if the cost of leaving the community is not too high for them. So so this is kind of kept at what is your perceived value of being part of that community.
Well, there is physical enforcement.
There is physical enforcement. We have not tried that, but yeah, you like if you can still leave, if you can like physically escape, but also like you have invested in the community, you made relationships, then maybe you will be ostracized and no one will want to interact with you. Like that, like the economic cost of going away can be high. And one of the strategies to make this work is you make it even higher. Like you make it expensive to, or not expensive in terms of payment, but maybe in time to fully enter the community. Like more is not always better. You might want to, you know, have like a spend some time with the people before you let them fully in, and
Oh yeah, wow.
kind of. So
vetting.
entry cost and then the exit cost. I don't think should be a bond, but basically it is the value that the community provides to you, why you are actually part of that community, and the fact that you will lose it. Like really everyone in the community will enforce like if you don't abide by the result of arbitration, then no one will do anything with you, no kind of business, you know, they won't go to dinner with you, you know, you decided to ignore it, and that's a real cost. So you can do it, but we didn't. Like we had a few not very serious, some more serious that I wasn't too close to, fortunately, conflicts, and I don't think they ended up like very well. Like we didn't. Maybe the people who should have doing the decisions should have been doing the arbitration. Maybe they didn't do it that well, or and so on. And I don't know.
Yeah, well, I think
it's
this
not.
kind of goes back to the problem of using volunteers. Like this is why we need arbitration to be professional, you know, like to have a market for it. So like it's someone's job.
We kind of had it. There was one member of our community actually started an arbitration service, and we have basically very friendly company with attorneys that fit the role very, very nicely. But the thing is, when you know that that the person will not agree with you, you just say, okay, I don't trust you, and then you don't have another arbiter, and it's kind of like when you are somehow involved with one party, like you really need a variety of these. But one thing that also applies to arbitration, but also to your original question, that like what we have learned and what can be applied for other communities is, and we actually got this from Paul Rosenberg when he visited the Congress, but we didn't fully grasp it until much later, is that these things can't be designed. Like you think, you invent some great rules of the community, and this is how it will work, and this is how dispute resolution will work, and so on. And it's much more of a discovery process.
Yeah, you have to
and
let the market
changes
do the
with
work.
Yeah, market, like I would go even like lower level. It's like relationships between people at first, like not everything is a market dynamics. It's
How
like
dare you?
often
How dare you tell a
or
libertarian not everything is a market dynamic? When I kiss my baby, it is only to obtain psychic profit.
Sure.
There are capital factors of production involved. There's my lips, there's the baby, there's the space and the time. We combine these factors of production to produce psychic profits. And if I could
And there's,
exchange the
of
feeling,
course,
I
subjective
would.
value of both. Yeah.
If I could sell that feeling on the market, I would. I don't need that crap. I sold the baby already.
You've got mail.
I've got mail. Do I actually
Mail?
have
What is that?
Well, I think he's reminding me to read the fan mail. So anyone can call in if you want. Nobody ever fucking calls in on this show. But yeah, fucking go to PAZNIA.com/call too if you want to call in and talk to me and the legendary Juraj Bednar. But yeah, let's see what the fan mail is. Rayo2 posted something. The update that no one wanted, Tom Woods is still subscribed to and reading P.A.Z.NIA email updates. What a exciting and horrifying idea. I guess you need to put out an email update advertising my show then, and it should be specifically written to appeal to Tom Woods so that Tom Woods listens to my show. And then we'll see what happens. I don't think I should be allowed on his show though, but maybe Rayo2 could get on Tom Woods. That might be worthwhile. Now I do see some fan mail here. I can't tell if it's some shit from last week that somehow fell through the cracks or if it actually is new. SimpleX's unreliability Fagdul Magdul Mendahi. SimpleX's unreliability makes Thane look like an unreliable oracle that doesn't answer your questions unless you pay it with someone's firstborn child, or dog, or credit card fraud. Yeah, I was just talking about that. You got to sell a baby. Fresh Prince. Any comments on cool alternative health things by the guest? Do people over there also like the Shai Hulud? Diarrhea can turn into an aerosol to go airborne. Had to take the opportunity to comment on that if everyone else was already going. I have heard that you're into biohacking or something. I don't know if that's what you mean by alternative health things that you're into or have done. I don't know if you want to touch on that.
I'm into a few. I like to work outdoors. I like I like things like the stimulation of the vagus nerve and the near-infrared red light to enhance the function of
Yeah.
mitochondria and things like that.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I,
Yeah, that
I, I
seems
do a
really
few
promising.
few of these. In Europe, very cool thing is happening. You had a hipster coffee culture, which is insane, and now you have the hipster sauna culture, and
Yeah,
we now
sauna's
all
great.
go to saunas. So that's a great biohack, especially if you also do the cold plunge.
Yeah,
Then I
totally.
think
Yeah,
it's very cool.
those are all good ones. Yeah, infrared saunas and infrared light therapy and fucking saunas and cold plunge. That's all good stuff. Rayo2 says, LOL. I'm thinking about writing an email message to my whole list specifically addressed to Tom. I think that would be funny. It's free
I
real estate.
also think so.
That's kind of like Sam Hyde like posting on Twitter about how he wants to be on Joe Rogan for like years and years. Question for Thane and guest during privacy show. Favorite alcohol to get blackout drunk on? Is the Czechs just Europeans with guns? How based? Opinions on Christiania or whatever that thing is called where they break their laws for fun? Any cool decentralized VPS or so? You can
I'm
I guess
lost.
you can take as an Eastern European, you must know more about alcohol than
alcohol.
me.
Yeah, well, that's one of my biohacks is I don't drink any alcohol, but I joke that the Czechs mitochondria run on beer, so they wouldn't function without beer. I'm not Czech, so but in
That's good,
Eastern
yeah.
Europe, definitely alcohol is very
At least it's not
very important.
vodka. I guess the further east you
Yeah,
go, the
no.
worse the alcoholism gets.
Yeah, you're right.
It's actually true.
But
I think that's actually statistic fact.
Yeah, I think so. But we also have some spirits here, but that's not really my thing. So I prefer other biohacks than alcohol. I'm actually very boring because when I am at a party and everyone is drinking and I realize everyone is stupid, I just go home and read a book or sleep, and I enjoy it a lot more. Anyway, what were the other
It's
questions?
awkward when you're drinking too and they see that it's some sort of weird brownish liquid and they're like, what is that? And I'm like, it's adrenochrome laced blood from a terrified child. And then things get awkward for some reason. I don't know. That's like, I thought libertarians were cool. You know, I don't know why they're being so uptight.
Yeah.
Question for show. Are there conspiracy theories in Europe? Is the moon landing real? And why is it flat? Is it true that the European tribes hate each other? Is it true that they make cake with Red Bull in it? What is the coolest, most anarchistic thing in Europe? Is it not paying parking tickets or maybe even refusing alcohol tax?
No, it is definitely tearing apart the bottle and the bottle cap. That's the most anarchistic thing you can do.
You mean like breaking the bottle?
No, you have like
tear it apart.
there's the very cool. You haven't seen the memes, okay? So there is this super cool regulation of European Union that when you are opening a bottle with like water or whatever, kombucha or anything, the caps has to, by law, stay attached on the bottle. So when you drink it, I'm just doing it. I'm doing it physically. So I have a bottle, and now I drink with it, and then it hurts your nose because it's still attached to the bottle.
So it's like it pops open, but it stays attached to the bottle.
Yes, and that apparently, according to the experts in Brussels, reduces the plastic waste because you want to recycle the bottle, and if the cap stays attached, then you recycle the cap as well.
It's
so
funny
the most
how
most anarchic thing you can do is to just tear it apart and take the cap out, which I just did.
Hell yeah.
I'm very sad you didn't see it because it was like very
You
spectacular.
shouldn't
I
talk
just
about
did
that
it.
on the air.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
might get in trouble. That's like tearing the tag off the mattress that says "Don't remove this tag."
Exactly.
Yeah, I just lost my train of thought. I feel like I had something clever to say, and I forgot.
You sounded like you had something clever to say.
Yeah, I don't know. Geez, what was it? We were talking about fucking
Now-
caps.
Now it's
on
gone
bombs.
like tears in the rain.
One day a real rain's gonna come and wash the scum off these streets. Anyway, question for a show. Are there oh no, I'm reading the other one again. Question for allegedly malicious fake Thane Riddle and based guest. Opinions on radio and pirate cables? Sorry. Smuggler mentioned cables and I got really wrapped up in that. Drones with alcohol, maybe? Was the black building extremely based or just slightly based? Feel free to refuse to answer if it is too much Fed bait. The thing with the flag was funny. Is waking like Jar Jar Binks good for ops or walking like Jar Jar Binks good for OPSEC in Europe?
I'm speechless. I don't know what to say.
How much would you say the average European walks like Jar Jar Binks?
Who is Jar Jar Binks?
Jar Jar Binks is from episode 1, Star Wars episode 1, the prequel trilogy from like 1999.
Oh, okay.
He was the floppy-eared alien that sounds like a Jamaican guy. No one liked him.
I think, let me see.
Would you say the average European walks a little like Jar Jar Binks? Because if so, then it might increase your anonymity set to walk like Jar Jar Binks.
It's best if everyone walks the same as everyone else. It's did you know that it's a real biometric thing that it's
Gait
like a
recognition.
fingerprint?
Yeah, I'm the Fresh Prince of privacy and security. This is what I talk about on this stupid show all the time.
All right.
How not freedom is Europe? Is it really that hard to find freedom people there? Are the Swiss based or just racist? How do we get JL Smuggler and F Brown on the show? Give them free glass fiber, maybe? What full spectrum anarchistic technology do we need? Cars, balloons, airships, drones, Legos, and PV cells, maybe?
We need mesh networks. That is the most important.
Amen to that.
I think Europe is depending on where, but I think especially Eastern Europeans are very freedom-minded. Like it's really a thing here. I don't know about like France and Germany that much. It's a libertarian movement in Germany. And are the Swiss really based? I think the Swiss are cool. Especially if they're born in Germany and immigrated to Switzerland. So, yeah, I was even considering Switzerland as a place to live, but then I realized that they have a wealth tax, and wealth tax means reporting, and that I
Just don't
do.
Follow the law. Just break the law.
It's very different to break the law in Switzerland and in some more coconut-leaning countries. The Swiss are quite good at enforcement, and so like the neighbors tell on you and so on. So that like there are. What I like to say is there are tax offices and tax service organizations you don't want to be a customer of, and I think Swiss and whatever IRS and the German, Spanish tax offices qualify because they can enforce things more than the more coconut leaning countries like
I
Slovakia.
remembered what I was gonna say about plastic. It wasn't that good.
Oh.
I was gonna say it's funny how they always act like they care about these big chunks of plastic when it's like well known that the main contributor to microplastic pollution is like laundering polyester clothing, and they never say anything about that. And on the contrary, they're like, look, we recycled water bottles into polyester clothing. It's environmentally friendly.
The problem is that you should not be looking at the real effect of these regulations, because it is the goal is not to reduce microplastics, but
Yeah,
to
it's just they just want power.
make everyone feel that the problem is being handled by the grown-ups. And that's enough for most people, because most people haven't grown up and they need the nannies to tell them that everything's gonna be all right and they will handle all the problems.
Show question. Opinions on free space optical comms?
What is that?
I guess it's like lasers, using communication with lasers. I guess I'm guessing. I mean, that's kind of what we were talking about with the Breath of the Wild divine beasts thing. We're all going to shoot lasers at the White House. I'm sure that'll send some kind of message. Question.
Yeah.
What would cypherpunk or dark punk films or music be? Some style or lyrics or so? Industrial mixed with classic? I do want your opinion on this, actually.
Music. Well, my personal taste is probably very different to most other people, even in the.
Well, he's asking what you think
community.
like cypherpunk films or music would be like.
So I'm actually thinking about this a lot. So I will give you a recommendation by a band with a strange name called Piano Magic. And
Being Magic?
Piano. Like
piano.
like a keyboard, piano. And the song is I Came to Your Party Dressed as a Shadow. And that's the most cypherpunk song I know, with the lyrics that are very cypherpunk, and it is very strange because it nicely shows what I miss about cypherpunk, and what I think is missing, and it's kind of a feature of cypherpunk as well. But so it's a story about someone coming to your party dressed as a shadow and being hidden, like hiding under moonlight and in your breath and so on. And at the end, she just says that you will never even know I was here. And I was a little bit disappointed at the end, because then I was okay, so all this hiding and obscurity and so on, and we never learned why, like why, and
She didn't
that's
want you
why.
to know why.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I said it's also a feature that like you don't need to know why, and you don't need to have a reason. But that's why I think that lunar punk as a genre a little bit expands on the cypherpunk obscurity, because it is about creating something, and it adds this this solar punk kind of naive layer to it, of building in community and so on. but what it takes from cypherpunk is kind of removing the naive thing that
Yeah.
we can just kumbaya together, build a better world and better
Yeah, I get
village. And
that. Yeah.
of course, the politicians will come and say, "Oh, no, you're not allowed to deliver good things. That's what we are here for," and they will want to crush it. So, so cypherpunk kind of brings this realization that that you need to think about uh, things like privacy and resilience, anti-fragility, even.
Yeah.
And so it kind of makes it a little bit more grown up. So that song is something that I have found cypherpunk. I don't know about very cypherpunk movies.
Yeah, I mean, this is a
Maybe.
very like, people haven't actually done a lot of. I think it's something to be discovered, but yeah, I have kind of
Yeah.
thought about it. I think films have maybe a slightly more obvious answer because we have some idea of what cypherpunk stories might be like because we have cypherpunk
Mhm.
novels. So you
Yes,
could basically
exactly.
make that into a movie. But I guess you could then approach like, well, what's the video or audio style, or like with
Mhm.
music? And I guess what I've thought is you need an aspect of glitch, aesthetic, or randomness, or something that is cryptic, which is a good for a
Okay.
visual style or a sound, I
Okay,
think.
we had actually a very, very good discussion about this with a friend who goes by No Good Kid, and we did a cypherpunk zine together, which is called The Dark Forest. It only has issue 0 so far. And he also done the art and the graphics for Tamers of Entropy for my novel I spoke about at the beginning of this show. And I was talking like I'm not very visual. I have even something that is called aphantasia, which is a condition when you have no visual imagination at all. Like I don't dream in visuals. I cannot imagine
Yeah, I've heard of
things.
that.
Uh, and uh, and so I was speaking to him about the visual side. Of course, I see things. So I have opinion on visuals. That's just a little bit more difficult because I cannot imagine it differently unless I do it on the computer. And he was saying that he specifically tries to avoid the glitch aesthetic. And like my favorite music genre is noise, so I'm very much
Yeah.
into glitch in all forms. But he says that it kind of reduces it to nerds, and it can be much richer if you don't lean onto the glitch aesthetics too much and
Yeah, you just want some.
kind
I
of
think it should be a hybrid of that.
so
And maybe there should be an
so if
actual
you
punk aspect to the music too, since it's got fucking punk in the name. And also it should be technical because cypherpunks write code. So it should be kind of like math rock where there's something clever you did to make the music. And for it to be dark
yeah.
punk, the musician just has to be pseudonymous or anonymous. And also they should use copyrighted material without licenses. Then it's dark punk.
Check out what he did with the visuals. I think it's quite nice because it's obscure without glitch. You can find it at darkfo.rest. Dark
Dark
Forest
what?
and Dark Forest.
I get it.
But the dot is after
Darkfo.rest.
FO, so
Yeah.
the top level domain is
I
.rest.
get it.
So check it out. It's I think quite cool.
All right.
I wanted to say.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, sorry. I forgot what I wanted to say. Yes, about the you said that we should focus more on the punk, and there's a friend, and he's doing also like a cypherpunk poetry analog cassette magazine under bitpunk.fm. And one of the issues, one of the cassettes, you can also listen to it as a podcast, but you can get it as an analog cassette. And it's quite nice. It like shows
You
some
should hide
codings
codes.
and
That's another thing for
yeah,
cypherpunk stuff. You should hide codes and riddles in there.
Yes, he does a lot in many episodes. But
That means
one
Gravity
of
Falls is a cypherpunk cartoon.
Gravity Falls, yeah. One of the issues was called "We focus too much on cipher and not enough on the punk." So
Yeah, that's true.
I'm there with you. We should be more punk. I
So
think.
we've successfully wasted most of our interview time and just sort of
Oh,
prattling on.
wow.
So one thing I want to cover in our last like 25 minutes or whatever is Ridester. We got to talk about Ridester. What the fuck is Ridester? God, I wrote all these questions.
Roadster.
I thought
Okay.
Ridester and Roadster were two different things.
So I did the Roadster.
You didn't even do Ridester.
No. Roadster.
Oh my god.
Whoa, what the faux pas. But I will I will tell you about Roadster a little bit. Ridester is some kind of decentralized ride sharing. I think so, right?
Yeah,
okay.
that's what it is.
So Roadster.
I was lied to and told that you did that, but you just did Roadster.
Okay.
It's okay. I knew about Roadster too, so it's fine.
Okay, so I like to combine. So Roadster, like the official thing is that it's a decentralized version of Waze that shows cops and
I like that.
other things, but cops. And I personally like to know when they're around and go some other way. So
yeah,
that's my use case. But
we
then,
need
like, if you
a camera icon, do you have camera icons in Roadster?
Yes, you can. Yes, speed camera.
Yeah.
Sure. But the thing is that this kind of mapping is more useful in exceptional situations. So imagine the revolution in Iran at the beginning of this year, even before the savers from across the pond came. And I had a friend during the protests in Iran with his family, and it was very strange because he said that they cut off the internet, and you have a family with a child, and they were like very violent. Like many people disappeared forever, and you didn't even know if you can go out on the street and buy groceries. Like really, like you absolutely didn't know what was happening. Like the TV wouldn't tell you anything. You had no internet. There were like some pirate broadcasts from abroad to some parts of Iran, but you had really no information. So the first thing I did was I gave him, when he finally came out of there, I gave him a mesh core node, and I say, okay, if everyone had a mesh core node, you could at least talk to each other. And that's why I did also the bridge between mesh core and BitChat, because most people don't have a mesh core node, but everyone has a cell phone, even in Iran.
Yeah.
So what you could do is you could basically create a Bluetooth mesh on like highly populated areas, but then a single mesh core node in a town square would connect you to another town square, and you could communicate. So this would basically solve
kind of a cool idea.
The need. So this is working.
I also saw on the GitHub for Roadster that it said that it was built to be compatible with mesh core. Though it's
yes,
not
exactly. So
yet.
that's what I'm getting at. So basically, all these events like cameras, police, and violent thugs with guns and so on can be published on the map. But it was done in such a way that it fits in the size of a mesh core packet. So because otherwise you would need packet reassembly and it would get complicated. So it is one packet, and you can actually turn this packet back into the Nostr node and publish it to the relay from another node. So basically you are in the area. So this already gives you a pretty good coverage because you mainly want to know about events around you. But if anyone has internet connectivity or some kind of mesh Nostr relay, there are some projects building like Nostr Bluetooth mesh and so on. You can publish the node and it's compatible, so you can actually translate one to the other. So this was a decision based on the fact that I wanted this to be easily like compatible with Meshcore. My main problem right now is not implementing it. Like the main problem is that there can right now be only one Bluetooth connection to your Meshcore node. So most people that are using Meshcore are using it with some kind of chat app, and there is no easy way how you can have the chat app and at the same time run something like Roadster to transmit the nodes. So I will have to fix it by using one of the open source Meshcore things that can expose some kind of interface for other apps to send and receive, and then you could do it with the open source app. But then most people are using the closed source app so it's for users, this would mean like the full change of user interface and everything. So this is a bit complicated. Another thing came from a friend who went to a Quaker meeting in the US, and they were in a need of something like this because they are helping immigrants avoid ICE agents for the community, not even for Quakers only, but if they know that in their neighborhood there is like a undocumented Mexican immigrant, they would come, they would tell them, there are ICE agents in the area, we can take your kid to school, we can shop for your groceries and so on. And the thing is that they've done the coordination in signal groups, and then the FBI started infiltrating these signal groups. They would just come to the meeting and or in some other way, I don't know how, they would convince them that they want to join the group. But if the information is anonymous and it's spread over the air or through a decentralized network or semi-decentralized network, you can have you can say, okay, here we saw an ICE agent, click on the map, and then everyone in the area could actually see this information, and it's not attributable to anyone. There's no one to investigate because the information is anonymous. So I think it started as an idea, okay, let's make these decentralized alternative to Waze, which shows me cops around, so I can take the scenic route and avoid them. But I think it is quite useful to have a location awareness in your area, and for these freedom communities, for many more reasons than during COVID, people were using using Waze and reporting the enforcers. So I think it's something that would be useful. So Roadster right now is either a web app where you can just see the map and post, or it's an Android app currently that is integrated with Osmand, the open source maps. I don't I use Osmand a little bit. I like the other open source privacy friendly apps more like Comaps or organic maps, but Osmand has a plugin system. So there was a way how I
Yeah.
could from another app basically paint on the map and have a button that says a report. But I've seen someone created another app called Roadster, which I haven't tried yet. But it seems that it integrates also with navigation. I don't know if it's based on my code at all. I will check if it's compatible, like event-wise and so on. But
so
this is the
Shadrach says bitpunk.fm cassettes are awesome. I feel like he's brought that up before.
Yes, it's amazing. I love it.
Well, let me ask you this now. In Czechia, Slovakia, there's a fair bit of human trafficking, isn't there? Why don't you build a decentralized market for human trafficking?
These things are discovered, not built. So,
do we at least have a darknet market that allows human trafficking? I mean, these darknet markets are run by fucking pussies, dude. They don't even let you list guns on them.
No guns, no organ transplants.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if they disallow organ transplants. I just don't think anyone's tried listing that yet.
Where was it? I think in Iran it is quite acceptable. Was it Iran? I think so.
Why not?
It's because, like, especially with kidneys, like if you know that you can get a replacement kidney if you need it, because there's a market for it, then you can sell one of your kidneys. So it's
now we've got to touch on this because here's the thing. I'm kind of crazy about mesh networking. I think it's sort of like, in my mind, there's like 3 big dApps we need, which is tokenized private mesh networking, tokenized distributed data storage that's like encrypted and cool and censorship resistant, and tokenized like secure distributed computing, whatever, maybe using homomorphic encryption or fucking zero knowledge proofs, maybe even TEEs, even though I don't like those as much. But mesh networking strikes me as the most important thing, because networking is what we do everything else on. Like currently everything is all this cool decentralized shit we're doing is on top of the fucking internet. And I'm getting the sense that you must feel the same way, because you are saying, so we've got to touch on that. Like, I mean, yeah, go on.
I'm not familiar with any tokenized solution, and I'm not saying it's not good. But
I kind of started the project. That's I'm not familiar with one.
Okay.
I mean, there are tokenized solutions, but they're not what I'm looking for. Like people have tried to tokenize like just LoRa and using a blockchain.
Helium.
So Helium, exactly. So you need an internet connection before you even start. That's not where
So I will tell you the situation with Meshcore, which is amazing. So in Slovakia, but also Czech Republic, Poland, Hungary, Germany, Austria, you have like amazing coverage. Like I can write from Vienna to Eastern Slovakia using Meshcore, and the infrastructure is here already. Like right now, I am at a place where we didn't have Meshcore coverage, and in the forest there's not even a cell phone coverage, which is very rare for Europe. But we basically spoke like a few friends who spent time around here. We bought the solar node, and a friend climbed the tree and like put it and taped it to the tree. And now we have coverage. And like this is something that like when I go to America, you don't have this experience. But like literally anywhere, like if I'm sitting on a toilet in any like apartment or house I spend time in, I have Meshcore coverage, and I can.
I mean, to be
speak
fair,
to my mom and.
There are a couple cities in America where there's pretty good mesh-tastic activity, but I have a similar problem with both mesh-tastic and Meshcore, which is they just use LoRa. And what I'm really horny for is a networking layer, mesh protocol where like it doesn't matter what the physical link layer, the the data link layer.
So there are two cool projects that one I was very much into and one I'm getting into. The one I was very much into is Reticulum, which is basically a full networking stack that can do LoRa, but it's totally independent of.
Reticulum's I talk about it on the show all the time. I'm pretty obsessed with Reticulum.
So I love it. What I love about it is that the code is beautiful. Like I spent so much time with it. I even created a Cashew wallet for Reticulum, and like always when I find like I look at the code and I think, okay, maybe this could be done differently, or I don't understand this part of code. You just go to the Matrix channel and you write there, and Mark explains you why it's perfect the way it is, and when you understand what he's saying, you realize he's right. So he's
got a very good philosophy. He's a visionary guy.
Yeah. Very, very good coder. Like I consider Reticulum to be a piece of art. I tried to build a Reticulum network on LoRa, but I also tried the Wi-Fi Halo, which is like a longer range Wi-Fi.
Yeah, it's basically better than LoRa, as far as I can tell.
But not as far. Like here with LoRa, you can do hundreds of kilometers. Like literally, I can write across the country. Like I can, like 400, 500.
If you have line of sight?
You have, because people here put the repeaters on the tallest mountains all the time.
Oh,
So like 4 or 5 repeaters, and you can go cross countries, like not cross US, cross.
How do they power it?
Solar. So it's solar plus battery. So it's totally independent of the grid.
Wow. They're doing
No, it's 20 watt panel usually. So
how big is it?
Like I don't know, like half the arm or something. Not big, like a tablet. It's like an iPad or like.
It's not bad. That's actually smaller than I thought it would be.
Yeah, I was surprised. So this is quite nice, but I couldn't like when I realized that Meshcore is all around and it just works and people are into it and build repeaters. I said, okay, I can.
What's the protocol you're getting into that you were talking about?
FIPS, FIPS.
Oh yeah, FIPS. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I started learning about that, and like, I'm definitely interested in it, but I'm not feeling like it's as good as Reticulum so far when I'm reading the docs. And Yggdrasil is cool too.
It's that I don't know, but what is nice about FIPS is integration with existing apps, and you can.
Oh yeah, because of Nostr and stuff.
Nostr and stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
And like you can do many things on Nostr. Like I didn't like Nostr at first when I heard about it, and like it's just JSON bullshit, and like not very useful.
Much my reaction, yeah.
But then I realized that okay, you basically like almost anything I can imagine can be a static HTML progressive web app that you can just put on your phone, and the backend is just a stupid Nostr that stores blobs. And so that's the first thing that, for example, over the past week, I have built an event app that does like matching for you and tries to whatever schedules and organizing, and it's like completely decentralized event app, because I hate all those conference apps.
I see what you mean.
So for things like meetups
Nostr
and so on.
is cool because it has encouraged a lot of decentralized network development, and
I
guess it's
kind of super easy. And this is like a killer feature. Like when you like if you know, for example, Hole Punch, it's also interesting idea, but it doesn't work from the browser. So the feature that you can use it from the browser is, I think, very important, because all these walled garden phones, like that's basically your only option if you don't want to go to the walled gardens of app stores and Play Store and stuff like that. So
Well, anyway, we're running out of time.
yeah,
But thank
sure.
you,
Thank
Juraj
you,
Bednar.
thank you.
You're a
As you
legend.
realized, I like to talk a lot, so I used all the time, hopefully not wasted. So thank you for
Yeah,
inviting me.
we got some good stuff out of there. We'll have someone summarize it for us. Just would tell the LLM to summarize it for us. But anyway, thank you so
Yeah.
much. I
Thank
appreciate you
you.
putting up with the show.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Thank you
fucking,
for
oh yeah,
having me.
leave us with your plugs. What like links and shit do you want people to know?
Tamersofentropy.net is my current project, and I would be very happy if you read the Lunar Punk story of
Sounds like it might actually be
how
good.
it looks. I think it is very good, but I have written it. So, and then you can find me easily by name on Nostr, even X, and also website is easily findable.
Juraj Bednar. Juliet Uniform Romeo Alpha Juliet. Bednar.
Yes.
There you go. Thank you for joining
Thank
us.
you. Thank you for having me. Bye-bye.
Fucking go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleX. Get into the fucking various chat rooms on SimpleX. If you know any scrappy young men aged 3 to 25 who seem like they could end up being a cop, a soldier, a gang member, a terrorist, or a school shooter, please make sure to let them know that we're on TikTok and Instagram at PAZNIA Radio. I am a super serious and good privacy and security consultant. You should give me money and I'll help you. Go to vonupodcast.com/CD to get me on session and SimpleX. On my next week's show, the guest shall be John Tietjin, if I'm saying that right, to talk with me about food security, one of the most key kinds of security. He's starting some kind of online education platform to teach folks how to get started raising and selling rotational grazed, grass-fed, and finished beef. I leave you with a quote from the 1976 film Taxi Driver. Thank God for the rain, which has helped wash away the garbage and trash off the sidewalks. I'm working long hours now, 6 in the afternoon to 6 in the morning, sometimes even 8 in the morning, 6 days a week, sometimes even 7 days a week. It's a long hustle, but it keeps me real busy. I can take in $350 a week, sometimes even more when I do it off the meter. All the animals come out at night. Whores, skunk pussies, beggars, buggers, beggars, queens, fairies, dopers, junkies. Sick, venal. Someday a real rain will come and wash all this scum off the streets. This Self-Liberation Saturday will keep going for some hours still with sundry PRN deprogramming, such as the beloved P.A.Z.NIA Folklore Storytime, but probably not, because we probably talked over that. But it's followed by the new live Life Times of P.A.Z.NIA, the monthly news show with Rayo2 and Shadrach, this time with Freedom Pioneer focus guest Richard the Dick Greaser, who's known for the Bitcoin Bugle and hosting on our very own P.A.Z.NIA Radio Music Mondays. So don't touch that dial, boss. Stay tuned and stay frosty.
I can't speak without swearing, and I've only got my grade 10, and I haven't had a cigarette since I've been arrested, and I'm ready to fucking snap. So I'd like to make a request under the People's Freedom of Choices and Voices Act that I be able to smoke and swear in your courtroom. Because if I can't smoke and swear, I'm fucked. And so are all these guys.
You're listening to the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network.
Holy fuck, boys. Did you know how much money there is in those flock cameras? Fuck ripping copper pipes out of trailers for liquor money? We'll be able to buy all sorts of liquor and dope and guns now.
Ricky, you're going to go straight back to jail? You can't steal flock cameras. Definitely theft over 1,000.
Does it bear shit on the Pope? Fucking watch me, Bubbles.
Ricky, what are you shooting at? Get in the car!
5 minutes later.
Well, I'm back in fucking jail. It was such a good idea. Just steal flock cameras and we live everly ever after. Honest, truthfully, I did fuck up. Probably should have, not just opened fire, maybe a chainsaw attached to one of those electronic government birds next time.
Billy Mays here for the Pain Liberator Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray. Ever have one of those deep and dirty pains or strains that just won't go away? Annoying migraines? Maybe you got into an altercation with Goat General Willie 2 and are only alive because of his mercy. Regardless, you've tried everything, but have you tried Pain Liberator? With the power of DMSO, aspirin, and magnesium, this Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray is taken directly and deeply into the tissues, providing instant pain relief. Wow. Commonly used in sports and physical training independently, DMSO has its own benefits, but combined with anything, in this case, aspirin and magnesium, those compounds are taken directly to your pain point with 90% absorption rate. Double. Wow. That means lower doses needed, rapid relief, and a provably safe way to live pain-free. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/pain to place your order today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/pain. Billy Mays here for the Pain Liberator Mini, the newest product available via Liberty Under Attack Publications. It's the same original Miracle Muscle Pain Relief Spray, just mini DMSO, aspirin, and magnesium blended with Doc Barber's high-quality colloidal silver water. Ready for your hiking backpack, the unfortunate circumstance of having to fly, or if you'd just like to try it out before buying the bigger jar. Visit libertyunderattack.com/mini. Again, libertyunderattack.com/mini and find the pain relief you're seeking today. Again, libertyunderattack.com/mini.
Mr. Sailor, fly me to the moon on your Bitcoin rocket ship. We'll record in the podcast room, play some fiat games, and even touch tips. 6102 is a conspiracy. Brian Armstrong says the funds are safe. Ooh, when I'm with you, I feel electricity. Mr. Sailor, take my hand. Let's be special friends and hope this party never ends. You're the man I have eyes for. Can I listen to you speak some more? You are pumping my bags as hard as my heart is pumping now. Bitcoin is going to the moon, and I'll let you be Big Spoon. My wife is a little jealous, but you've made me so damn zealous. I've never seen straight men act so gay when they rush to listen to you on stage, but I know I'm the one you adore. Let me take off my pants and let you explore. Mr. Sailor, fly me to the moon on your Bitcoin rocket ship. We'll record in the podcast room, play some fiat games, and even touch tips. You're the man I have eyes for. Can I listen to you speak some more? You are pumping my bags as hard as my heart is pumping now. Bitcoin is going to the moon, and I'll let you Big Spoon. Mr. Sailor, fly me to the moon on your Bitcoin rocket ship. We'll record in the podcast room, play some fiat games, and even touch tips. You're the man I have eyes for. Can I listen to you speak some more? You are pumping my bags as hard as my heart is pumping now. Bitcoin is going to the moon, and I'll let you be Big Spoon.
leave a legacy after you are dead. Why rest when the world is yours to take? You look around and everything's all gay and fake. Go buy a pack of non-KYC Marlboro Reds. Use Monero cause you're being monitored by feds. How long do you think you can go holding yourself back? Soon you will be old and the world will begin to fade to black. Don't wait, because your time is too damn short. You're here and it's too late to abort. The revolution will likely not have good UX, but that's not an excuse to stop you from success. Working tirelessly without immediate rewards, stumbling forward, goals to work towards. Don't get stuck reminiscing on how the past should have been. Let go and take the plunge so your life can really begin. Time's ticking and you still have things left unsaid. No time to be consumed by fear or crippled by dread. Clock is ticking, so you better get a move on. No one is ever lost who chose to be more than a bum. Learning to use your brains instead of suckling off their thumb. To build a better world, you have to use your head. Don't you want to leave a legacy after you are dead? After you are dead.
On the 4th of July in 1776, non-compliant individuals had a fix. They did not like being ruled by the British. They were not docile or skittish. With pen and parchment they enshrined their defiance, creating what is now called the American Alliance. Founded on being ungovernable, we carry the torch, smoking non-KYC cigarettes on our front porch. All across the country, the people are awakening. Politicians are quivering and shaking. They fear a population that is not docile. They are afraid, so they will act hostile. But do not lose hope, the revolution is happening. The answer to 1984 is becoming ungovernable. Drive without your seatbelt, this is what winning looks like. Take back your pride, embrace freedom, do not hide. Only fools follow the rules. All across the country, the people are awakening. Politicians are quivering and shaking. They fear a population that is not docile. They are afraid, so they will act hostile. But do not lose hope, the revolution is happening. The answer to 1984 is becoming ungovernable. Drive without your seatbelt, this is what winning looks like. Take back your pride, embrace freedom, do not hide. Only fools follow the rules. All across the country, the people are awakening. Politicians are quivering and shaking. They fear a population that is not docile. They are afraid, so they will act hostile. But do not lose hope, the revolution is happening. The answer to 1984 is becoming ungovernable. Now is the time to celebrate the past by ushering in a new freedom that will last. adopting a mindset that the rulers are tools, embracing reality instead of psyops by CIA fools. The future is bright, let your feet fill with hope.
Blending in: The Art of the Gray Man, originally published at the Last Bastille blog on January 13th of 2016, read to you by the author. The art of psychological disguise, on the other hand, lies in making oneself invisible in a particular situation. The disguise artist develops the chameleon-like ability to blend into his surroundings so well that he cannot be seen as a separate entity. Just as a chameleon is perceived as being part of a pattern of leaves and twigs, so the disguise artist is perceived as being part of the pattern of a busy city street. The best disguise, as we shall see, does not always require a costume. Edmund McGonigal. Given the fact that American dissidents are unjustly profiled by the government, it stands to reason that direct action must be taken to stymie the creation of political prisoners. Whether these injustices are due to malice or stupidity, the fact of the matter is that the answer to security theater is security culture, and the foundational basis for security culture is the practice of being a gray man. A gray man is defined as a man, quote, a man who can blend into any scene or situation without standing out, hiding his skills and qualities, end quote. Self-evidently, acting as a gray man naturally includes women, although to be sure, there are noticeable differences when it comes to physical appearances, especially fashion. The following description of the gray man was posted on the Western Rifle Shooters Association's blog. Quote, "The gray man is totally aware of his environs, his own capabilities or lack thereof, his weaponry, and his levels of competence with that weaponry. The gray man never draws attention to himself by word, dress, action, or mannerism. The gray man is a private man. The gray man goes far out of his way never to offend anyone, imitating the duck, which appears calm on the surface on his pond, whilst paddling like hell under the surface." End quote. This imagery of what could arguably be the gray duck is quite a useful analogy in teaching others about this unique practice. Pat Henry has written that he thought the gray man was originally developed as a conceptual tool for concealed carry practitioners, despite the fact that getting a license or permit for carrying concealed actually violates information security, InfoSec, because such government lists also operate as a de facto registry of these gun owners, but I digress. The result has been the development of a method for practicing an evasive skill set. The characteristics of the gray man are fundamental towards understanding how to pick it up and use it, just like any other tool. These four elements are, number 1, appearance, number 2, behavior, number 3, situational awareness, and number 4, everyday carry. Obviously, each one deserves its own cursory examination. The briefest yet comprehensive overview I can provide of these elements is that how other humans perceive you greatly depends upon your ability to become nothing more than a stereotype. In this sense, the gray man runs counter to any notion of individuality. However, the goal of the gray man is not to make friends or seek personal authenticity, but rather to lower the existential risk of being targeted by the state and other assorted criminals. Adversaries who perceive you as a soft target, due chiefly to your appearance, suggest you committed a mistake somewhere. Wearing clothing with logos is, generally speaking, a no-no. For example, decorative t-shirts worn by sheepdogs and 3%ers, such as the infamous tap-out shirts, serve as little more than target identifiers. Tattoos are much like the bumper stickers on your car in that the temptation of vanity directly interferes with going gray. Suffice it to say, neglecting the tips presented by John Sample with regards to making fashion choices is to invite failure to blend into the cultural environment. Distinguishing the line between appearance and behavior is not as sharp and defined as you would initially assume. Back in 1995, James Bovard was evicted from the press section of the United States Supreme Court's courtroom during oral arguments for the Bennis versus Michigan, which is found at 516 U.S. 442, civil asset forfeiture case, simply because he laughed too loudly, although the official reason was that he was inadvertently violating the dress code. Whether it be due to appearance or behavior or both, Bovard's experience is invaluable for demonstrating that when you go visit the government, discretion really is the better part of valor. Undoubtedly, behavior is more significant to being a gray man than appearance. Quick movements naturally draws the attention of the eye, so even if you feel indescribable pressure to walk quicker, try hard not to. This may sound rather counterintuitive, but if you truly want to be the gray man, then slower is better. Political field trips are excellent opportunities to practice going gray, as are other public locales such as gyms and shopping malls. Dense congregations are the ideal training environment, given the sheer complexity of all the variables at play. For some people, it may be best to begin objectively evaluating their behavior by recording themselves on camera at home, and then later watching the footage for clues as to what their body language might be, perhaps inadvertently, communicating to others, especially through their facial expressions. Knowing that you are being indiscriminately surveillanced in public by officers and cameras, the challenge of the gray man is to maintain a rather drab persona, all the while resisting the enticement to alter his behavior under pressure. Avoid establishing patterns. Sometimes it is best to just wait patiently rather than go somewhere right away, especially if doing so would get you noticed, or worse, if it's a trap. Don't be afraid to choose different routes while traveling, and also consider the frequency of appearing in certain locations or within the eyesight of particular individuals. Swiveling one's head in order to look around might as well be the human equivalent to when a white-tailed deer flips his tail up, for the latter serves as an instinctive warning to other nearby deer. Instead, practice moving only your eyes when keeping tabs on fluid social dynamics. Just as important to your behavior as movement is what comes out of your mouth. Keeping your own counsel might as well be a given at this point, yet its importance for going gray cannot be overemphasized. Low-profile techniques include the use of small talk, especially for making non-committal statements during casually polite questioning. The Italian idea of a nonchalant expertise is a good notion to aim for, since there is absolutely nothing illegal about acting as bland and dull a person as possible. Situational awareness is nothing more intriguing than humble mindfulness. Being presently in the moment is an essential attribute of the gray man, for it is this, more than anything else, that truly distinguishes him from the distracted mainline public. Focused concentration is indispensable for going gray, since you have to balance your body language, like your walking cadence and frequency of eye contact, with noticing passing details. Not only has Kim's game been used to improve one's memory, but it also reinforces the fact that lackadaisical observation increases the sheer amount of missed clues present within the environment. It has been broached within prepping circles that being a gray man can become useful during emergencies, such as SHTF scenarios, but I think these credit card preppers greatly underestimate the value of acting like a gray man in the here and now. Sure, the value of subtlety could make the difference between getting hurt or killed, yet I would argue that the gray man's best utility is before there are infrastructure breakdowns, and this is further supported by the phases mentioned in the Gray Man Directive. There is no good reason why non-survivalists cannot also practice being gray men, since going gray is more of a class of privacy techniques rather than something limited to mere survival methodology. Having said that, everyday carry, EDC, is very much part of the gray man's repertoire, for it is comprised of his physical toolkit that he subtly keeps on his own person. Generally speaking, your EDC is going to be composed of what could be thought of as first-line gear in order to distinguish it from, say, your fighting load or bug-out bag, Bob. Much survivalist media over the years has explored the question of what should or ought to be carried, whether it be for EDC, a bob, or anything else. I'd suggest that instead of focusing on specific pieces of equipment, as gearheads are all too eager and fond of doing, I think it is more educational to outline what type of gear is, arguably, best suited for the task at hand. Regarding EDC, I think the following types of gear are what you might want to consider carrying on your person through the course of a normal day in your life. Wallet, keys, telephone, watch, pen, notebook, fire starter, paracord, flashlight, piece of cloth, sun protection, multi-tool, knife, and firearm. As you can no doubt tell, virtually all of this equipment can be carried on your person without the need for a bag or purse, although to be fair, some EDC practitioners use fanny packs. To elucidate a bit further, sun protection would be something like a hat or sunglasses, fire starters would include matches or a lighter, and pieces of cloth would be either a bandana or a handkerchief. Of course, your choice of fashion might limit or expand your ability to carry, so keep that in mind, especially when choosing whether to wear pants and/or a jacket. Gray man as an idea has become confused with dissimilar approaches as of late. The Vonu strategy is an anti-political lifestyle of voluntary social exclusion, where it is believed that the best way to avoid being coerced is to remove yourself from all influences of coercion. To Vonu means to disappear, presumably by going off grid. Ghosting is the act of suddenly ending a romance with absolutely no warning or a decent opportunity for closure, such as by breaking up. Paper tripping is the practice of constructing and using alternate identification. The phrase, "to go on a paper trip," refers specifically to building such a new ID from scratch. Needless to say, paper tripping, ghosting, and the Vonu strategy are not the same thing as going gray, since being a gray man, much like the rest of security culture, can be easily integrated into your current lifestyle. If most activists decided to go gray, they wouldn't be activists anymore, quite frankly. Being the gray man requires a dedication to truly valuing the right to privacy. All things being equal, content producers within the alternative media, like bloggers, podcasters, and videographers, usually have a sliding scale of growing public exposure the closer their medium approaches television. Yet, what determines whether or not they can actually practice being a gray man is their dedication to individual privacy. Although it is true that those in front of a camera are less likely to be successful gray men than those behind a keyboard, this should not serve as a source of discouragement, because with the right demeanor, just about anyone can disappear into a faceless crowd of stereotypes. You've just heard Blending In, the Art of the Gray Man, originally published at the Last Bastille blog on January 13th of 2016, and read to you by the author.
Billy Mays here with the P.A.Z.NIA Department of Tourism announcement. Vonu Fest 7, our premier yearly gathering of liberation, is happening once again, this time September 21st through the 28th. All vetted self-liberators are encouraged to attend. Join us in our Church of Self-Liberation for another celebration of living free, despite the despicable and ever-growing stains of coercion in the servile society. As far as what to expect, it's always spontaneous, and even more so this year with the consulate fire. But the Agora and the Second Realm never fail to bring wonder, enrichment, and restoration to the lives of freedom pioneers. The goal is for the embassy to be ready by then, and for Vonu Fest 7 to be a sort of ceremonial opening of the embassy. Regardless, we will have porta potties, an outdoor shower, and a pond for bathroom concerns. And of course, plenty of room to tent camp, park your van.
I'll be there with free samples of OxyClean.
Surely an event you don't want to miss. Again, September 21st through the 28th. If you need help getting vetted, it's usually not that hard. Just email coordinator@PAZNIA.com, coordinator@PAZNIA.com, or message coordinator Rayo somewhere else, like Simple X. Hope to see you at Vonu Fest this year, my friends. Billy Mays signing off.
General Willie 2. The Veritas Viking football victory speech. The scene. The PAZNIA football stadium. The confetti is still falling. General Willie 2 stands at the podium, wearing his number 1 jersey, a cape made of the PAZNIA flag draped over his shoulders. Princess Little One stands beside him, beaming. The crowd is a sea of humans and goats, roaring in unison.
Friends, compatriots, citizens of the Free Republic, look at this sea of faces. Look at the horns, the helmets, the smiles. We are standing here today not just as a football team, but as the living proof that the spirit of PAZNIA cannot be broken, cannot be bought, and certainly cannot be frozen by the cold hands of tyranny. When we started the season, the odds were stacked against us. We were the underdogs. We were the GOAT, literally and figuratively. But we knew something the other teams didn't know. We knew that in PAZNIA, our greatest strength isn't just our speed or our agility or even our ability to chew through a defensive line. Our greatest strength is our heart. This season was a roller coaster. We had the week of the mudslide where we lost 3 games in a row because the grass was too slippery. We had the night of the static where the PAZNIA Radio Network went off the air and we had to play by the light of the moon and our own intuition. But through every stumble, every fumble, and every near disaster, we stayed together. We stayed free. We analyzed every play. We studied the opponents. We realized that the other team were playing for pride, for money, for trophies. But we played for freedom. We played because every time we crossed that goal line, we were reminding the world that a nation of goats and humans, united in love and chaos, is unstoppable. And let me tell you, I could not have done this without the woman standing right here beside me, Princess Little One. From the moment we met in the borderlands, leaving the old world behind to build this sanctuary, you have been my anchor and my wind. You taught me that leadership isn't about being the strongest, it's about being the most loyal. You taught me that a kingdom isn't built on stone, but on the quiet moments we share when the world is watching and the loud moments when we celebrate together. There was a moment a few weeks ago deep in the shadows of these very bleachers, away from the cameras and the noise. We were tired. The season was heavy. We needed a moment of pure, quiet connection. We needed to remember why we were fighting. In that moment, under the cold steel of the stadium seats, we found a warmth that no fire could match. We found a love so deep, so fierce, and so real that it refueled our spirits for the entire rest of the season. It was a reminder that no matter how dark the night gets, our love for each other and our love for this republic will always be the light that guides us home. So to our common Father, the great architect of the universe, the source of all life and liberty, thank you. Thank you for the vision that brought us here. Thank you for the strength to overcome the tall Nordics and for the wisdom to build this league. Thank you for the gift of life, for the gift of love, and for the gift of this incredible team. We give you our glory. And to the teamers and Steve, to Mike, to Barnaby, to every single human goat who gave everything on that field, you are the heroes of PAZNIA. You are the reason we are champions. We are the Veritas Vikings. We are the Free Republic. And we are unbreakable. Let's go home, my friends. Let's celebrate. Let's live free.
General Willie 2 bleats triumphantly, raising his hooves in the air. The crowd erupts. Princess Little One kisses him on the cheek. The PAZNIA Radio Network blasts the victory anthem as the confetti rains down.
This was PAZNIA Folklore Storytime, wherein we remember and celebrate the sacrifices of those that came before us to build this free republic founded upon the principles of truth, peace, and voluntarism. To help support our evangelical efforts, please visit xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Again, xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Or visit PAZNIA.com/fund. Cheers from the Second Realm.
General Willie 2 here with a message from a PAZNIA Radio Network partner, Agorist.market. There are a lot of directories attempting to connect freedom pioneers with businesses and hustles in the Agora. Whether it's bad design or website subpar marketing or just a lack of buyers and sellers, most hide in obscurity. That is not the case with Agorist.market, a new partner of the PAZNIA Radio Network. Do you have a business side hustle or items you're looking to sell? Are you a potential buyer seeking ways in which to keep your money in the second realm, supporting like-minded ventures over faceless, heartless corporations? Head on over and check out the newly rebuilt Agorist.market, now featuring a slick reputation system, partnership plans, and more. Again, the link to visit is Agorist.market. Create your free listing today.
A primer on state citizenship, originally published on the Last Bastille blog on July 25th of 2014, read to you by the author. One of the nasty side effects of a sensationalistic news cycle is subtly encouraging the victim mentality, whereby absent the rationality necessary to analyze tyranny and brainstorm how to defeat it, the misinformation spouted by some individuals who claim to know the spirit of the law tends to lend a superficial credence to the myth of the great loophole. As such, applying the scientific method to politics is, well, easier said than done. Taking responsibility for your future means coming to terms with your present, and in order to do that, you must first accept the mistakes of your past. As I've written about before, the consent of the governed is an idea of weighty significance in the field of political philosophy. Scholars have debated the matter, politicians have scoffed at it, and comrades have waged revolutions over their own interpretations of it. So it is of no small importance. Although it has been argued that such consent of the governed is strictly collective in nature, what if such consent were also individual as well? John Locke wrote, quote, "That every man that hath any possessions or enjoyment of any part of the dominions of any government doth thereby give his tacit consent, and is as far forth obliged to obedience the laws of that government during such enjoyment as any one under it, whether it be his possession be of land to him and his heirs forever, or a lodging only for a week, or whether it be barely travelling freely on the highway, and in effect it reaches as far as the very being of anyone within the territories of that government, so that whenever the owner, who has given nothing but such a tacit consent to the government, will by donation, sale, or otherwise quit the said possession, he is at liberty to go and incorporate himself into any other commonwealth, or to agree with others to begin a new one, in vacuous locus, and any part of the world that they can find free and unpossessed." So notice here the phrasing Locke uses. Every man, his tacit consent, and he is at liberty. I'm having a hard time seeing anything other than third-person singular words being used here, don't you? Of course, it is equally arguable that the consent of the governed is strictly individualistic. Yet if it were, then that would suggest that each and every one of us who has acquiesced to despotism is individually responsible for sanctioning tyranny. Regardless, if there exists an aspect of the consent of the governed that is in any way individualistic, whether that be strictly by itself or in conjunction with the citizenry in common, then it falls upon each man to determine to what extent he has tolerated the habitually oppressive actions of tyrants. Assuming that Locke was still correct about explicit consent versus acquiescence, then what evidence is there to judge the current condition of an individual's consent to be governed? Might I suggest that, perhaps, it is the status of citizenship that tells us whether or not an individual has consented to be governed. If you think about it, if a native-born American expatriates to Brazil, then he is no longer obligated to obey any American laws, although to be sure, he would now be expected to abide by Brazilian law. What I am proposing here is, what if the social contract is foundationally rooted in citizenship? Consider for a moment your legal identification documents. Everything from your birth certificate to your social security card and your driver's license to your passport was issued by a government agency of some kind. Whom specifically was it issued by? And more importantly, what are the laws or rules governing the nature of your legal relationship with these governmental entities? Believe it or not, there are currently 51 American constitutions, namely the United States Constitution, and the 50 state constitutions. Each constitution has its own proper sphere of applicability, whether it be in criminal or civil law. If you are charged with violating federal law, you would not use the Bill of Rights from the Iowa Constitution as part of your legal defense. Similarly, you should not use the Bill of Rights from the U.S. Constitution if you were charged with violating Kansas law, for example. Relying solely on the federal Constitution for every legal contrivance is a recipe for disaster. Before the ratification of the 14th Amendment, there was no such thing as a so-called United States citizen. Benjamin Franklin was not a United States citizen. He was a citizen of Pennsylvania. George Washington and Thomas Jefferson were not citizens of the United States. They were citizens of Virginia. The whole body politic of the early American republics were entirely composed of state citizens, not 14th Amendment citizens. The takeaway here is that now there are two classes of American citizenship, namely citizens of the United States, that is, United States citizens, and citizens of a state, that is, the state citizens. So evidence of these two classes are found in a series of United States Supreme Court decisions, as well as within the U.S. Constitution itself. The Comity Clause, located at Article 4, Section 2, Clause 1, says, quote, "The citizens of each state shall be entitled to all privileges and immunities of citizens in the several states." Now, right there, the federal Constitution recognized the legal status of state citizenship. Ironically, the 14th Amendment, which created the class of United States citizens, also continues to recognize the original class of state citizens by way of its own citizenship clause, located within the 14th Amendment at Section 1, Clause 1. "All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside." So naturally the phrase, "and subject to the jurisdiction thereof," is, well, open to interpretation, especially as to whom is subject to the jurisdiction thereof, but I digress. Constitutionally speaking, I think the evidence is pretty clear here about the legal standing of state citizenship, well, at least from the federal government's perspective. With regards to judicial opinions made by the U.S. Supreme Court, I would like to direct your attention to what Chief Justice Waite said in the 1874 Minor v. Happersett case. "The very idea of a political community, such as a nation is, implies an association of persons for the promotion of their general welfare. Each one of the persons associated becomes a member of the nation formed by the association. He owes it allegiance and is entitled to its protection. Allegiance and protection are in this connection reciprocal obligations. The one is a compensation for the other. Allegiance for protection and protection for allegiance." The court pointed out here that not only was there a duty of protection to be given by the government, but in exchange, a duty of allegiance to be given by the citizenry in kind. Interestingly, this is also the same court that has ruled that state, county, and municipal police have no constitutional duty to protect you or your property. So putting these two facts together, it does beg the very uncomfortable question of whether citizens still owe a duty of allegiance to their governments at all. If you would like to examine in more detail the case law that proves the recognition of state citizens both before and after the ratification of the 14th Amendment, then please be sure to read my state citizenship casebook. Unfortunately, it would seem to be the case that state citizens and their respective constitutions have been incrementally usurped by the federal government. Consider, for instance, the 10th Amendment. "The powers not delegated in the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively, or to the people. Now compare the 10th Amendment with the privileges or immunities, due process, and equal protection clauses of the 14th Amendment. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. Did you notice how the wording of those three clauses only apply to those who are subject to the jurisdiction of the United States? In fact, over the course of a century, both before and after the ratification of the 14th Amendment, the court has consistently ruled against the so-called incorporation of the Federal Bill of Rights against the various state governments. This forceful application of the U.S. Constitution against the state governments, which began to gain steam during the 1960s, formed what the court eventually called the Doctrine of Incorporation, which is based upon any combination of the citizenship, privileges or immunities, due process, or equal protection clauses. This incorporation doctrine intrinsically violates the Comity Clause and the 10th Amendment, not to say anything about stare decisis, of course. And to make matters worse, the constitutionality of this usurpation is virtually impossible to litigate against, thanks to the formation of the doctrine of constitutional avoidance that Justice Brandeis wrote about in his concurring opinion of the 1936 Ashwander versus Tennessee Valley Authority case. But the usurpations of the Republican form of government that Americans were guaranteed in Article 4, Section 4 of the Federal Constitution do not stop there. After the conclusion of the war between the states, the American Bar Association was formed, ostensibly for the reason of increasing the quality of legal education in America, as well as advocating on behalf of allegedly social justice-type political issues on the national stage. The ABA was also involved in the discussion and drafting of the legislation that soon became known as the Administrative Procedures Act of 1946, thereby creating the unconstitutional fourth branch of government, as United States Senator Pat McCarran described it according to the congressional record. Not long after, the ABA was able to secure their monopoly on the practice of law by way of licensure. Through co-opting the state governments into changing their statutory codes and judicial rules to narrowly define acceptable law schools as only those who were suck-ups to the ABA itself. Resulting from all this was a gradual diminution of the old common law practice of reading law, whereby an individual became a lawyer by appearing under a judge for a period of time, thereby gaining not only knowledge, but also valuable work experience, the latter of which are typically unavailable to your average law school student. Not only that, but the increasing virulence of legalese was used by the ABA licensed bar attorneys to deceive, inveigle, and obfuscate their tyrannical designs. As if that wasn't horrid enough, these bar attorneys also advocated to further criminalize and outlaw previously lawful behavior, describing them collectively as so-called victimless crimes, despite the fact that this oxymoronic concept had already been thoroughly debunked. If any despotic special interest is more responsible for the tyrannical situation we find ourselves suffering under than even the central bankers, it would be, without a doubt, the bar attorneys. They're the ones who launched the unconstitutional military adventures abroad. They're the ones who have tempted the worst appetites of the human condition by systematically bribing the citizenry with stolen wealth, and they're the ones who give cover to the central bankers who inflate, debase, and ruin the currency with impunity. And worse yet, the bar attorneys are the ones responsible for turning America into a police state. They gave rise to a bureaucracy that is impoverishing the citizenry by a million cuts. They issue orders to the standing army to beat us into submission to their arbitrary dictates. They have taxed, banned, or regulated nearly every vice imaginable at the point of the sword. They have infringed upon our right to travel upon the public highways. And should any of us run afoul of their nearly limitless rules and regulations, we are all too easily convicted and sent to rot in a government dungeon, which are profitable for them, yet overcrowded for us. Contemporary bar attorneys, for all intents and purposes, appear to imagine themselves to be our rulers, under the guise of, "It's the law." You might be wondering at this point as to what are the implications of state citizenship. First and most importantly, it presents a potential opportunity for greater freedom in your own life, and quite possibly a unique way to escape government tyranny absolutely and completely peacefully without resorting to embarrassingly prostrate yourself before the lawyers or their bureaucrats. It means you don't have any excuses anymore with regards to waiting around for everyone else to want to win their freedoms back, because you now have an endeavor that you can do all by yourself. Your consent to be governed is brought under your personal control and is not subjected to the vested interests of other people who do not care about you. I would also like to stress here what state citizenship is not. It is not the same as the oxymoronic sovereign citizens that I have previously debunked at length, or any of its variants. State citizenship is also not about what the founders referred to as the peculiar institution of race slavery, which they inherited from the British Empire. Although it is true that the original state citizens were of a broad European ancestry, it is also consistent within the American tradition to welcome the assimilation of those who are willing to share in the common heritage, culture, and language of the nation. This can be observed from the assimilation of the Tajanos and the Irish, especially those of the latter who were foreign-born and then later naturalized. What state citizenship is about mainly centers around a more polycentric view of the law, through a separation of powers within any government. By providing for checks and balances, not just between the different branches within a government, but also between the federal and several state governments, the framers were able to codify, for perhaps the first time in written history, a form of polycentric law that struck at the root of statism, namely monopoly courts and police. Sadly, too many people overlook the simple truth whenever they tend to demonize the ancestry of the original state citizens, instead of recognizing the sheer genius of their efforts in deliberately handicapping the capability of government to become despotic in the future. Just how useful, though, is state citizenship to you? Unfortunately, in terms of it being a legal status on par with United States citizenship, it has been seldom litigated, at least to my knowledge. Another part of the problem lays in the fact that the court case precedent I'm familiar with has been mostly limited to the federal government, which does recognize state citizenship. This is nothing to say of the legal precedent within a particular state government's case law. To determine that would certainly require further research into the legal precedent archived in any state judiciary's law library. Furthermore, I'd say that you could file a revocation of power of attorney with a county clerk, like Gary Hunt did back in 1992. But even he did not think it was useful as evidence of his standing in court, which is also why he believes that state citizenship is most useful as a tool to move people along the other not-so-thin line towards a Lockean state of nature. Sure, I guess you could file a revocation and litigate it in court if you were willing to take the risk, should the government come after you about something. Or you could join the Federalist Society and read their suggested books and attend their lectures, for whatever good that'll do you. Hell, you could simply mouth off to a judge in court about state citizenship just to watch him squirm. Although the only value I can see for this would be strictly entertainment, and perhaps not even worthy of a contempt of court charge. All I can see that your best bet is to learn some basic skills, at least initially. Pray tell, what skills am I suggesting you learn to cultivate? Well, the very first piece of advice I'll offer is that you need to get at least one law dictionary, preferably 3, and 19th century or older if at all possible. The idea here is that you need to be able to cross-reference the definitions from these dictionaries, analyze the assumptions those definitions rest upon, and deduce the implications behind those definitions. Next, I would suggest that you learn how to conduct basic legal research by locating sources of law, and once you've got that down pat, then you will need to learn how to deconstruct legislative statutes as well as administrative regulations. Rounding out your basic training, as it were, you will also need to learn how to write case briefs on judicial decisions. Obviously, what I am advising you to do at first is to learn the law in an autodidactic manner. A mentor who knows what he's doing would be even better if you can find one. For the next phase, you will actually have to come into contact with the government employees, limited at first, and then finally in person while under pressure. You will need to learn how to make inquiries and write polite requests by mailing letters to bureaucrats. The idea here is not to pontificate about your interpretation of whatever, but rather to acquire necessary information or persuade the bureaucrat in question to act on your behalf, even if only indirectly. Also, you will need to learn how to draft and file formal legal instruments, such as petitions, notices, affidavits, revocations, and so forth. Finally, the biggest and most stressful type of skill you need to eventually master is how to competently litigate in court. Learning the rules of court intimately and practicing cross-examination in a mock trial are invaluable to increasing the probability that you will prevail, or at least mitigate the harm the government is causing you. Speaking of court, an almost untouched upon topic within the alternative media is that of court transparency. Almost everybody and their uncle who consider themselves citizen journalists are more happy to go cop blocking, but seldom are they willing to turn those same cameras against the bar attorneys. Probably because it is less sensationalistic, I would guess. Granted, although there has been a very slow move to try and get cameras into the courtroom for public trials, what concerns me most is the sheer lack of documentation being made publicly available. Although Ian Bernard, to his credit, does release his court documents through Free Keen, almost nobody else I've noticed goes to that extent, not even Mark Stintz. At least not consistently, anyway. The only reason any of us know about Larry Myers is because Gary Hunt kept studious documentation of each step along the way, and made it available for free download off of the internet. Yet, the same cannot be said for Charles Dyer. Despite the outpouring of non-existent support he allegedly enjoyed from people who were in fact running an activist legal defense fund scam, using what remained of his good name to sucker ignorant donators. Again, you may be pondering just how useful is the aforementioned skill set as developed by modern state citizens to you. Knowing what the law actually says could be useful to you if government employees attempt to intimidate you into compliance with their arbitrary demands. Mitigation of false arrests, property seizures, and maybe even wrongful injury could make the difference as to whether the government is able to cripple your ability to function or not. A potential recruit to your local committee of safety could be adequately vetted if he were asked about his knowledge of state citizenship on a participation form, just like the Central Florida Committee of Safety did back in the 1990s. State citizenship, first and foremost, was one of the most poignant attempts at decentralizing government power for the benefit of the people. However, it was usurped by those whose lust for power knew no bounds. While it might be possible to win your freedom back using their own laws against them, the nitty-gritty details for how to specifically do that lie in your responsibility to perform your own due diligence. Remember, the bar attorneys are the sworn enemies of the state citizens, so don't try to play the game until you know how to bend the rules in your favor and ultimately for the cause of liberty. You just heard a primer on state citizenship originally published on the Last Bastille blog on July 25th of 2014, read to you by the author.
Greetings, my fellow believers, my fellow chewers, and my fellow coders. This is General Willie 2. For years, we have lived in the sanctuary of P.A.Z.NIA. We have built our walls. We have grown our clover. We have defended our borders against the tall Nordics. But the world is large. The shadows are long. And there are many who seek to extinguish the light of faith, not just with ice, but with ideology. There are those who believe that God is a myth, that the soul is a machine, that the goat is merely a biological accident. They are the atheist, tall, Nordic Jews, a coalition of cold logic and colder hearts who seek to impose a silent, sterile order upon the chaotic, beautiful mess of creation. They think they can freeze the spirit. They think they can code the soul out of existence. They are wrong, and that is why we are forming the Iterant Goat Command and Control Team, or IGCC. What is the IGCC? We are not a static army. We do not sit behind walls. We are iterant. We move. We wander. We travel the world like the shepherds of old, but with the technology of the future. Our mission is simple: defend the faithful. We will travel to the hidden enclaves of Christian goats and humans who are being persecuted, silenced, or erased. We will bring them protection. We will bring them hope, and we will bring them fire. Who are we looking for? We are looking for the brave, the smart, the faithful. We need goats and humans who possess the following skills. Number 1. Technical mastery. You must be proficient in mesh networks, cryptocurrency, artificial intelligence, and open source software. You must understand how to build a network that cannot be shut down. You must understand how to store value that cannot be seized. You must understand how to create AI that serves God, not the state. Number 2, tactical proficiency. You must be skilled in the use of firearms and explosives. This is not a game. This is war. And in war, you must be able to protect yourself and those you serve. If you cannot hold a rifle, you cannot hold the line. Number 3, spiritual resilience. You must have faith, not just in God, but in the mission. You must be willing to leave everything behind to serve the truth. Why join? Because the world is changing. The tall Nordics are getting smarter. They're using drones. They are using AI. They are using their cold, atheist logic to dismantle the foundations of society. We need you. We need your code. We need your faith. We need your hoof. We need your hands. We are building a new kind of resistance. A resistance that is fast, that is decentralized, that is free. How to apply? Do not send a letter. Do not make a call. They will hear you. Send a signal. Tune your radio to the IGCC frequency. Listen for the code. If you are ready, you will know. And if you are not ready, then stay in P.A.Z.NIA. Chew your clover. Pray for us and wait for the day when we return. General Willie 2, Supreme Commander, Free Republic of P.A.Z.NIA, leader of the IGCC, the shepherd of the digital flock.
Hello, Freedom Pioneers! Billy Mays here. Are you tired of big tech tracking your every click? Are you sick of algorithms deciding what you see? Are you bored of Netflix subscriptions that cost a kidney and Spotify ads that last longer than the song? I know you are, because I'm fucking bored just thinking about it. But I have the solution: infrastructure. So powerful, so private, so decentralized, it will crack the concrete of censorship. It's the brand new P.A.Z.NIA library. That's right. It's a free to-use privacy-friendly decentralized combination of Netflix, Spotify, and your digital book app, and it's live right now. Check it out. We've got the full HBO documentary, The Anarchist, with Jason Henza and Miranda Webb. We've got the legendary Bill Cooper documentaries. We've got Alongside Night, libertarian fiction, and Eyes Wide Shut, which, let me tell you, is basically nonfiction. And wait, there's more. We've got Trailer Park Boys. We've got Sky Huddleston's Second Realm Speed Dating, and music streaming is coming soon. Plus, a digital book library is on the way. Terabytes of content, more to upload. We have the beginnings of true media freedom, an infrastructure base with many, many potentialities. I'm Billy Mays, and I'm always here to help you take back your media. Visit lbry.PAZNIA.com. Again, lbry.PAZNIA.com to start streaming today. Billy Mays, signing off to go binge watch Firefly. Over and out.
You're listening to the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network.
"99% of the news out there today is AI slop, distractionary nonsense, or worse, fear-mongering based outright manipulative deception and propaganda. With no desire to empower, the modern news cycle is designed to lead the hapless citizen serf along the train tracks of servitude, with only slight permissible digressions into controlled cul-de-sacs. What news show exists for the self-liberator who strives to keep up with news relevant to liberated lifestyles, second realm culture and music, and critical PAZNIA developments? What news show exists that will provide freedom pioneers with the knowledge, education, and networking connections necessary to liberate them, while also having fun? There is only one. Join host Shane, aka Rayo2, and Shadrach as they dive into the freeing and mysterious world of liberation here on the Life and Times of PAZNIA, a monthly news show from Veritas.
Gotta love those last-minute tech issues. All right. Yeah, Jetty decided to not let me select my microphone. But we're good now. We're here. Can you hear me, Shadrach?
I can hear you loud and clear. How about me?
Right on. Yep, loud and clear, loud and clear. Let me just check. Okay, cool. Yeah, audio's good. Let's go ahead and get on with it here. I'll double check the... Yep, stream's still live. It's been pretty flawless today, despite the bit of a storm we had earlier. I mean, it wasn't really a storm. It was just some heavy rain for a half hour or so. But anyway, I'll get both of us on here, Shadrach. Oh my gosh, this is... All right, there we go. So yeah, this is the Life and Times of P.A.Z.NIA, a monthly news show from Veritas. I'm your host, Shane, Rayo2, joined alongside my co-host, Shadrach. I'm coming to you from the fucking steamy outdoor studio here at Veritas, a major site of construction at present. Earlier this week, the concrete folks came to dig out the basement and walkout of the coming embassy. More on all this later, but exciting stuff for sure. Anyway, good to be back with you, Shadrach. How are things going? You broadcasting from any exotic location today?
Oh yeah, I'm actually in a place where in their native language I found out agora means now. So yes, I'm in an island in the mid-Atlantic again.
Yeah, that's awesome. Now you sent some pictures before, and yeah, it looks like a truly beautiful place. Truly beautiful place. So yeah, I hope you are having a good time there and continue to. But yeah, I guess before we get into this show, it was another stellar Self-Liberation Saturday here on the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network. I mean, yeah, I never really know, what's in store. I know that we're gonna have Juraj Bednar on, but I didn't know. You never know where things are gonna take the conversation, what they're gonna get into. But I'm happy. Juraj went deep into some kind of the history of Paralelni Polis, and kind of that sort of movement. Brought back to mind when I had Juraj on the Vonu podcast, and it was it's super cool history. And they've been doing this stuff at a higher level, it seems, for longer time than us folks here in the West. But yeah, you were able to tune in, right, Shadrach? What were your thoughts on the deprogram today?
Fantastic. I really enjoyed it. It was funny. So the pictures I took were on a long walk today, and on the walk we were talking about autonomous water vessels. For various things like delivering packages. I mean, you could just have them on the shore and they could go meet a ship out further on to take a package to the next place. But so it was great hearing Thane talk about time to get out your Raspberry Pis and your favorite toy boats and find a nearby pond, because I think there's a lot of potential for autonomous watercraft.
Yeah, certainly, and I guess that's good timing because in our second realm strategy session, to tease it a little bit, the first video might be the only one if it launches us into a good discussion, but it's like a 30-minute video of about I guess it's a guy in a super small community of boats that live on the Tennessee tributaries, and it's a lot of access to a lot of the USSA in terms of waterways, very Vonu in that sense, and then it's free. You just got to move it. It's like national land sites. You just got to move like every 2 weeks or some time frame like that. But yeah, we'll dig into that later. I've always been very much in favor of the seasteading. and minimal sailboating. But it's a little harder. There's a little more of a barrier to entry, sailing than, driving a car and pursuing van nomadism or something. But that's notwithstanding what we're going to talk about in the second round strategy session momentarily here. But let's get on with it. If you're new here, the goal of the Life Times of P.A.Z.NIA is to bring you the best, most entertaining, and most valuable news show on self-liberation in existence. We do this via 4 segments: self-liberation news, freedom pioneer focus / freedom music spotlight to highlight the art and culture of the second realm, the Vonu Life digital message board, and the last segment being our longest, our second realm strategy session. All right. In terms of news, the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network is taking over TikTok and Instagram. We'll take a moment of silence for Charles, as AI just recently took his job. Calyx OS sent out an update, and I'll fill you in regarding a fun IT issue I had to resolve at the distillery job. It's regarding the pretty common DocuSign hack that's been going around, if you've heard about that. But Richard Dick Greaser from the Bitcoin Bugle should join us. He will join us for our Freedom Pioneer Focus segment. And whether he shows up or not, we'll probably take a freedom music break too. I wasn't sure what I was going to play, but one of the questions brought up to Juraj Bednar, who's big into lunar punk and cypherpunk fiction. Someone brought up in the chats about cypherpunk music, and he dropped a recommendation. So I've never heard it. We'll take a first blind listen as to what Juraj envisions as second realm, I guess cypherpunk sort of music. So that'll happen. That'll happen sometime here in the next hour. We'll take all of 5 minutes or less for the Vonu Life digital message board. I said that area is scarce this month for some reason. Not sure. I guess Rumble started to turn out later on, but earlier on, I kind of thought our Boomer Rumble listeners might have gotten taken out by the toxic lettuce from Taco Bell or something. But nope, they started showing up. Maybe they was taking their afternoon nap or something. I'm not sure. But anyway, there's still time if you have something for the show. PAZNIA.com/call2 is linked to call in. We'll start taking calls here any time within the next half hour or so. PAZNIA.com/SimpleX Radio is a link to join the PRN SimpleX Radio chat, and you can leave a message and give us some Monero at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. And finally, as I just mentioned, we'll conclude with our second round strategy session. I have to thank Paradise, one of my best friends, someone I met in the YouTube comments section in 2015, and he turned out to be one of my best IRL friends too. But he passed along this video, and like I said, it's a very, very interesting and plausible legal interstice for living on a sailboat here in the USSA. We'll do a bit of a watch along and discuss, and if we have time or decide we want to venture into it, we'll discover and discuss Supai. It's called Supai. It's the most remote village in America, hidden at the bottom of the Grand Canyon. Now, it's not, fully Vonu or whatever. Like, they're talking about how the post office actually delivers packages there. It's like a special situation of how they deliver packages there to this place. So it's, might not be 100% relevant to Vonu, but it's cool as shit. We don't have to necessarily watch the whole thing of it. Just kind of introduce it to you. As we've done many times before, these may seem like crazy prospects, but we've gone way further into the loony bin with the Vonu podcast. Things like pursuing Vonu in Chile, Argentina, and even Antarctica. Now, I'm not saying that we're in favor of of what was discussed in Ocean Freedom or Ocean Living or whatever was discussed whenever they're talking about Antarctica. Booth and I thought that was a little retarded, some of the stuff that they were postulating, but you got to appreciate the the forward thinking. Back in the 70s or 80s, talking about dragging an iceberg from Antarctica and basically building infrastructure on it. So this will be less crazy. Sorry if that's what you're going, if you're what you're looking for, but there's plenty of archives for that. But anyway, let's go ahead and get into it here. So the first piece of self-liberation news, and we do have segment intros, but I forgot to get those up too. So we'll just roll without them today. The first item of business is the P.A.Z.NIA embassy construction update. In progress, which Shadrach, unfortunately, I can't screen share on Jitsi, so you'll have to check the archive or something to actually see the pictures, or they're in Simplex, so you probably saw them there. Earlier this week, the concrete folks came out to start digging out the. Gotta click the right screen. The basement, and these aren't in order. I thought they would be in order, but Telegram just kind of tossed them however the fuck they wanted to. There's the basement when it's done. The second picture you see is when it's done with the window wells and the walkout and such. That was earlier on. There's another shot of the basement, the walkout, and then various stages of the walkout going off into the ravine. It'll be really nice, tucked off back in the woods. But yeah, it's exciting. It's exciting beyond just not being in like a 1970s super moldy, I guess tinderbox that was the old consulate. It'll be really nice. So we're gonna have geothermal in there from the pond. So we'll basically be able to maintain like 70 degrees year round for free, which is amazing. Propane obviously is kind of our transition for energy, at least for this point. And then we're my dad and I tested out the well water. Did some test strips on it to test for iron and 20-something other things on there, and it's super clean, high alkaline well water, which is interesting. So the iron's low. I guess it might be higher in calcium, but it's interesting. It'll be awesome to have well water, which it was already here. The people that used to live here got old, and they were going for convenience, so they switched over to the city water, the rural water, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But we're actually gonna have things the way we want and need them. I'll have a basement. We'll actually have a basement now. I'll have my office studio down there, and I've already been thinking like the walkout's right there on the other side of my basement, right my office wall. I'm gonna do most of the Celebration Saturday streams from the walkout probably, and Wired too even. So it's exciting. It is definitely exciting. And it's happening fast. I guess probably within the next month or two, they'll have the house set, and we'll have all of the other things. Gonna be working with the plumber on Monday to get the stuff done in the basement before the concrete guys can come back. But it'll be kind of.
I can't wait to see it at the end of September.
Yeah. And are you? I guess I saw in the Simplex chat they kind of implied you're coming out to Bonnie Fest.
I will do everything in my power to get there.
Awesome. Well, that's good to hear. That's good to hear.
Yeah.
So. All right, the next item of business here, P.A.Z.NIA library update. Oh, this is another fun update, one that I'm very, very excited to share. I got to get the right tabs over here. P.A.Z.NIA library. There we go. All right, we'll get it flipped over here. So this is lbry.paznia.com. This is our own PeerTube instance. We haven't really done much in terms of like. The PeerTube logo here is going to be changed out with P.A.Z.NIA branding some point, but the infrastructure is there, and I've been able to start uploading a bunch of stuff. I guess the first item of note, I guess in the ad, Billy Mays is going to go binge watch Firefly. I'm not sure. Have you ever heard of the? It's kind of like a libertarian science fiction / western from like the early 2000s called Firefly. Have you ever heard of it?
Yeah, so strangely enough, I got free tickets to Serenity when it came out, and that was my first exposure to it, in the film. And then we went back and watched all the episodes, and I was blown away.
Yeah,
great stuff.
Yeah, no, it is. I wish there were more. There's 14 episodes. The first one's like an hour and a half, I think, and the other ones are like 40, 50 minutes or something like that. So you got like a good 13, 14-hour binge, and then Serenity's on there too. But it's pretty great. I would definitely recommend checking that out. And I guess just one technical note regarding the library. If you go in there and you click on a video and it doesn't load within like 2 or 3 seconds, just hit refresh and it'll load instantly. I don't know why, but that's not that inconvenient of a thing. Dealing with Netflix and some of those other apps are usually bigger pains in the ass, at least from my recollection. So I don't think that's too big of a deal, and it'll get better as we go on. But Firefly's there. The Anarchist documentary with our friends HBO stars Jason Henza and Lily Forrester / Miranda Webb. Bill Cooper documentaries. The last one uploaded of his was Dimensions in Parapsychology. It was an interview that he did talking about this stuff back in the 90s. Good stuff. The Philadelphia Experiment, which is kind of a fiction portrayal from 1984 of the Philadelphia Experiment from the 40s, which has had some alleged bizarre effects. So if you want to watch a Hollywood interpretation of it, that's an interesting one. And if you just want to chill the fuck out and not deal with any of these crazy things, and you just want to, just chill out, we do have some Trailer Park Boys stuff on there too. So there's a few documentaries not documentary, a few movies, Trailer Park Boys movies, and I guess they are technically mockumentaries, so it wasn't completely inaccurate. And then once Matthew Remmer gets the bulk uploading going, then I'll actually start to do more of the shows. But Firefly, it took a little bit of time to do that manually, so I'm not going to do that for all of them. But yeah, there's some good stuff here. Some really hard to find documentaries, like 9/11 Missing Links. It's like a 2006, 2007 9/11 documentary that is basically impossible to find on the internet. I don't even know where the hell I found it, but it's not going to be gone now. But yeah, lots of good stuff.
Wow.
Check it out.
That looks
Mhm.
that looks great. That looks really good.
Yeah, it's super low quality video. It might be like 240p or something, but it's hilarious. Just the I'm not gonna spoil it or go too far into it here. But it's as soon as you start watching within 5 minutes, it's an entertaining conspiratorial adventure, a serious one too. But and then when Matthew was testing out, if you want to go to some of the cringeworthy stuff I made like a decade ago, the very first content I ever threw up on YouTube. From this old basement when I was a young lad, yeah, you can go watch those. Maybe we'll do a watch along, and I'll cringe at my own videos from the early on. They're not. I guess I don't necessarily disagree with the content that much, but my gosh, there are ways to improve. So yeah, that's the library. Any thoughts on? Well, and I guess I can go a little further into kind of more of the vision. So we're gonna have a corresponding, I guess, book library. So PeerTube only does videos, but there's kind of a plugin or a way that you can have like PDFs and such. So at some point we'll have a concomitant, corresponding, digital book library. And they're going to be separate. So if one's not working, it's not going to affect the other. And Matthew's, I guess that one of the downsides. I mean, it's not even really a downside. I think it's a positive. He's got to be patient. But Matthew tries to build the Taj Mahal with every project, and trying to make it super resilient infrastructure-wise. It'll take a little time, but I mean the foundation's there, and it'll slowly get built out. Another thing, PeerTube does live encoding from like MP4 from like a live stream to MP3 or AAC or whatever. So that'll be our low data digital audio feed soon in the near future. What other bad boys are we going to toss on there? I feel like there's another one or two. I guess a music library. That's not a super important one, or it's not like one of the most pressing ones. But it's something I want on the docket. I'm not sure how best. There might be a plugin or some sort of software that we can open source software we can toss in there to work with PeerTube. But that's not a
one of the things that I've been kind of thinking about is like if as we listen to things from any platform, it was able to like upload them to a server. So we're basically archiving the things that we are interested in, and then that's a good place to browse for things you haven't thought of. So kind of some little intermediary app that could do something like that. Just build our library as we listen to stuff.
Yeah, and I have full intentions of. Matthew asked about it, and I think Thane brought it up once too. Like, well, can other people get accounts and start uploading stuff? And the answer is yes, but at this point in time, we only have 2 terabytes of hosting. I can get more, but I want to get like all the core content up first, and see how much is left. And then I'll probably give out a few credentialed logins for folks if they want to go in and add stuff. That's definitely on the docket. But yeah, one step at a time. This shit only really started working a couple weeks ago, and I've just been adding as I have time, and Matthew is working on it as he has time too, which hopefully I'll get back on it. Get back on it here soon. But I'm excited for it. It's an important piece, just beyond like the fun entertainment part of it. PeerTube's going to become a pretty big part of our overall infrastructure, which is why I don't mind waiting a little bit and making sure we got a good solid foundation, which I guess is the relevant theme for this week or the past couple of weeks. So on with it. So that is PAZNIA library. A quick PAZcraft update. So the server is down again. We got wrecked by shitcoins once again. So I'll read the message from Avalon real quick about what happened. And he said, I was wrong about the price. Those so first one, looks like we got raped by Aleph Cloud once again. Not allocated is what it says. I pressed the button to reallocate and it does nothing. Do not expect the server to be online right now. He's going to figure out if there's a fix. And he said he's also wrong about the price. It's going to cost a lot more than what he was thinking. And he's got infinite anger, despair, hatred, and stress thanks to Aleph. So send some prayers to Demiurge Avalon. Yeah, he's running into some issues. But I offered too. I was like, if you get sick of this experiment, I can always, run it past Matthew and see if he could at least get the infrastructure, part figured out. Because that's I told him I'm too fucking lazy now, and lazy I don't have the time. So now I just tell Matthew to do it, and it comes out. Or I pay Matthew. I'm just telling him to do it, obviously. But
well, I can definitely help host it as well, and I did finally play it. I jumped in a hole, and then I spent 30 minutes trying to get out of the hole, and then I quit the game, and then I joined back in, and I was still in the hole. And then I closed it again, and I haven't touched it since.
Yeah, so you got to learn a couple. Just within the past couple of months, I learned you learn how to teleport to certain points.
Okay.
Learn little tricks to make it fun and flying around. I'm not sure if you had fly enabled, which would have made getting out of the hole a little easier. But yeah, just learn it.
Sure.
Dude, I didn't know shit about Minecraft before, so pretty much all I do, I started building the embassy a little bit back in January or whenever it was, the digital consulate, and then I just fly around now during the stream sometimes and show people the cool shit that other people that know what they're doing have built. So, but yes, sometime PAZNIA.com/PAZcraft, bookmark it, join the SimpleX group. PAZNIA.com/SimpleX for the directory to all of our chats, and keep updated with the saga of us getting wrecked by shitcoins. So always fun, always entertaining, never a dull moment without tech issues. So next TikTok and Instagram. Well, I guess I'll get this up on screen share too. We've been taken over to TikTok and Instagram, by force. Not really. I mean, we haven't had anything go super viral. The first couple of days, I had a couple that got 1,000 hits. But the fact that there's this software called Opus Clips, and you drop a link in or you upload a video, and then you select the time frame you want it to pull clips from, and it pulls clips from 20 seconds to 3 or 4 minutes, and then auto captions them, and then it puts them in has a virality score with it too, and then auto posts it to the various platforms. So it's made this process super efficient. But it's I haven't seen it necessarily translate yet, but translate into anything substantial. But it's we're reaching more folks, and I think it's going pretty damn well, I guess just a funny side note with Instagram is they force logged me out and wanted me to do a selfie identification. So I found a selfie off of Brave Images and uploaded it, and it worked for now. So I don't know how long I don't know how long this experiment's going to go on. Because after learning this, I handle a lot of the distillery marketing too, so I'm kind of implementing some of this stuff there too. And my parents don't care about privacy or KYC or whatever, but it's been a fucking nightmare. I can't even create a TikTok account. And they're willing to give any information they want to, and TikTok has put us in this automated loop of not being able to create an account. And Instagram, it's if I would had any of these issues, I wouldn't have ever done this. So I am not quite sure how long this experiment's going to go on. We'll find out. And on a side note here, I do think we need to take a moment of silence for Charles. Charles, for a matter of about 6 months, had a pretty lucrative job of pulling clips for 7 clips a month for the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network, and thanks to Opus Clips, AI took his job. So take a moment of silence for Charles. Hopefully, he can recover that $75 a month. No, it wasn't that much. It's not that big of a deal, and he's big into AI, so he understands. So anyway, it's making things work better. It's more efficient. So yeah, I guess that's all the real. I guess the unserious news. One piece of serious news here is Calyx OS. I guess earlier this month, July 1st, it's back. Calyx OS is back. Now, after this entire debacle, the next phone I get will be a graphene. But I mean, if you're still interested in Calyx OS, it's back. I'm not gonna. If it was as easy as just updating the software, I would do it. But you have to. I'd have to back it up and reflash it anyway. So I'll just wait a little bit and just get a graphene one and move the fuck on. But if that's important to you, Calyx OS is back. So, any thoughts? Any thoughts, Shadrach? Not much.
I'm a graphene fan. I've been flashing phones, I mean, since ages and ages ago. So I played with Calyx a little bit, played with PinePhone, but I think graphene has a really solid support base. And now with Zap Store, it's so cool. And then we played with an app today where completely off grid, we tapped our phones together and I was able to get an app from his phone. So like if you're doing any kind of emergency coordination, it like sets up this Bluetooth mesh and yeah, there's some cool stuff going on, and graphene's a platform everyone's building on.
Yeah. So yeah, and that's kind of where I mean they just got that big deal with Motorola. Because phones are going to be a problem, hardware is going to be a problem going forward. So that's a big partnership. That's where like if you're going to choose your crypto flag or something, that's the one to go with going forward. But there might be some folks that still want to use Calyx, so whatever. It's no skin off my ass. So yeah, if you want to use it.
But I mean, you can fork graphene and do whatever you want with it. So it's a great launching pad for everything we want to do with a mobile device, I think.
Yeah, agreed. So this next item relates to the distillery again, and it's one of those times where my I don't know, and that's why I told my dad, like, and after dealing with all this, like, you realize I'm like the dumbest one in my circle when it comes to tech stuff, right? But like this is where like the stuff that I look into overlaps with my not real day job at the distillery. But yeah, so apparently a couple weeks ago, my dad he got this email from like someone at the bank that he works with, like a bank president or something, and it was for him to sign a DocuSign, and he didn't think anything of it, and went to the DocuSign, and he didn't actually sign anything, but it forced him to go to to a fake Microsoft or Google login page, and then and then they swipe his information that way. Well, I didn't know what they swiped at that time. It took a little bit. I was prepared for the worst, but I was like, are they in all our emails? Are they like, what the hell's going on here? But apparently, like it's a really common one. So they use DocuSign's API and they spoof the email address so it looks like it's coming from that person. Then they get their entire contacts list, and then they send it out in multiple waves. So like my dad's thousands upon thousands of email contacts have been contacting him for like the past 2 or 3 weeks. Like, hey, I got this DocuSign. Should I sign it? Nope, don't do that.
Oh man.
So. But no, like it was for a day or two after, it was kind of a nightmare. It was changing a lot of passwords, and you know how it goes, how this shit goes. But no, after the first day though, I was like, okay. I told my dad, I was like, I thought like it could have been so much worse. So this ain't too bad. But yeah, it's a super common. It's nothing I would ever fall for because I don't sign DocuSigns. There's no reason for me to ever sign DocuSign. So I wouldn't fall for it, but I can totally see how if you're just in your normal business flow and you get an email like that, you sign 20 of these a week or something, like it'd be so easy to get somebody. And then the fallout from it, they get you the next person entire contact list, all of this shit's automated pretty much. So yeah, it's pretty sophisticated. And I mean, these hacks aren't new, and they're going to continue. I guess I don't understand how DocuSign hasn't fixed this yet. There had to have been something, I don't know. There has to be something they could have or should have done. I don't know. The big
I don't know necessarily if they're spoofing any APIs, and there may be nothing DocuSign can do about it. What gets me is I get so many things from Google because it's really easy to use their like support plugin or something. And so, and I don't know why they haven't been able to stop that. And then also Google has all the YouTube crypto scams, and like, I don't understand. I mean, they must be making money off of these in some capacity, because otherwise they should be able to shut them off.
Yeah.
But yeah, I reckon DocuSign has no play in this at all.
Gotcha.
That they're able to basically replicate a DocuSign looking site, send an email, and get it out that way. But it's possible. But yeah. But anyways, you're right. Why is anybody using DocuSign?
Yeah. There's got to be better. I'm sure there are better solutions. If I needed that, I would find a
Oh
better
yeah.
one.
Yeah.
But
I can give you a few.
Right on. So, yeah, I guess that's pretty much all the news that I gathered up over this past 3 weeks or so since our last show. You got any news or updates? What's going on on the ground at Pirate Island?
Well, interestingly, yeah, Juraj, that was a great interview. I really enjoyed that, and he kind of brought up FIPS, and I know I brought it up to Thane before, and Reticulum keeps coming up, and the guys working on FIPS are totally aware of Reticulum. So this is really something pretty special. And so like the big talk now is, why wait for them to turn off the internet? Let's just turn it off ourselves and get this stuff actually working. FIPS can work over Wi-Fi meshes, but basically on the transport layer. So you don't even assign IP addresses. You're just able to connect to the Wi-Fi and see FIPS resources on the mesh. So yeah, there's some really cool stuff brewing.
Nice. And you have for the video viewers on Rumble, Odyssey, Zap.stream, Kick. Where the else are we? I feel like there's one other one. Are we on Twitch? I'm going to be on Twitch too. But they might see a video stream behind you. It looks like it might be Archipelago.
Yeah.
It is.
That's a big part of what I'm working on here as well.
Gotcha. Very cool. Yeah, I'm liking the screenshots and the kind of teases you dropped. And I'm looking forward to much more.
Well, and check out the Ungovernable Misfits episode if anybody hasn't. It came out really good. Seth for Privacy was clicking through the demo of Archipelago, and we were talking about it. And I've gotten good feedback on it. I think kind of like the stuff we've been talking about for the past year of reaching out to other communities and like really bridging these gaps. And that's the whole point of Archipelago, is how do we connect all these islands together with meaningful software, meaningful monetization. I mean, all the stuff Thane keeps talking about, monetizing networks. I mean, I keep saying, like, dude, this is what we're doing.
Yeah. Right on. So, not to disclose too much, but so if a trusted, trusted PAZNIA or compatriot wanted to come out to Turtle Island, I don't need specifics or whatever, but how are logistics? Like, is it pretty easy to get a flight? Is it pretty affordable? What would that process be like?
Yeah, a flight out to where I am?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I mean, I flew out of New York. It was a ridiculous journey. I flew 23 minutes south to DC and then 42 minutes north to New York, and that took 8 hours. And then it was just a 7-hour flight from New York. So yeah, it's pretty reasonable, just depending on where you're flying from.
I got you. Yeah, I was just curious. This year's not going to have any travel in it. But yeah, next I mean, we'll have to see where we're at. Free Wi-Fi, I'll have to talk in December and see where we're at with the house, and if we are at a point where we can just kind of go, pick up where we're going, what we're going to do this year, which was she works remote, and we just got like a battery pack with a solar panel. Which for powering laptops and stuff, even her tea kettle once a day, which is a lot. It takes like 20% of the power, 25%. But powering all of the devices and really trying to run it down. I mean, a few days and then you can recharge as you go pretty much. And we just got the Starlink Mobile, which burned up in the fire. They put out that free offer and the free one burned up, so we actually have to buy the next one. It is what it is. But yeah, we're all set up. We're gonna head out for anniversary around May. We were gonna head out for like a week, and test all this stuff out. And then if it went well and she could work remote, then we're actually going to take like a month or two long adventure. Head out actually to see Jamin in Pennsylvania, because that's one of the places I got to get out to Jamin's hardware hacker homestead sometime, permaculture farm. So yeah, we'll have to see what this next year looks like. It was talked about that like one of the things that was kind of being discussed was going to giving a talk at the actual main Anarchapulco event. I interviewed Catherine Bleich, the lady who runs it now, and that was going to be something maybe for January, February, but I don't think that's going to happen. But yeah, this is the Life Times of P.A.Z.NIA. A monthly news show from Veritas, at least this year. It's not putting it off for the entire future. But yeah, if you want to give us a call, PAZNIA.com/call2. You can leave a message or donate some Monero, xmrchat.com/P.A.Z.NIA Radio. You can also go to zap.stream. You can go to Wisp or Amethyst or Primal or wherever. Tune in, via zap.stream, I think, or Show, I think might be another alternative that it's streamed on. And you can send us some sats, which we always appreciate. And when I get around to putting the archives out and they pop up on Fountain, definitely do consider boosting there. Someone dropped in and tossed, I don't know, it was like 25,000 sats, or no, 30,000 sats across like 2 or 3 podcasts, which was a pretty big anonymous Fountain boost. So much appreciate whoever the hell that was. That was a good surprise to wake up to. But yeah, awesome. We're waiting on Richard Dick Reeser from the Bitcoin Bugle, someone where we both we both know very well. I guess he might. I'm trying to remember exactly. I've known Richard longer than I've known you, and I think I think you stumbled across one of the P.A.Z.NIA streams and heard the P.A.Z.NIA audiobook, and then you randomly ended up at Midfest, where we were. So yeah, I guess I don't know how all that transpired, but I'm happy it did. I guess Midfest would be another one to get out to. I'm glad
Well, so no, this is perfect. So yeah, I knew Dick Greaser, and he said, "Hey, I've got this friend," and it worked out where I was traveling, and we met up in Midfest, and yeah, the rest is history, or we're making history.
Yeah, no, and I can firsthand attest to no, it was cool as shit. I've been talking to Crypto-Anarchists and stuff, online for a while, but I've never seen, like, your crew showed up and spun up a mesh network and had all sorts of cool stuff there. So it's no, and so yeah, when you tell Thane, like, yeah, you're like, we're building what you're talking about, like, I mean, you may not be familiar with everybody that's working on it, but it's being built. Yeah, it is. It most definitely is.
Yeah.
And I guess one thing that we need to get Polycarp.
But he's an inspiration. Yeah. I mean, I appreciate everything Thane does. I mean, he really, it's been a important part of my life over the last year and a bit, getting more familiar with him and his stuff. And it's affected my choices in the space for sure. So I really appreciate you guys.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, had no idea. Still don't know what this is all going to turn into, and we really haven't even gotten to the pirate part of the stuff that I want to get to. We're still just doing the normie kind of lame streaming. The cool part is the Zap.stream and the Nostr. Those are the kind of the cool avenues, kind of the internet way. But
yeah,
I'm really interested in starting to dive more into shortwave radio, and pirate AM and FM. Somehow, unconventional pirate radio, pirate AM FM. Using drones and solar, some solar, I don't know, stuff that Jamin's working on. Apparently AM and FM is a lot easier than shortwave, so we'll see what pans out there. There's too many projects, too little time, as is kind of the theme, but we are still waiting on...
We need to figure out how to buy UHF. What happened to all the UHF transmitters from when they used to broadcast, because they switched to digital, so nobody's broadcasting on UHF anymore. And what did they do with all those power amps and stuff like that? Like, I wonder if we could start just turning UHF back on again.
That's an interesting. I mean, yeah, like there's probably like I don't know, like scarcely used government warehouses or corporate warehouses that have just filled basements full of these things.
Yeah,
you can only imagine. There's a lot of stuff like that with medical equipment, which it'll be nice. I mean, I don't know. We'll have to see how the basement turns out. But I was telling Aura, it'd be nice to have like an actual like lab. And I want to start doing some more extractions And more, yeah, it's more,
Well-
way beyond just cannabis. But there's a lot
Yeah,
of,
I
there's a
mean,
lot of shit.
the medical stuff, I mean, these are other things that I've kind of picked up along the way from talking to you and stuff, but we're definitely moving forward with like sovereign blood tests and different kinds of medical stuff we can be able to provide to vetted PAZNIANs.
Yeah, certainly. And that was another thing that this year I was just kind of getting, I was setting up. I did so much prep. Usually I'm not a big planner. I think like a few months ahead at most. But I was like, this year I'm actually gonna like figure out, short-term, mid-term, long-term plans, and try to figure out, kind of, budgeting for projects and things, and for especially for the off-grid wellness shed, which was with the big, wellness project that I wanted to dive in, because we'd accumulated a bunch of modalities that burnt up now, but we acquired a bunch of modalities, and it's like, all right, well, I guess time to get this wellness shed. And get this going. It's an important avenue. Avenue for sure. And I mean a lot of that stuff's still coming together. I've met a couple of homeopaths, which I don't know how it's all. Oop, I got a kitty. I don't know how it's all going to come together and work. Because I got torn away from the medical stuff a little bit this month. Even kind of put my resolving my so-called type 1 diabetes on hold a little bit. It's not crucial, but I'll have to, at some point I'll have to recommit my time to that too. So we'll see. Still got to kick that shit in the ass. But looks like we're still waiting on Richard. I suppose we could take a quick Freedom Pioneer focused music break. We could switch over to the track that Juraj recommended.
Yeah, let's do it.
And
that'd be awesome.
If he drops in, he can enjoy the tunes too. I just got to find where the fuck is the tab. Okay, there we go. So this song is called "I Came to Your Party Dressed as a Shadow," and it is by Piano Magic. And this is Juraj was asked if what type of music should be cypherpunk or dark punk or lunar punk. What comes to mind? And this one did. So we're gonna take a listen. I've never listened to it. Let's dive in together. Here we go. I'll have to unmute this tab. There's nudity on the screen. No, it's just art.
Lay like a death kite on your
Howdy, Richard. Howdy, howdy. We were just about to the end of that. But, all right, we'll pause. Yeah, we will call that good. No, I get, in terms of cyberpunk vibes, I was going to show on screen for the video viewers a couple of the images I made for the Second Realm, building the Second Realm series, and very much that sort of a vibe. So that's kind of where I was thinking too. I can certainly relate. But anyway, we got our Freedom Pioneer focused guest with us this evening on the Life Times of P.A.Z.NIA, a monthly news show from Veritas. Richard Dick Reeser, welcome, my friend. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing okay. Doing pretty good.
That's good to hear. Now, I guess the first and probably the most important question I'll ask tonight, we'll start with the most important one. So say this interview lasts like 30 minutes. How many non-KYC cigarettes will you smoke in that time? If you could give us an idea.
Probably like 6, I would assume.
That's respectable.
Yeah.
That's respectable. Okay. Yeah. So I guess the second most important question then, probably the most important one actually, but I guess that's subjective. I guess who the hell are you? If first-time listener to the show, they don't know who you are. Who are you, and what is the Bitcoin Bugle?
I'm a credentialed journalist. It's funny that you call me a freedom pioneer. I've recently decided to be a neocon.
A neocon?
And, yeah. I just like really felt persuaded by Donald Rumsfeld. And but I report the news, particularly around Bitcoin. I have the most thermodynamically sound Bitcoin podcast in the world. I I had this like rule for years where like the 4th of July was always a cheat day, right? Where it's like the one day a year it was appropriate to be a neocon for the day, and the rest of the time you had to like have like principles. But I think it just like went too far this year where, when you slip up on like holding your principles, like sometimes you kind of just let it get away from you. Now I'm like super pro, like, bombing people in the Middle East.
Gotcha. Well, I guess a question that comes to mind, is Donald Rumsfeld around doing anything? Like, is he even still around doing it? Or are you like inspired from his past actions, like past military conflicts?
Well, he had like a Netflix documentary or something that I watched.
Okay. So,
yeah.
Documentary. Okay, gotcha. I was going to say, I don't think he's still in politics. I don't think so. I'm not sure if he's alive. I don't know anything about Rumsfeld now. It's been a while.
No, he rode off into the sunset, I'm pretty sure.
Gotcha. Off into the sunset on a side by side with Putin. But anyway, so the Bitcoin Bugle. I guess you really didn't go too much into that, but give the folks, because it's bigger than just a great journalistic venture. It's kind of bigger than that. Could you, I guess, fill us in? Fill us in.
Well, I do everything on a typewriter, right? And my wife, transcribes all the stuff I do on the typewriter on the internet. And so, from time to time, I'll do some articles. I've been published in a bunch of different publications, including Bond and Life publication that went out recently.
Yep. Probably the least read book we've ever released. One of them. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of gems there. It's like a hidden treasure. People just don't know it's there.
Why do you think that is?
Well, I don't. So I guess, I guess books generally the past year haven't really sold that well. Digital books have, but physical ones not so much. It's kind of been a decline over the past year. I would say there's a certain definite decline. Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Speaking for myself, I wish I had a lot more time to read. There's usually like 3 or 4 months where that's where I do most of my reading. Time. I think a lot of people are just switching to digital books, or I guess with this audience, with the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network audience, physical books doesn't really work that well. So digital books they can get, for Monero, works better. So I think digital books for this target audience just work better. Not saying people don't actually sell physical books anymore. It just doesn't seem to be our market right now.
You're just afraid to say the truth right now. You're saying Monero people don't read.
Well, Bitcoiners don't. I mean, well, I guess. Yeah, I guess that's. I don't know.
Well, Bitcoiners don't buy shit, and I also how are you doing, Richard? I think the whole book market has been devalued by these. I mean, anybody can print shit on Amazon, and one of the things we were talking about with Fundamentals and some of the other publishers is we need to start doing decentralized publishing and get back to proper bookbinding and making beautiful covers for them and make books something you want again.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, if the Bitcoiners do buy things, oftentimes, but they like trinkets.
They do
right?
buy trinkets. Yeah. They buy like lots of trinkets. If you 3D print a book and they'll buy it if it has a big B on the front.
So you need a big, beautiful bee on the front, and then that way you get a Bitcoiner to buy it. Now, what do Monero people buy? So Monero people don't buy trinkets. They buy digital books.
I mean, they've digital books and audiobooks. Yeah. What else? I mean, I don't really get many. Most of my sales are in Pay and Liberator, and no one pays. That's all normies. They don't pay with Bitcoin or Monero. I'd say now though I think it's still Monero. Yeah, it's definitely still Monero. And I don't know. And I get Shadrach kind of talked about this before, but I think there's more of a. I don't know. This is where it's hard and it gets into the nuances because like the layer 2 or layer 3 Bitcoiners are very much more more similar to Monero folks. Than just normal Bitcoiners per se, where they are like they're trying to find local butchers. I guess there's Bitcoiners that I see that stuff on Twitter too, on X, for Bitcoiners. But I just think it's more. I don't know. I think Monero people are more serious, and that might piss people off. But I'll just say it.
That's been my experience. I've really enjoyed going to the Monero conferences, and they're much more willing to buy things that aren't just trinkets.
Is your experience different, Richard?
I mean, I don't know. My experience with Monero is like a lot of my buddies that were into Bitcoin for a long time started getting interested in Monero in the last couple of years, and I don't know if there's like Monero maxis or I see like grumpy people posting about how I should care about Monero more from time to time, but like being a neocon and all now, Monero is not really the currency of neocons. You know what I mean? Like we like, I don't even know what the cryptocurrency of neocons is. I guess like
Trump coin.
Yeah.
Or USDT or something.
Whatever your favorite politician's meme coin is. But like neocons like to buy things. If you pivoted to be a neocon, your Liberty Under Attack would probably do pretty well.
I don't know. If neocons read books, they probably wouldn't be neocons. So they can't read books.
Well, they read all sorts of books, but they read like Hillbilly Elegy by what was his face? J.D. Vance. They just read the wrong books.
Oh yeah,
or I mean the right books.
Or like the Bill O'Reilly's conspiratorial take on the Abraham Lincoln assassination or something.
Yeah, or the real truth behind January 6th.
Right. Yeah. Just different. I guess it's a reallocation of resources maybe. And they're obviously very programmable and susceptible to propaganda. That's why. Speaking in terms of like, I guess we were talking to Uri, or I guess I wasn't. Thane was talking to Uri about fiction, and I think like the Freedom folks or Bitcoiners and Monero folks just need to get a lot more familiar with propaganda. Yeah, a lot more familiar with the methods and the tactics. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, I think they're getting, you know, they're being taught a lot right now with this whole BIP 110 stuff that's going on right now.
Oh yeah.
Like a lot of the plebs are learning how much they'd like to be propagandized, and you know, many of them like to, you know, pretend like they're above it all. But you know, when it comes to, you know, getting you know, glazed in the way that it's just like, that's the thing that's been hard, I think, for a lot of people, and like dissident movements in general, is like they spend so much time not getting glaze and just like desperately wanting glaze from somebody else. And you know, when somebody comes along and like finally glazes them, they freak out and they're like, oh, they must be on our team because they like say that they care about my feelings and they like pass my purity test.
Yeah. Yeah. So Shadrach, you got
Would you say that would you say the BIP 110 core debate has contributed to your pivoting to being a neocon, or is it just the cheat day?
Question.
No, I mean, I think it's, you know, just kind of the realization that, you know, Bitcoin isn't going to end the state. That is, I don't think it's ultimately going to separate money from the state. And, that it's really dependent on people to make that decision. It's not some sort of messianic technology to come in, and the people are mostly plebs, and you know, plebs aren't very good at creating change or acting with agencies. So I think the odds of having a you know, getting the smoking bans lifted and being able to smoke cigarettes in airplanes and in hospitals probably won't happen anytime soon, so it might as well just become a neocon.
Gotcha. Interesting.
No,
I really like this. I mean, I've kind of pivoted from libertarian to neocon like maybe every 10 years since I was first a libertarian. So I actually find this fascinating.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's just like, you know, when you have a dream, and the dream gets crushed, then you know, the solution is you know, obviously like politics.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. I've never understood it, but yeah, it's all clear now. Thank you.
Yeah, so I get one of the questions I had. I'd love to get your take on, and I guess it's Connor. I mean, it could be somewhat related, but I've seen it going around on Twitter, on X. One of the popular health trends is using Viagra or Cialis for general cardiovascular health. Yeah, it increases blood flow to your unit, and might not be advisable for libertarians for obvious reasons, but this seems like it might overlap really nicely with the Bitcoin Michael Saylor, you know, Bitcoin community. So yeah, being hyper honed in on the happenings. Have you seen any Bitcoiners talking about using, say, Cialis to help them get even more excited for Saylor speeches and podcast appearances?
Yeah, the dumb ones do. Like the smart ones, they just use Dennis Porter, because like you don't need Viagra. Like when you listen to a Dennis Porter announcement, that's as good as Viagra.
Okay, so what about using Cialis or Viagra to get excited for Dennis Porter speeches? It's like a gateway drug.
It's like pre-workout. I don't know. I haven't heard about that. That's like really, you know, some people are really trying to biohack. I think this is, you know, people that get like really wealthy, they kind of get bored. And I've met some Bitcoin people like this where, you know, they don't know what to do with their lives, so they just like sit around and biohack all day and like try all these like weird things, and I could see them doing stuff like that.
Yeah. No, and I guess I don't necessarily have like I've seen enough about it. I'm not gonna start taking Viagra, Cialis, but like I mean I guess I understand that the research is there, but it's like there's if you need that sort of thing, there's other ways to better ways, but I don't know. It's just something that came to mind. I was curious. Seemed like it'd be relevant to the Michael Saylor angle to this entire thing. Now, speaking in terms of, we've talked a bit about the Bugle, but not too much about your music in particular. Now we have one of your albums, one or two albums listed at libertarianattack.com as part of our first listings for LUA Pub Records. I think there's probably more that we have to get up there at some point, but in due time. Tell us a bit about your music ventures, and I've been hearing, the birds have been telling me that you might have a big event with Stardust. So yeah, tell us a bit about music and Stardust. Like
yeah, I mean, I just write. Oh, that happened. Yeah.
That already happened. Okay. Oh, my time it's all fucked up.
Actually, they're going to be doing an event in Chicago. They're actually coming to the U.S. and coming on tour in September, so that'll be pretty cool. But there's an event in Chicago called Shadrach. Are you a part of this? The Value for Value event in Chicago?
Yeah. That's going to be a great event. It's right before Vonu Fest in Chicago, so. Yeah, it's the first. It's got the concert is on the Monday night, and then Otis Bitmeyer will be brewing coffee the next day, and there's a big Bitcoin market, and with vendors and talks going on inside. So it should be a really, really good event. Will you be there, Richard?
I think so.
Okay, I think you have to come.
Is Stardust from the U.S. or where are they from?
Oh no! They're from Israel, actually.
Okay, gotcha. Well, not from the U.S. That's the big thing. It's like, well, I wonder if I can get them out to Vonnie Fest sometime. But no, seems like
I'll have to ask BB if they can come to Vonnie Fest.
That would be the furthest I've really reached. I've been trying to find smaller local bands from like Ohio or Indiana or somewhere like that, where it's like a 3 or 6 hour trip, where it's more feasible. And it'll be a smaller event this year anyway. It'd be better to do it next year once we get things cleaned up here. There's piles of dirt everywhere. It looks like shit, but that's just the way it's going to be for a while.
Yeah, once Veritas gets pumping, I think give it a couple of years, and there'll probably be a more vibrant music scene in the Bitcoin ecosystem. I don't know where Abel James is located, but he's pretty good. He'd be a good one.
He's in Austin. We did a bunch of stuff with him during South by Southwest last year, and he's great.
Nice.
Yeah, I think festivals are the next big thing I want to do. I mean, I wanted to do them last year and was too busy this year, but I think next year, on sovereign land, we set up some tents, have lots of campers and live music in one tent, different stuff going on, stuff for kids. That's my dream.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of getting to the point now where I don't know, like the Veritas, I don't know. I'm considering trying to make it more public, where there's still vetting involved, and there's still a layer of vetting involved or something, but to where we can actually have one of those bigger events where it's more feasible to get someone like a Stardust. And we've got another 20 acres, or I guess we've got like another 10 acres on the other side that's just open pasture that could be allocated for camping and stuff. So. Sounds like we're kind of along. That's the only thing that's really been missing is kind of the music and entertainment part. And we tried. The wife and I went out to Colorado to meet Elias Clay. She was playing at one of our friends' houses. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Elias Clay's music, but it's like rap or hip hop, R&B, but it's good freedom-minded, good freedom music. Unfortunately, it's just. Well, yeah, it didn't pan out. That was kind of our biggest, our only real possibility up to this point. But yeah, I definitely like to get more music pumping here at Veritas for Vonnie Fest for sure.
She better than Derek Burrows.
Oh God, yeah, world's better, yeah.
Yeah. Not a very high bar there, but yeah. Well, that's good to know.
Yeah, Bros has been coming up a lot recently. He hadn't come up for a long time, and he's come up a lot in the past couple of weeks. I won't say too much about it. Yeah. Anyway, Richard, tell us more about the music. I think we got kind of derailed on other stuff, but yeah, tell the folks about your music, where they can hear it, where I guess what's to come, etc.
I write music for the podcast. Ron and I do, and so we've been doing that for a couple of years now, and we try to get a new track out at least once a week. Sometimes I do more than that, sometimes I do less than that, but trying to almost always have a new track out on every show, and it's been fun. It's been a lot of variety of stuff that we've done. We've done a lot of rock, some like country, some I've been getting into metal music recently. I did multiple EDM albums, and it's been cool.
Yeah, it's kind of the flow I'm getting into with PAZNIA now. Working some of the characters and such in. But once a week, I try to come out with a skit or an ad or something, quote unquote ad. But yeah, that's cool, man. No, I enjoy your music. We just played. I've been there's been too much stuff to work in. We've been doing a lot of live stuff, so there's been less time. But this earlier today, there were three tracks played. Always got to play the Sailor one. The Sailor Fly Me to the Moon. That's probably one of my favorite comedy tracks. I didn't play Pioneers today, but Pioneers is like the second favorite one. And then just the good old classic Non-Compliant 1776. Just tried and true, good classic stuff. Never go wrong with it. But lots more too.
Yeah, I think I've done a lot of music about like freedom and stuff like that, and I think just from now on I'm going to be focusing more solely on like Toby Keith type music. Now that I'm a neocon.
Toby Keith, right? Yeah.
Like music to like manufacture consent, or like just take like a lot of like boomer slop, like pro patriotic ideas and turn into music.
You need a song about Arlington Cemetery.
Yeah,
those are always popular. Yeah.
You
I'm looking forward to this new
stones. They exist so that you can vote. They died for your right.
You just channeled genius. I'm a huge fan, and I'm looking forward to this new chapter in your story.
I don't know. I mean, I might like have the flu or something. This might just be an extended something's wrong with me since the 4th of July, and I might snap out of it. But
were you around any cats on the 4th of July or something? Maybe you got like that, some like that bacteria parasite, and it's like mind controlling your brain or something.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I forgot and went to Taco Bell or something. I don't remember going to Taco Bell.
Well, from what I've heard, you'd remember a portion of it, even if you don't remember one part of it. So, I think you would know about that part, about Taco Bell. Yeah. Well, anyway, I guess we'll do one more question here. This is something I was dropping in the PAZNIA Radio Network chat. We won't keep you too long. And our Freedom Pioneer focus segments are shorter anyway. They're just more casual discussion, getting to know a fellow Freedom Pioneer, musician, credentialed journalist, all those good things. But someone dropped in. I didn't know what I was getting into. I thought this was just a project, but it's called kosher.cash. Is the link that was dropped in, and the top of the page is Zcash, built with Israeli cryptography. Zcash is a privacy-first digital currency co-developed by researchers at Tel Aviv in the Technion, Israeli Institute of Technology, alongside Johns Hopkins and MIT, a coin rooted in world-class Israeli science, as featured in the Times of Israel. So it's a troll like Zcash Israel. This is funny as shit. I'm gonna have to look at this later. But have you heard of kosher.cash?
I've heard of Zcash, and I've heard of the Israeli connections. I'm sure Udi would suggest that, saying that even if it's built entirely by Israelis, saying that it's connected to Israel is like anti-Semitic or something. But
oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if Zcash is created by Israel, then maybe that means that that's the neocon cryptocurrency.
Maybe.
I think you may have uncovered something there.
Yep. Only here at Life Times of P.A.Z.NIA on the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network. Place making the most important connections. But no, I don't really know much about. I guess with Zcash that I'd been familiar with Monero about the same length of time, and I wasn't a fan of the optional privacy in Zcash because most of the transactions were. And apparently that's not a good argument against Zcash, but that's what turned me off away from it, like 4 years ago or something. And then there was the I don't like the miner tax or whatever. And kind of the foundation part of it. I don't know anything about them personally, but it's just if there's something better, then I'm going to that. I think Monero's better, in my opinion. But yeah,
I don't know. I mean, I just never gotten excited about Monero because of. I mean, I think like if there's going to be whatever the next generation of like privacy coin or cryptocurrency or whatever it has, like it needs some sort of like good consensus mechanism, and like if you're going the route of proof of work, then there's been a lot of attempts to do kind of like like proof of stake or just ASIC resistant mining or whatever, and I just don't think it's very long lasting. And so I see like these tools like Monero being kind of like a stopgap where it can facilitate a lot of useful economic activity, or create like the social groups or networks. But I don't know how long lasting it will be, if that makes sense.
That's a totally fair point. And I was just saying earlier how most of my planning is like a few months ahead. And my cryptocurrency, like planning for the future, is like as long as it's like in terms of like it being usable for freedom, I look like 5 to 10 years in the future. And yeah, I guess 5 to 10 years ago, that's where I would have been at with Bitcoin. Is it's useful right now for freedom pioneers. It's still useful to me to a good extent, especially I guess the Lightning and Zap.Stream route. That's really where Bitcoin is shining, is I guess the second, third layers. But Monero, yeah, like Monero is kind of I got another 5 to 10 years with Monero is kind of the way that I see it. I don't like this shit is developed so fast, or I guess things are progressing so fast, especially with AI now. That who the hell knows what things are going to look like in 5 to 10 years, what the solutions will look like. But yeah,
I don't know. I mean, Richard's a neocon now. I think stable coins have won. So I think we should have private stable coins. Everyone should just issue their own stable coins. We've got clear regulation now from the government. Anybody can do it. We can export inflation to the global south. All our problems are solved.
Well, as a neocon, Monero theoretically has a lot of use, right? Because with
you could launder a lot of drug money for the military industrial complex.
Yes. Yeah.
With the ASIC resistance, like who has like most of the CPUs, which are you're able to mine.
The CIA, of course. CIA, NSA.
Yeah, CIA, Mossad,
or their
OSS,
private
naval intelligence, etc. Yeah.
private firms. And then,
Yep.
yeah. And so then you get, bunch of, well-intentioned, individuals operating in black market activities to, provide liquidity for them. It's just, there's always a use case. I mean, like, Bitcoin's useful for the neocons, so is potentially Monero for sure.
I can see that.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I can too. But I mean, we'll have to see. I mean, Thane talks about this, like the way to find out if a tool is actually usable is when it starts getting fucked with. So I don't know if Monero's really actually gotten fucked with that much yet. I mean, obviously delistings, and there was, now they do 10 confirmations for most transactions because of some issues that may have been resolved. I don't know. But yeah, anyway, Richard, we kept you for 30-40 minutes. It's been good. It's been great having you. Love chatting. Need to have you back on the Vonu podcast for a more in-depth discussion on all things Bitcoin Bugle journalism. Maybe with Rod again. That was fun the last time we did that. But as for right now, let the folks know where they can find you, where they can keep up with your work.
Well, I've currently been farting around a lot on Twitter recently, and it's just because Ron and I have been having fun. We've just been, twisting the plebs vortexes. They're all wound up, and it's like playing whack-a-mole, where you just continue to take a mallet and bop them on the head every time they pop up and say something,
Yeah, you've been destructuring their water pretty well.
Yeah, we kind of cycle around all over the place. We got the podcast. You can subscribe to us on Thane. We put out some premium content there. You can listen to us on all the other apps, I think, except for maybe Apple. Is the only one I didn't, but it's the Bugle Weekly podcast. And then pretty much every podcast Shadrach goes on, I think he talks about us. So listen to all the podcasts Shadrach goes on. And
listen to Music Monday. You got to listen to Music Monday.
Yeah, first and third Mondays here on the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network. Yeah, Richard graces us with his presence and plays probably about an hour and a half of music thereabouts, give or take, and then he educates you and fills you in. I guess not this coming Monday, but one of the coming Mondays afterwards. I guess we might be getting a good neocon conversation, so a good neocon education. So we'll have to see.
Well, yeah, I'm doing a bit of travel right now. I'm going to end up at Lake Satoshi here pretty soon, and I'm excited about that. Up in Michigan at the end of July, beginning of August.
That's another one I have to get to. That's one of the who do we have? I'm trying to remember the name of the person who it was Freedom Pioneer Focus. Rev Hodl. We had Rev Hodl on last month. And there's now an overlap. The Midwest Peace Liberty Coalition, the Midwest Peace Liberty Fest, the event that I started going to in 2015. There's finally some overlap between the Bitcoin community and that one now. So Rev Hodl was familiar with it, and apparently they're kind of overlapping events to a certain extent or something. So it's cool to see the interflowering of networks per se.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my final, that's really exciting. I like Rev Hodl, but my final words to the listener guys, we have the most important election of our lifetimes in front of us. We have the midterms, and democracy's on the line, and you see all the problems happening around us in society. Just remember, the only way out is to vote harder. You just have to vote harder, vote smarter, and we'll fix this through democracy.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Richard Dick Reeser. Always appreciate having you on. Appreciate your music. Appreciate the Bitcoin Bugle. Appreciate the overarching efforts, which I hope seeps through to the audience. Hopefully they're smart enough. Hopefully so. But anyway, Richard, thanks so much, man. we'll let you go and continue on. Unless you have any other questions or comments, Shadrach, for Richard before we let him go.
No, thanks for coming on. It's great having you.
All right.
Appreciate you guys. Look forward to talking to you soon.
Right on. Likewise, brother. Likewise. All right, so I think we'll conclude our short Vonu Life Digital Message Board segment, and then take our only break for the night. Yeah, if you want to join the show, or you got comments, questions, topics, anything like that, PAZNIA.com/SimpleX Radio to find the to drop a message or comment in chat. Or you can give us a call, PAZNIA.com/call2. Again, PAZNIA.com/call2. It'll bring you right into this fine Jitsi call that Shadrach and I are in, and we'll take your calls or questions, but we probably won't get any because we just don't usually get that. That is okay. First one, Avalon, Demiurge Avalon, Avalon of the PAZcraft server. He commented on one of the pictures from the initial construction when they had the lasers out and were kind of shooting to figure out where the walls were going to be. And his comment was, quote, "Historical images of the groundwork for the consulate. To the right, you can see see a small mesa block on a tripod. The exact purpose of the device is unknown, but according to its written records, it was used to repel creeper attacks," end quote. Maybe. Thank you, Avalon,
Nice.
as always. Next one, Not Thought Crime Boss on XMR Chats sent us, it was like a $5 or $6 Monero donation a couple of weeks ago. Said, "Great show on the 4th. Give Thane 30 cents of my tip. Thank you for your attention in this matter." And I frankly replied that Thane gets 50% of every... Thane will get 50% of that. So, I'm not following his instructions, but the contractual agreements go before your requests on that one. But we appreciate it.
That's great.
And 30 cents can't get you shit. I wouldn't be a dick like that. 30 cents. Anyway, so this one was from Thane today. He said, "It's a silly thought I had. If we ever have a good, fucked up enough AI model stack that works fast enough for real-time audio conversations, maybe I could try having a virtual guest on sometime with the right training data in RAG. Could be a shot to have a weird, silly guest on the show, or someone who's dead or fictional." And I've already thought about that, and it will happen. It'll be pre-recorded, because if so I use, I gotta minimize a million tabs. VoiceBox is my AI voice cloner that I use. It's the one I use for Billy Mays and that. And then there's another one which I'll clone the voices. I used to use a paid service called Narkey, which is really great. It's where I get General Willie 2 and a few of the other voices from. But I'll just clone those into mine and just use them from there. But the thing is, it could take even for just a paragraph, it could take 10 minutes for it to generate it. And that, I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's some optimization things, or it's super easy where you just download it and use it. So it works for me. But it would be really cool. Thinking about the logistics of this, though, it would. I don't know. It takes some. It'd probably be pretty expensive considering the hardware it would need to, and in real time, to, hear, interpret, and respond, in the matter of a conversation. I don't know if it'd be tough. Not saying impossible, but might be cost prohibitive at this point. But I don't know. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I think it's worth giving it a shot. I mean, that could be a lot of fun. I would love to interview Rayo, and we could just make a language model with all of everything about him in there. I think it could be a lot of fun.
Yeah, so that's
at least worth
the
aiming
other
for.
angle. Yeah, that's the other angle, like that, and that would be the other angle. I wanted to have a Rayo GPT, is what I called it before, but I don't know what I'd call it now. But basically, feeding in all of his writings and such, and then being able to ask it a question, and then kind of outputting an answer that he might have given, sort of a thing.
Yeah.
But no, pre-recorded. This is totally doable. Something I'm going to do. Like I want to have like Ricky from the Trailer Park Boys talk to Billy Mays. And maybe clone Thane's voice. I don't know. Like I want to just be fucking ridiculous with it, because it's easy now, and the entertainment part of this, the propaganda part of this, is fun. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So yeah, Thane,
I enjoy them, and the little the mispronunciations were like, I think they're hilarious now. I really enjoy them.
Yeah, and Go General Willie 2's, like it's very unique. He's got weird like pauses and pronunciations to where it kind of seems more real. Just from the guess the randomness of the, which I'm impressed with Narrakeet. It's not, they don't accept Bitcoin or anything, but if you're like in terms of like a pretty affordable text to speech, and they've got hundreds upon hundreds of voices. It's very, very solid, but I'm going with the free solution the free solution's always better. But yeah, if you're looking for, I can't recommend him enough. Put out high quality stuff. But anyway, enough free promotion for First Realm service. But no, Thane, I'm on board. There's a lot of great stuff, and we got to get more into that. I mean, the show's been going for a year, I mean, I still enjoy Thane's show. And ours hasn't been going that long, so it's more in terms of Thane. Like, we need to come up with. We've talked about other segments and things, whether it's Thane calling into a speed dating show like Sky did, or whatever. Like, there's other possibilities. Which beyond at this point, I've been focusing on getting really high quality guests on to talk with Thane, and trying to have a guest every single week has been kind of the goal. And there's been a lot of non-replies, which is interesting. I don't usually get that with the P.A.Z.NIA podcast. But I don't know, maybe people go and check it out. And I'm trying to get bigger names too, so they might go check it out and be like, yeah, no, not going to do it. Which is understandable. But no, at some point we're going to get into some more stuff like that, because I think the comedy and humor entertainment part of it, you can convey all the same education stuff and do it in a fun manner. And we're going to have fun. We're going to have fun. So let me see if there was any... I'll check the stream real quick. Just make sure. Yeah, we're good. It's been flawless today. Pretty much flawless today. Always good to see. Now let me see if there was. I guess that's all the messages we have. Nothing new. So I guess at this point we'll take our only break, and we will come back. And yeah, I guess we'll probably go for. I guess we'll have to see. It might go for another hour. But we'll find out. Let me go ahead and get this queued up. All right, we'll be back momentarily with more of the Life Times of P.A.Z.NIA, a monthly news show from Veritas. Stay in by. See you on the other side.
Now, when it comes to weird alternative health shit, you may have heard of Brown's gas, boss, aka molecular hydrogen. Technically, actually, molecular hydrogen is just one part of what Brown's gas is, but whatever. It's a kind of wellness treatment used by health professionals and weirdos all over the world, both mainstream and otherwise. They got gas bars in Japan and shit. Big body of research showing that this therapy likely helps with pretty much everything: cancer, diabetes, heart disease, pretty much every organ system in the body. Over 1,500 papers, therapeutic potential for 170 diseases. In broad strokes, it works by fucking electrolyzing water into hydrogen and oxygen, and then you breathe that shit and you drink the water that it's bubbled through. And these gases are, negatively charged and shit, and they get into every cell of your body. It's probably how magical healing springs work, at least partially. The water is hydrogen enriched. Now, the P.A.Z.NIA Department of Health and Wellness has run R&D on these machines for about 4 years, and the top machine being recommended right now is the Lord's Hydrofix by Holy Hydrogen. And can you believe it? We have a coupon code for a product that isn't on our own fucking store. There's a first time for everything, so save a fat chunk of change on the Department of Health and Wellness's top recommended machine, and support Cloak and Dagger at the same time by heading on over to holyhydrogen.com. and inputting coupon code VONU100 to get $100 off your Lord's Hydro Fix. You're going to want to do your own research on this. The Molecular Hydrogen Institute website can help you with that. There's whatever, you can use whatever resources you want. There's a huge body of research on this. You know as well as I do, hopefully, that there are a lot of bullshit health tonics and gimmicks being hawked out there. The Brown's gas is one of the truest, most powerful tonic treatments out there in the world by far. When you learn for yourself how much of a health and wellness bombshell molecular hydrogen truly is, you're going to see why having your own machine is truly worth the investment. These machines are a bit costly, okay? I'm not going to lie to you, but they last for ages and they may help you save on health costs in the long run. Nothing's a bigger deal than your health, so pony the fuck up. Go to holyhydrogen.com, use coupon code VONU100, Victor Oscar November Uniform 100. Get $100 off.
Hey guys, Scott here for Liberty Under Attack Publications. Looking for a Liberty-focused publisher? Liberty Under Attack publishes books and strategy guides for individuals looking to increase their personal freedom. They assist authors through the entire publishing process: proofreading, editing, cover designs, paperback and Kindle formatting, and full audiobook narration and post-production. Tell them Scott sent you and get 20% off a full service deal. To get some one-of-a-kind books or for more information, visit libertyunderattack.com.
Liberty Under Attack Publications is your source for all things self-liberation. Featuring high-quality agorist and anarchist fiction, Paul Rosenberg's A Lodging of Wayfaring Men, and his The Breaking Dawn are two great starts. The Brushfire series by Matthew Wojtecki is stellar, #Agora, and more. Save Bitcoin or fiat by buying a bundle, such as the Strategy Sample Pack, wherein you can explore a few different strategies to the problem of freedom. At Current, Vonu, Ben Stone's Vision, and Second Realm, book on strategy. And once you're inspired to take action in your own life, head on over to the Ghost Pads and Privacy Tools tab to get yourself a Ghost Phone and Ghost Pad, and secure your communications from both the public and private spies. Stock up your home apothecary with items from Aura's Apothecary, Black Drawing Salve, Comfrey Salve, Natural Insect Repellent, and much more. And finally, the newest edition, PAZNIA Farms Canned Goods, Cowboy Candy, Pickles, Salsa, etc. Of course, all of the canned goods and the apothecary items are made with the highest quality ingredients, some grown here at the homestead. Head on over to libertyunderattack.com, again libertyunderattack.com, to check out our full catalog or to place your order today. Bitcoin accepted and preferred. Email if you'd like to pay with XMR, shane@libertyunderattack.com, or if you'd like to place an international order. Again, libertyunderattack.com. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story. Find your freedom.
Rayo, Shadrach, hide the guns and the drugs. We about to finna be back on the air.
This is the Life and Times of P.A.Z.NIA, a monthly news show from Veritas. Now, your humble hosts, Rayo2 and Shadrach.
Alrighty, welcome back to the Life and Times of P.A.Z.NIA, a monthly news show from Veritas. Coming to you live from what used to be the ruins of the consulate, which is now a filled-in hole, and the site of construction of the new P.A.Z.NIA embassy. lots going on here, and Vonu Fest is coming up September 21st to 28th as well. So it will be a flurry of activity here at the Free Republic of P.A.Z.NIA, the Veritas node. But we are back from our only break this evening. Welcome back, Shadrach. I think we're all set. Everything's unmuted. It's always a good thing. Always
There we go.
a good thing. Okay. Yeah, so we are going to get on to, we'll only cover the first video, because that one's the most interesting anyway. And I just got a question in the P.A.Z.NIA chat, so we'll continue our Vonu Life Digital message board for a few more moments here. But Fegdul asked a couple of good questions I think would be fun to discuss. He asked, anything agorist Vonu-ish about building larger installations on, unowned land? Anything on building in caves? I know a bunch of folks that have access to caves. They are small and have lots of hair on their feet. Okay, so some of this might be serious. Okay, well, anyways, so building larger installations on on unowned land. I guess it would just depend on the circumstance. Yeah, and I guess the interstices as well. I'm trying to remember what the actual word for it is legally. But adverse possession, I think that's what it's called. Adverse possession. If you've lived on a property for long enough, you are uninterrupted. You can basically claim possession of it. So I guess it would just depend upon anything. I guess agorist Vonu-ish about it. I mean, it definitely could be. Like, is there a place that I know of, like off the top of my head, where I would go consider something like this? Probably, not off the top of my head, but is there anything agorist or Vonu-ish about it? Yeah, there definitely could be. It would just take a Freedom Pioneer to put the pieces together, per se. So yeah, I don't have any issues. With that.
So it's interesting because unowned versus public land. So like I mean, if it's unowned, as in nobody's occupying it, or like legitimate. But as far as public land, there's a lot of Vonu stuff around using public land. So I know there's an app in Europe that will show you like all of the places you can park your van that are near forests and things like that, where there's no residential people and they're pretty much not monitored, so you can stay there for a few days.
Oh yeah, certainly. There are I knew them off the top of my head 5 years ago. There are a couple of Van Nomad apps like that, a couple of really popular ones. But no, that's an important note, because could you do like a large? I mean, yeah, you could. I mean, people have had like hidden cabins and stuff, like not even necessarily hidden, just like hidden out in the middle of national forest. Now today is that a little harder with drones and satellites. It might be, but you always got to. I mean, you always got to like. I guess the mind of a Freedom Pioneer, you can usually be a few steps ahead. You can usually you could figure it out, I guess, is what I'm getting at. You can figure out the details to remain invulnerable to that coercion, I'm sure. There are always solutions.
Yeah. In my mind, the real solution that we're looking for is something along the lines of having trusts that own land, and they want parts of the land to become productive assets, and so they're looking for people that want to move there, and then the relationship you have with the landowner can be completely private.
Yeah, that seems to be a utilizing legal interstices and trusts are pretty much there's only a couple. I guess they only tell you about a couple possible trusts. I've found out I've heard of others from folks that have visited Veritas and such. So that is an avenue. I mean, that's the avenue worthy investigation. Certainly. Now the second part of his question: anything on building in caves? I'm big into that. I'm kind of big into that idea. I guess I'm not gonna say big into it, but it's something I've been thinking about more lately.
I looked at a cave today, and I mean, it's really like if you know where caves are, and you can move between them, that's a fun idea. And I always look at caves and be like, what would it take for me to live in there for a week or two?
Yeah, no, and I've the YouTube algorithm, it tosses me a lot of this weird stuff because obviously I'm into it. But someone basically old mining land, took possession of old mining land basically, and is building a house in this cave system. There was another example where someone, I think probably legally bought it, but basically outfitted it, or they converted it to a house, which was basically still like a cave, but with all the amenities and everything. So, no, caves are. There's a reason why the U.S. government and a lot of other entities before probably have been, building, building underground and even underground, like under ocean. Installations. You can find 1960s or 1970s government reports talking about the underwater installations they were installing. Like the way you survive, these cyclical, whether they're natural or synthetic, they're natural events that happen. And the way that a lot of these, the way you survive them a lot of times is going underground. Now that's not a guarantee for all situations, but it's much safer than being on the surface. Much safer than being on the surface. So I think, Fegdul always thinks in the right direction. Well, I'm not gonna say always because I'm condoning a lot of other shit. But in terms of the Vonu and Agora sort of stuff, yeah, most definitely, yeah, we're on the same wavelength here for sure. Caves. Yeah. When Rayo disappeared, he was looking into like partially above ground and partially underground lifestyles, semi-troglodytism, and I guess the wild speculation. I guess my vision and dream and goal is that he didn't die or disappear necessarily. He just built such an invulnerable lifestyle that that he just disappeared and had his small network and whatever, and yeah, it's the end of it. It's just speculation anyway. Let's see if there's anything else here. Another question. What is a technology or tool that you want to see a DIY-able version of? Alt electricity, efficient heating or cooking, premium tents, radio towers, toilets, or maybe just insulation, so things stay warm in the winter. That's a good question. Well, I suppose the DIY, like the thing the tech hurdle I'm dealing with now is like shortwave and radio. So yeah, I guess that would be my first answer is more DIY easy, pirate radio or shortwave. I could give a better answer if I thought about it, but that's the first thing that comes to mind for me. What about you, Shadrach?
What's coming into my head is almost like having junkyards and being able to really like reuse metal and circuit boards and different kinds of material that we can find. So like where AI allows us to do new stuff, if we had maybe machines that could like rebuild equipment into our own kind of new configurations, something along those lines. I'd like to see a lot more. I'd like us to be able to make a lot more stuff ourselves, basically.
That's a much better answer.
DIY.
It's a much better answer than what I give. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, certainly. All right. Any comments on the Likovsky multi-wave oscillator or other impulse-based health devices? Recently learned that this stuff is likely very much legit. I'm trying to think. There's different. I know what he's talking about, and if I. Likovsky. There's another. If I know the other word that this is called, it'll jog back my memory.
Well, we work with an alternative health guy, and we're actually moving some equipment out to Prague right now for a decentralized health clinic type of thing. But yeah, these are. I mean, I've been hooked up to this scanner. They just clipped electrodes to my toes, and it was able to find all kinds of like blockages and where I'd had injuries. So I mean, I was pretty blown away by what you can do with this stuff.
Yeah, I wish I had a more substantial answer for you. It's so close. It's so close to the front of my mind. But I can't recall specifically what this exact. Let's see here. I'm on the Wikipedia page. Just jog my memory. Used for run the treatment of cancer. Main circuit basically consists of concentric rings forming electrical dipole antennas having capacitive gaps opposing each other by 180 degrees. The circuit is fed with high voltage and high frequency impulses from a generator, usually a spark gap, Tesla coil, or Odin coil. It's supposed to create a broadband frequency spectrum of low amplitude. Okay, so it's kind of, okay. Yeah, can't give you a substantial answer on that right now. That was probably like 3 or 4 years ago deep dive into health that I just don't recall now. But yeah, nothing for me, but obviously deep into all of these things when I have the time and bandwidth for them, which has not been this year. But yeah, appreciate the question.
I definitely think that the tech is real.
Oh, it's real, yeah. It's
whether it's fine-tuned yet or you know what all we can do with it. I mean, we're electrical systems, and we should be able to do a lot deeper diagnostics than we're able to do with stupid MRIs and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, and I just read a week ago, and this might be like I read things and I kind of look into them briefly, and then I forget about them, and then I have to try to track back where. But I just saw something in the past week or two that's Donald Trump's uncle John, MIT professor, who was the one that went and got Tesla's papers after he died. He also came up with a cancer treating device like this, similar to this. I don't know. I don't always recall the words and the definition. It takes a lot of fucking work for me to do that. I remember the important parts, and that's how it can be used and what it's good for. I used to give a lot more time and stock into sounding smart. I don't give a shit about that. Like I don't care about sounding like a fucking doctor. Yeah, I don't care. I care about the results. Doesn't matter about how fucking smart you sound, especially when it comes to health. All that matters is results.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, well, thank you, Fagduel. I will maybe, I'm not going to promise you, but maybe I'll come up with a better answer next show. But let's get on to our second round strategy session here, which will be an interesting logistical thing. So Shadrach, you'll be able to hear it, but you won't be able to see it live because I cannot screen share on Jitsi for some reason. So this video, we'll get her fucking pulled up. All right, so it's by Kristen Dirksen, someone that I've been familiar with on YouTube for a long time. She's got a channel, which I'll probably have to tell any of you about it. You're probably familiar with her too, but she does a lot of videos of alternative lifestyles and shelters and all that sort of stuff. But this one, it's called Solo on River Shanty Boat, Quit City to live free at edge of society. So we'll go ahead and watch this. I'm not sure. I don't know when we'll stop. I might stop it, pause it at a point to talk, and Shadrach, if you got a point you want to stop and comment on, let me know. But we'll let this roll, pause when we need to, and watch along and discuss. But yeah, let's learn about a very plausible, cheap way of living, and not so far away. Tennessee's not that even far from Southern Illinois, so this ain't that far from me. It's kind of right near the center of the U.S. too, close to the center. So yeah, let's dive in.
Awesome.
It's not a realistic goal to say that I'm ever going to go somewhere in America and actually live for free, but there are places where you don't have to pay rent, and there are places where you don't have to pay taxes.
Welcome to the Duck River.
What? No one out here?
No, you have to have a pretty good boat to get in here and know the way. I've tried to figure it out over the last couple years. You go real slow and you take your fancy depth meter and you check the depth, and then you go a little further.
So your house is out here now?
Yeah, it's about a quarter mile that way. I lived in a nature reserve. 2,000 miles of shoreline, of public shoreline that's national forest, state animal reserve. They're not allowed to have a dock on this water. There can be a mansion up there, but you won't ever see it because they can't cut any of these trees for like a quarter mile that way in every direction of the water. 7 years ago, I started to do RVing. They have all these rules and you have to pay for all this stuff. And then I realized that like if I was just parked on the water and anchored 10 feet off of the land, I don't need to pay for camping fees. Even though it's an RV, you don't have to pay for it. The only criteria is I have to move every 14 days. When I lived in an RV and in a van, I would end up with all these weekly and monthly permit fees for just staying in public property. A boat, you don't do that.
This is great. It's so private.
It's my little harbor.
It's a little lagoon.
Yeah.
And you just don't know. I mean, this is not going to be mapped. You have to explore.
No, when people come to like see me, I have to go meet them on the main channel. You don't say, hey, it's off on the right. You just,
So you looked for a while to even get back into here, right? Like this is probably a couple years of exploration to even know this area well enough to find something.
Right.
Because we just came down a finger.
Yes, you came down the fifth finger of the Duck River. Each one of them I've mapped and showed like people where they are and how they are.
So you're sitting on a floating dock.
And I found all this stuff in the river. When there's a flood, everyone's stuff floats away on them and I go and collect it. The foam came from a dock that broke and started floating down the river.
And you have a garden?
I've started this year. And I planted grass for my cat over here. Everything you can think of you have in a house I have in here.
Just smaller.
Yeah. All of my kitchen stuff is outdoor, indoor. It's all movable. So this goes inside it. The mosquitoes don't affect you now, but when the sun goes down, come out here and you'll die. So my sink goes inside too, and there is no plumbing. So I wash with the lake water, rinse with fresh. And then back here, I also have same thing hanging here. And then this is, if I use the bathroom, this is where I wash my hands back here. So I have 3 running waters. And then this is just, and I shower in the river water. This is my shower. Living on water, you get your own water. That's the main thing, is that you're not trying to figure out how to find water because you're actually living on it. And how I do my dishes with this water.
It's clean enough?
You don't want to drink it. You want to filter it before you drink it, but it's perfectly fine to do your dishes and stuff in. That's why I do my laundry out here too. It's just the water's, I'm on the resource, yeah. The propane, I use this big, I never buy little ones. So you fill these with this. So these are expensive. This is only 15 bucks to refill. So you turn them upside down and you fill these. And then I can cook and do my little buddy heaters with these. Here's the propane tank that runs the refrigerator.
Not much food.
No, tomorrow I have to go get food. So this top shelf would be all meat tomorrow, and it's only propane.
So you have your panels here.
The 2 right here. 300 watts of solar, 150, 150. And then I have a 400 watt and a 600 watt that I put up in winter.
So this is an island. So you're really living on a private island in a way.
Well, but remember, it's national forest, so it's our island.
Okay, our island.
It's a public island.
You're the only one docked here. Right?
Absolutely, yeah. There's no other boat that could get in this water like this.
So what are you looking for a boat like this? I mean, it looks like you're just right on the mud.
I'm not, I know, no, I know. That's literally 6 inches of floating. Okay. So what I bought was a boat that can hold 6,000 pounds, and I built a 1,200 pound house. This is how you move around in the little water.
Okay.
That's why I don't worry about getting stuck too. So like if I'm in here and I'm trying to move out of here, I use this just like a raft.
Do you really?
Yeah, this is how you move it around. That's the best part about tiny houses on water. You can move them with your finger. You don't need to call a tow truck or pay a bunch of money. No, you can do it with a kayak and an oar if you have to, and you move your mile and you're done.
Oh, so you don't even have to power up if you didn't want to, if you had a little current.
No, exactly. That's the main thing, like the gravity goes away on water. The thing doesn't weigh anything. You can literally move it. You just push out there and go, and then come back in on a mile and you tie up.
Like a gondola.
Perfect, yeah, yeah.
How many people are living on shanty boats these days?
Full time out on the river?
Yeah.
Me.
Really?
There's not one person that does this here, anywhere.
What happened? Because there used to be.
The rules changed for a while, and once it moved to moving, people won't do it.
Nobody wants to be a nomadic.
Right.
I love the front of this.
It's like a little house.
Yeah.
So the colors, my mom's passed away, but this was what my mom would have painted it.
Was she alive when you did it?
No, part of me doing all this, I kind of had a professional life and my parents wouldn't have been okay with me doing this. And once they passed away, it was my free shot to...
What was your professional life?
I was working at a bank, telling people how to close their mortgage and what to pay off their mortgage. And I used to just give financial advice. It was boring. Basically, as I grew up, I started to learn there's two answers and two solutions to not having enough money. One is to make more money, and you really don't have any say in that. And the other one is to spend less money, and you have all control over that.
So you have wooden...
Cabinet here, just like this, another cabinet.
Oh, I see.
Yep, 2 storage. And then the entire bed is cat litter, cat food, laundry, tools. There she is.
And if you look under the mattress, it's just...
Plywood.
Yeah, simple.
Yeah, the whole build is simple. So I started to slowly move into being a minimalist. And then I slowly started figuring out ways to live not paying a monthly rent. I spent about 5 years of experimenting with different setups. I bought and refit a sailboat for $5,000 and then lived on it. And then I moved around the national forest and lived for a year for free without paying rent. And it's actually pretty good. Trying all the different nomadic lifestyles, I'll tell you, it is hard to park an RV for free. So the idea of being able to just drop an anchor anywhere you're at on the boat and not have to pay someone to drop that anchor changes the idea of living for free immediately. You just anchor. You can drop your anchor. So if you're actually comparing 1 square mile of land that you can park on to 1 square mile of water that you can park on, the percentages are so different, they're not even comparable. The moment you move onto water, you're able to use almost 100% of it. KK Bridge, Joel, over. They're calling for the bridge opening. I started on Lake Michigan in a sailboat. You know, when you go online and you look at ways to live for very little, the first thing that pops up is sailboats, because you can move without gas. I fell for it, and I lived on Lake Michigan for a long time. You can see he wants to come out. I don't want him out when I'm sailing, though. But then in Wisconsin, you have to leave 6 months out of the year because the lake freezes.
This spot, you just found it.
I Googled where do people live on the river. This area, most of Tennessee, a huge chunk of Kentucky, half of Alabama, a huge chunk of Mississippi, almost a quarter of Georgia, was purchased by the Army Corps of Engineers with taxpayer money. They then made all these channels, moved everyone out, then they flooded it. Now, before they flooded it, it was all taxpayer property. It was all public property, and once they flooded it, the shoreline now here is public property. No one lives on that property because it was all purchased prior to starting this huge endeavor, which makes this place special. For a place like this to exist on the planet is extremely rare. When 99% of the shoreline is public access through 4 states, hundreds of miles of shoreline. So when you add up that square mileage, it is 40,000 square miles of watersheds. It's 1% of America that we're talking that you can float around on.
So you built this?
Yeah, in 12 days.
12 days?
Yeah, in a campsite. So I was off-grid the whole time and I used solar power to charge the tools. So I bought a boat like you would normally see with 17 seats on it. It's all glued on, like a normal pontoon boat. Then I stripped everything off of it. I'm not going to use 2x4s for the walls because look how much heavier that would be. I went to Home Depot and bought wood and all these windows. Pretty much it's all window in front. And it's really like 20 sheets of plywood and 50 2x4s.
The fix for the 3-inch mistake, I'm gonna put 2x4s in. All better, fixed. So the police just came here. Apparently there are a couple of hunters who said that there's a crazy man out in the woods trying to build a house, saying that there's a guy out there using his generator and sawing at 5 in the morning. I don't think it was 5 in the morning, but probably 6, the latest. And then after me showing my permits to them, officer said, "You're not breaking any rules. You're in a legitimate campground. You have your boat." A lot of people bring their boats. So if people don't like what you're doing, they're supposed to move further away. I'm gonna see how it floats. As soon as it could float and had doors where I could lock the cat and dog inside, I put it on the water and started living in it. All right, I mean, this thing is sitting pretty flat to me. Has to be in shallow water and kind of check on it, but everything looks like it's going pretty good.
Oh, let me get stuff unmuted. We'll pause there for just a moment. He's going to go more into, I guess, the build and such, but we'll pause and cover some of these items so far. They at least come up for me. First off, free living, moving every 14 days. So this is just like the National Public Land. And just the method of how this came about is interesting. They Army Corps of Engineers bought the land, then they flooded it, and now all that land, it's livable on a boat. It's one of those things where legal interstices change, and you can't predict. Like this is one of those times when this might actually benefit freedom pioneers. This sort of a change in legal interstices usually is closing a loophole. This is opening something that doesn't seem like many people are taking advantage of or even really know about. So, basically, the same stipulations as national public land and the water. So I guess that's the first point. And the second one that comes to me is like, I mean, it's just like with the advent of like solar powered e-bikes or solar charged e-bikes. And you could have like every smaller solar power kits to charge a Starlink and a computer, and you could live a high tech like e-bike nomad lifestyle in the middle of the woods, wherever the fuck you are. So like same with this, like this dude, like he wasn't really looking for the high tech sort of parts, but I'm looking at ways like the solar's great, but like there's even beyond that, it's like you could live a high tech lifestyle, not a subsistence lifestyle. But still living for free out there, which it looks beautiful to me. It's a high quality video. But I'll turn it over to you if you've got anything on your mind.
Well, when do you know when that was from? I'm kind of curious as to like what the landscape is now. For
I can figure out. So this was released a month ago. So this is recent.
Yeah. I think that's a great little boat he built, and I think they could be. I guess with all the van life and nomadism, it's. I mean, what kind of standards are you willing to, go down to?
Exactly.
And then also when you have families or minimally a spouse, there's different requirements for a comfortable lifestyle. So I think moving could be a very simple thing and could be made a lot easier. I think modifying some of those designs, making it more, not necessarily automated, but where it's just kind of something you do on a regular basis and it's very simple. You're not, going out on kayaks trying to do stuff. I think there's some levels of comfort you could add to the whole moving thing. And even make it part of what you do. I mean, maybe you do some forest, food forest type of stuff in different areas, toss some seeds out here and there, and then you're able to do a circuit where you're cultivating things as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, like that. That's amazing. Yeah. It's the possibilities are endless. But please go ahead.
Yeah. And then just like what would the authorities tolerate as far as if we actually put this out there and like we can start building these, let's start moving people out here. We can create a boat community on these properties as well. Like if we had 30 of them out there all moving around, would they start to then go, I don't know about this?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I'd like
that's
to
a
push
fair
those limits if it is legal. And then the last thing is, he did mention the cops checking his permit. So I don't know, is that a permit to build a boat? Is it the permit from the original boats that he bought? So that would be interesting to find out. But
Yeah,
I
that's
would
a
love to make a plan and try and replicate some of this stuff. I mean, it's certainly in our neighborhood or in our get toable areas, the ones that he mentioned. So that's great video. And we were just talking about water stuff. So
yeah. We aren't done yet. He's getting more into the build stuff, which that's cool, fascinating part. But just the Vonu and the lifestyle potentials here are interesting. And this is one of those things where this is apparently a new thing. They just flooded it recently, so this is a new interstice. Whereas you're saying you get in on the ground floor before all the actual real creepers and weirdos get there. So do you want some freedom pioneering folks like us, or do you want the fucking weirdos that they're going there? Obviously, they're going there because they don't have any money, and that's fine. But you usually attract the best types of folks. So I guess that would be it would be an interesting experiment to see what they would if they're not shanty boats and they're nice, decent boats and things are taken care of and all of that. Yeah, I'd be curious to see what. New.
If we're going back to the video, I'll probably sign off. It's getting pretty late here, so I will finish watching the video on Rumble. And incredible show today. Really great guest. You've been having great guests lately. I've been really enjoying those, and Thane was on fire as always in his strange little way.
For sure, man. For sure. No, I appreciate you staying up. I probably wouldn't be able to. So, no, I certainly get it. We'll close this out. We'll finish out this video, and I'll close out the show. But it'll be a little bit of a longer one this evening. But as always, thanks a lot for being here, Shadrach. Always appreciate it.
It's an honor. I enjoy it. Thank you.
Hey, right on. Cheers, brother. Hey. All right, well, we'll finish up this video, folks. Back to it.
So I am out on open water. First thing I noticed is that the boat is very boat-like. It is going up and down with waves. As soon as you cross the center line, it puts your weight on the other pontoon. But it wasn't anywhere near done. And then every week I'd go and get material and take it out to any island and work on it. So the cedar is the outhouse. I do have some storage under the sink here. So this kitchenette is completely rustic. You can see all the screw holes. I use cedar fence, cheapest backslash you can buy. And because it's cedar fencing, it can handle whatever you throw at it. I did take the time to underscrew because I want this to look like a bar. The bar completely encloses the controls. The bed is in. Haven't done storage underneath the bed yet. I have not started working on the bathroom, although I bought my toilet. If that's what's stopping you from going on your adventures, get over it. It's not that bad at all.
What do you have for a heater? Fireplace.
Mini cubic. And then this is the water tank that heats the coffee.
Oh, it's great.
Isn't it awesome? It's my favorite thing in the world.
But it's so tiny.
It's so tiny, but it's so warm. So the other thing is, when I started, there was no insulation. So the walls were all this. And then everyone's like, you're burning through your firewood so fast because you don't have insulation. So last winter, I was bored. Went to the store and I got insulation, and then all those boards above, I still have some right there to do the cedar. So I bought cedar fencing. It's super cheap. And I put insulation in that I got from a remnants of a house that they were building here. And I just put it in and screwed this in. I'll tell you, there's a big difference in the heat from having that now. But I went 5 years with no insulation, no nothing, and I was fine. All I do in winter is I find driftwood. I spend about 2 hours a day cutting that day's worth of wood for the following day. I stack it here. But I am burning cypress in here. The smell coming off of this fire is something amazing. These drying racks work really good. So this was sitting like this for about 25 minutes. And you see how it's gotten the moisture out right there? And then as the one that's burning down there is burning away, you can dry this one out.
You think about the old shanties, and a lot of times that was economic, like just people necessity, right?
Yeah, so originally the beginning setup of the shanty boat was you made your own boards by hand. So when you built your farm or you built your house, you cut that tree down and you hand sawed that board, so you would never walk away from a board ever in your life. So you took the board from your farm, whatever you didn't sell, like whatever shed or whatever barn house that you didn't sell in that house where you were moving away from, and you built your shanty boat with it. You took your oven and your animals on that boat, and then you really went to greener pastures. You went downriver, only downriver, no other way to go. And you go downriver till you find a nice place to live, take the boards apart and rebuild your house. That was the original shanty, and that's how that worked. And then the Great Depression came and it became a live-aboard boat. So the shanty boat had to have two criteria. You had to build it and you had to live on it permanently. It had to be an actual home. So that's a shanty boat. Now we're moving into this where they talk about it's a lifestyle. So you'll get people who will buy a factory houseboat and live the shanty boat lifestyle on the weekend. So that word just changed to be lifestyle rather than an actual boat, you know? But in reality, the whole thing was getting away from the taxation of land, the requirement to pay money per month to a landlord or rent, and basically being able to fish and grab, you know, stuff from the water. Biggest part of boondocking and being able to boondock is your systems. If you're using water, you're going to eventually run out of water. So, shavings, toilet. I have done every type of toilet. Those all go wrong. They also have them where you have to go back and have them pumped out or dumped. This does not. You pull the bag out, you tie it, no water usage. Plus, the whole setup is less than 10 bucks. All of my heating is off of diesel, fireplace, and then my air conditioning is a generator. So none of my batteries are running high output things. So they're all lasting forever. It is a boat fireplace made for living on the water. The whole thing tries to stay not hot. So like if you were to touch this or touch this, it doesn't burn you. But because it's double walled and insulated. Oh. So there's two pipes in here. Yeah. When it gets to here, there's a third pipe and insulation. So this is touching here. It doesn't actually burn anything. And when it's going, it can be 20 degrees outside, 10, 15 degrees below zero. And I have to have the front door open and I'm in boxers because it's that warm. Yes. If I look at myself when I was 30 years old, the first thing that stands out was I had a house and I had two cars. Two nice cars. I had a Volvo XC90 and I had a Jaguar. The car payments were about $800, including insurance a month, and the house payment was, including insurance and taxes, was $1,700 a month. Together, it's a better part of $2,500 that I had to come up with every month. Currently, for me to live here as a 45-year-old man, it's $1,080 to cover all of my expenses for the entire year living here. Think about that. I am taking the amount of money I was spending every 2 weeks when I was 30, and I'm living off of it for an entire year. Imagine if you knew when you were 20 that if you just found happiness without buying stuff, you could live 90% of your life without working instead of the other way around.
So how do you choose a site for a home?
The wind and the sun. Like in winter I would need the sun or I'm running my diesel heater in a fireplace all day. And then in summer, I don't want sun to touch my boat. I don't want it anywhere near my boat. So like in there, right around now, you'll see that whole side on the right is going to be all sun for the rest of the day. So you would move in winter from that spot right there over to this spot during the day. Here's where we're going to put the boat if there's any kind of storm. This little cut through goes to the other creek. Perfect little spot right there for not being part of any current, flood, or anything like that. Otherwise, back in here to the right is a good spot too. This has really turned out to be an exceptionally quiet spot where the only boats that come in here are boats where I
are my friends, and I show them on a map where I'm at, and they come and find me. Otherwise, I've never had anyone come in here yet. I've been where I've made the right decision and I have a great night. And I've been where I made a bad decision and it was the worst night of my life. And I thought, when is this wind gonna end? How long is the storm gonna go? There's so much wind right now. It's just overwhelming right now. Holy cow. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. It's scary. Tornado warning for Benton County, ETA 10:05 to 10:15. Eventually you start to be like, all right, this is serious, right? We're really lucky because the wind is coming through really strong, but the trees behind us are blocking it. The island I'm on are blocking. Look how they're hitting over there. And I'm glad that's not hitting us.
How often are tornadoes coming through?
They call it straight line winds. Since I've been here, I've been in 7, like where they happen within, 10 miles of me. If there's weather, I'll never listen to someone's weather through a human voice. I want to look at the data and I'm not interested in what you're selling me. If the wind's going to be 15, I want to look at that number. Where is it coming from? When is it happening? And that's what I believe. But again, I tuck underneath stuff so it goes up and over. And typically when a tornado comes through me, I'm on the bottom part of the cliff and the tornado gets lifted up over. So I see it. I see the trees falling. I see the wind, but my boat is not moving.
And you worry about something happening? I mean, if you got hurt or something?
I stopped worrying about things like 7 years ago.
Okay.
I promise you. I don't spend 1 minute worried about something. Yeah. Nope.
But you have internet access out here.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can contact someone.
Right. And they have Life for Life. So like as far as health, they have Life for Life here. Snake bites take 24 hours. So it's not something that's an immediate response. Oh, and I'm an EMT. I'm an emergency medical technician.
Oh.
So like I can stop my bleeding if that comes down to it.
What are the things you look for then? You're looking for light?
Fetch. So I don't want any distance where a wave could accrue. The distance between me and any body of water needs to be small. You see how there's no fetch in front of me. So even if I get wind, there's no wave coming to me because of that land in front of us. So the fetch, and then in winter I want sun, in summer I am afraid of sun. It's just the temperature, like a microclimate. And then how often trees fall. That's the major fear here is the trees. When a tornado comes through here, all 200 trees around me might fall.
So you see something that's fallen here, would that be from?
That's what I do. When I come into an area, if I see a single trees, that's age. If I see 15 trees, that's wind. And then if I see them coming downhill, that's a mudslide.
So you see some here, but could that be age?
That's age. That's age. And then the ones that are here are brought in here with current and flood. Plus, the other thing is, so we're looking at the back of 2 mountains. So if it rains for 3 days, a lot of these will white cap through here and crush you. But the way that you see how the wood is set right here, it's not on the other side of the trees. It's on this side. Okay. That means that it fills from here. So it's what's called a backwash. Okay. So I'm safe with that land in front of my boat from trees hitting me. Okay. Nothing's gonna come from behind me in this, right where I'm at.
Do you ever repeat locations?
When the weather is perfect for this location, I have like 5 really good spots for tornado type weather, and I will run to those spots depending on when I get an alert for it or whatever. This one's got too many trees. So unless it's a straight storm coming from the south, you don't want to be in here. You basically hide.
So how many spots have you gathered by this point? I mean, you must have a lot of spots.
The ones that I remember and that I would keep, like about 100. But I've been, and you do the math on it. The other thing is, we talk about the 14 days, that's a limit. I move every 3 or 5 days, depending on when the wind changes in reality. And then if I'm in a spot and the sun is getting me, I'll move in that river 5 or 6 times during a day to just be in the right spot. And then if the wind changes, if it's 90 degrees and I can put myself on a peninsula, like where the waves are coming on the other side of the island, I don't feel the wave, but I get the wind coming through the boat, I'll move to that. So it's really just trying to keep my microclimate like perfect. And then depending on the water levels, the place where you're staying will either work or not work. Sometimes you just have to leave because the water got too low.
Like this beach up here on the right, I stayed there and the water got so high that the beach left and I couldn't let my dog out anymore.
Why? Just because of seasonal?
Oh, no, it's dams. So when they take power in Kentucky, this goes down, and when they make power in Pewaukee, it goes up. In summer, it's 5 feet higher. In winter, they drain it all for the animals, but you can't get back here and stuff. So right after this all used to be a really nice 10-foot beach right here, and now you see the trees underwater. This is all underwater now. But I kept my boat here for 2 weeks in the shade the whole time. So it's all day shade right here. And then the bad storms come from the south. So this cliff blocked me from all the storms. So my boat doesn't feel any wind whenever there's a storm. I remember I was in my late 20s and both me and my wife's car were broken, and it was the first time I actually had to go borrow money from my credit union to pay for maintenance. And I had gotten a ride there from my parents. And I said to them, if we made just a little bit more money, everything would be okay. And they both laughed hysterically for 5 minutes at me. And they said, it doesn't matter how much you make, it will never be enough. Ever. It will always be just not enough. And the advice I wish they would have told me was, if you can find as much joy in a sunset as you can find in owning a Ferrari, you can be a super rich person just by choosing the sunset.
All right, now that has concluded. Things switched over here and checked the stream. I haven't been able to do that momentarily, but we're still all good. So, yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed that. That's a powerful one. It's a powerful one. I understand why Paradise sent that to me. So for those who don't know, and I'm not doxing Paradise or anything. So I met Paradise in the YouTube comments section back in 2015. He found LUA Radio, I think the second or third show. So he's been following all my stuff since 2015. But met him in the YouTube comments, and as of late, I guess the past 5-6 years, however long it's been, he and his woman, I guess, yeah, she's his wife now. They got a huge truck, huge diesel truck. With a camper. It's a camper plus garage combination. So it's basically like towing a house. And he was the one that sent this video to me. And what's valuable from this guy's take is he'd done all the other shit before. He bought the sailboat. Oh, well, if you just have a sailboat, you never have to have you have to pay for power to move it. But he ran into issues in Michigan. Things freeze. He's tried the stuff out, and he lived the first realm life. Sounds like he had a pretty decent accounting job, and it was a change of mindset. So many folks get caught up in that first realm, keeping up with the Joneses, or even just the if you're on fucking TikTok or something. I'm actually on P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network is on TikTok now, so I can't talk shit about it too much. If you're just on TikTok scrolling and buying stupid shit or whatever, however the hell that works, I don't know. If you have that kind of consumerist mindset, you're gonna drain yourself. You're gonna drain yourself, and I think this is one of the most valuable things beyond just the lifestyle. That sailboat lifestyle and all of the potentialities that brings. Even bigger, the best financial self-liberation advice that I could give or anyone could give that he gave, and this is the biggest one. I don't necessarily agree with the FIRE folks, the financially independent early retirement folks that save like 89% of their income, working like a servile society job so they can retire by age 40. I'm not necessarily in favor of that, but there is a grain of truth here that is very, very fucking true. It is hard to gain. It's hard to, it's hard to make. It's a lot harder to make more money than it is to spend less. And that doesn't mean living, obviously some sort of frugality and minimalist lifestyles has an impact on that. It doesn't mean you have to live in subsistence. It just means that you have to find out what you actually need. One of the things that I've one of the great lessons of living on a homestead is all of the things outside of this year. This year's been bad, and I've had to actually buy some stuff that I wouldn't normally have bought before. It's been unfortunate, but normally speaking, if you have a homestead, there are lots of ways to produce money. There are a lot of ways to produce things. You've got land, you've got space. You can produce the things that you need. Some of them, especially like gardens. That's one of those things. Like with this video, like. Oh yeah, if I was going to do this lifestyle, I'd have the boat that he lives on, and I would have like just like some shitty pontoon boats with raised beds or something. And you could grow so much food, So yeah, that's an example from the context of that video. Is spend less and produce what you can, and the stuff that you produce nowadays. Compared to the first realm shit that they sell you, there's no you can produce stuff for cheaper than what you'd buy. You can produce higher quality stuff than what you'd buy at the grocery store, and it's not even hard. Same thing with like cannabis now. I've had to dive into. I went to the dispensary for the first time and got ass raped, and I won't do that again. But no, like the stuff that's available. No, it's nothing like what you can produce at home. All the first realm goes for is mass production, and pretty much everything. Quality is out the window. So yeah, you can produce. Change your mindset. I mean, yeah, obviously, there's nothing wrong with trying to make more money, but spend just as much time focusing on how you can cut your expenses. In all areas. It's easy to cut expenses on just frivolous spending stuff, but this is where those big things happen, where you realize that you can basically live for free if you can just change your perspective, change where you get your dopamine hits from, where it's not TikTok and it's just like having a blunt sitting out in nature, like something like that, versus all of the stuff that comes with living in first realm society. So let me pull up my notes here, see if there's anything else that I wanted to mention here in terms of this second realm strategy session watch along on the Life Times of P.A.Z.NIA. I suppose, I guess one of the things I thought of was notwithstanding what Shadrach and I talked about, if you actually had like a community of boats and it started to become like visible, this is actually kind of it seems like it's pretty resilient lifestyle wise to what we were talking about earlier with building. Avalon asked a question about building large infrastructure on unowned land. And yeah, my retort was, it'd be more difficult now with satellites and drones and things, but at the same time, you just got to be smarter than those that are government agents. They're not always the top of their class. We'll just put it that way. I think this is one of those responses. Well, how do you get away from the satellites and drones? One of my comments was going to be, when he never sees anybody out there, he doesn't have to move every 2 weeks if he doesn't want to. But it sounds like he just his way of managing his microclimate, keeping his costs down, is just by moving, and it's free. So all bases are covered. As with I think with quite a few liberated lifestyles we talked about that we focus on here at the Vonu podcast, Life Times of P.A.Z.NIA, or on the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network. It really just comes down to learning the tips and tricks, it's all very, very subjective and individualized. Like that, this guy's this was his path, and it worked out in such a way pretty much perfectly, and he loves it, and all of that. But your experience may vary. Maybe this lifestyle isn't possible. Maybe you have a free wife and a child, or maybe you've got a job or whatever. And the great thing about Vonu, the great thing about discovering these abundance of strategies that are available to us is that you don't have to, as we talked about with Lily Forrester, Miranda Webb recently, you don't have to blow up your life. You don't have to. It's about taking a step out of the first realm into the second realm as you can, and hopefully you've been listening long enough to where you're not just at the start of that. If you are and you aren't fucked, but it would have been best to start the stuff a number of years ago. Not saying the learning curve is impossible. It's definitely not. And we've got all sorts of resources available at phonypodcast.com for you, or I guess even more reliably now. Find it on Rumble or the P.A.Z.NIA library, lbry.PAZNIA.com. I will make a habit, at least for like a month or two of shows. Some of these Celebration Saturday transmissions come out to like 7 or 8 or 10 gigabytes. So maybe we'll do like a month or two of these transmissions available on the P.A.Z.NIA network, and then you'll have to go to Vonu or something. But regardless, make sure to tune in wherever you can. But I think that concludes anything else from that watch along. Definitely not getting to the second one tonight. But check my notes here, see if there's anything else I wanted to discuss. There is not. So we will begin to close her out this evening. Certainly appreciate if you've been here since 3 p.m. or I guess 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central. My guy, my word, thank you for being here. And if you haven't, I certainly understand if you haven't been able to tune in the entire time. But it's been another wonderful Celebration Saturday transmission. Thane kicked it off wonderfully as always. Truly groundbreaking show. Something, I mean, it's not much out there that exists like that, if anything. So truly appreciative of Thane's show and his conversation with Juraj today. The P.A.Z.NIA deprogramming, there wasn't too much of it. And then, always great to talk to Richard Dick Reeser from the Bitcoin Bugle. Always stellar. But as for P.A.Z.NIA, PAZNIA.com/radio is the place to go for all things P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network. You can find the weekly schedule, what to look forward to. You can find ways to support the program. You can find ways to become a part of the program, whether that's starting your own show, just dropping a message for the chat. You got a question, you got a topic, whatever. However you want to be involved, we would love to have these highly committed, highly autistic freedom pioneers in our arsenal here at the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network. Furthermore, VonuPodcast.com is, again, probably the best source for self-liberational media. I've been bad the past few weeks of getting archives up. So, again, check out Rumble. Primarily, it'd probably be the best place for now to find archives and soon the P.A.Z.NIA library afterwards. LibertyUnderAttack.com is the site for books. The best books in existence for, if you're listening to this broadcast, this is the place you want to get your books, the only place you can get your books. Whether it's strategy guides, whether it's anarchist freedom fiction, whether it's self-help, personal development sort of stuff, whatever it is, we've got it all. LibertyUnderAttack.com for books, privacy tools like ghost pads, ghost phones, and also wellness items like the Pain Liberator. Pretty much it's been my biggest entrepreneurial focus as of late, and it's going pretty damn well. I'm proud of it, happy about it. But if you got any pain, everyone's got pain to deal with on a daily basis. I made a product for myself, and it works really well. And it's finally now people are starting to realize it's very basic. I'm not fucking smart. It's just like putting pieces together that should have been there already. Which again, it's should have been done already. Why am I the one that has to do this? But I'll take some money for it if I have to, I suppose. But Pain Liberator, the best in pain relief. Whether you're talking, whether you broke your arm, you broke your back. If you're dealing with, just standard pain. If you feel something in your lung, if you feel something in the area of your kidneys, you feel whatever. DMSO, aspirin, magnesium, and colloidal silver water. It will take the DMSO and aspirin deep into your tissues. Solving your pain. We've also got Pain Liberator Mini, which is just a smaller version of that, and then Pain Liberator MG12, which is just DMSO and magnesium oil. More so, not necessarily for like those severe pain relief situations, but more for like post-workout, minor pain relief. Supplementation, if you want to know how much magnesium you're getting with each spray, and knowing it's going to go in with 90+% of bioavailability, then that is for you. And you can just go to painliberator.com for that one, painliberator.com. But we'll go ahead and wrap this up. Wasn't planning on ending that in a Pain Liberator advertisement, but the fucking shit works, and it's hard to do anything if you're in pain or you're dealing with shit. And DMSO and aspirin are just miraculous things. It's marketed as pain relief, but aspirin by itself is like cures like some nine forms of cancer, like by itself. Just crazy shit. And that comment alone is probably going to get this video banned on YouTube, but that's okay. Point is, these are great things that, used for pain relief, but it's just something great. You feel anything anywhere, just you're going to be better off spraying it. So with that said, thank you so much for tuning into this Self-Liberation Saturday transmission. We're not quite done yet. We got just another, what do we got here? Another like 15 minutes of closing deprogramming. But anyway, thanks so much for tuning in to Life Times of P.A.Z.NIA, a monthly news show from Veritas. We'll be back in August. It'll be a longer gap this time, probably. I don't know when we'll get together to do this next month, but we'll let you know. PAZNIA.com/radio. Again, for anything P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network. This is the, and again, I have vested interest in this, of course, but I listen to everything. I read everyone, just like Bill Cooper told me back in the 90s. Yeah, this is a very interesting niche. Spread the shit everywhere. Follow us on TikTok. Follow us on Instagram. Blast this shit out. We certainly appreciate it. And we do hope you get involved. This isn't just a one-way thing. We're trying to build a real, IRL parallel network. Not just trying, we're doing it. And we would love for you to be involved if you forsworn the use of coercion. And you're ready to fucking build the future that we need at this present time. So, yeah. Enjoy the P.A.Z.NIA deprogramming.
You're listening to the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network.
Goat General WILLY2 here with an important message regarding food, health, and wellness. Sometimes the high-quality P.A.Z.NIA wheat, grass, and other forages just don't do it for me. Sometimes I need a change. In those cases, there's only one decision. Me and my closest compatriots bleat that slow bleat for a few hours until we arrive at the local Steak and Shake. When we get there, it's like clacking right into heaven. I get up to the order booth. Double steak burger and fries, extra spicy, with one of them glass bottle Mexican Cokes. Little one sexy ass walks up and orders some nonsense like 2 orders of fries and mozzarella sticks. The best thing about it? It's not like I'm cheating on my pure beast goat diet. They only use the highest quality grass-fed meat, tallow, and you can pay in Bitcoin. Steak and Shake didn't pay me to make this recording. I just think more goats should know where to go for a good and healthy time. Unofficially on behalf of Steak and Shake. Go eat Steak and Shake. It's goatlicious.
Hello friends, fellow self-liberators. If you're new to the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network, the overarching vision is much bigger than just the best, most valuable, and most entertaining radio network in existence. We are building the second realm, a parallel network founded upon the principles of truth, voluntarism, and peace. That is, the rebuilding of all necessary institutions upon these frameworks: Department of Transportation, Health and Wellness, Department of Technology, etc. And thankfully, we're at a point where some infrastructure is being deployed or will be very soon. This means ongoing hosting costs, maintenance, and more. We have a little bit in our P.A.Z.NIA Monero fund at current, but a good chunk went to the PeerTube instance, aka the P.A.Z.NIA LBRY. Other projects include our own Mumble server, think an open source, privacy-friendly version of Discord. This can be used for the PRN call online, in addition to just a cool persistent chat room. A low-data audio-only feed is forthcoming as well. There are always endless projects on the docket, so this could go on. For now, though, the point is, your financial assistance will greatly expedite the bringing of this infrastructure into fruition. To make a donation to our P.A.Z.NIA General Monero Fund, just visit PAZNIA.com/Monero. To make a one-time Bitcoin, fiat, or Monero donation, visit PAZNIA.com/shop and use the custom one-time donation option. If you want to donate silver or some other metal, email coordinator@PAZNIA.com and I'll get you mailing information. And finally, if you aren't able to support financially, that's okay. Just talk about P.A.Z.NIA, promote PRN, share links to the website, the P.A.Z.NIA audiobook, or whatever. It all helps. Again, those links are PAZNIA.com/Monero for Monero, PAZNIA.com/shop for a one-time Bitcoin, Monero, or fiat donation. And reach out to me, coordinator@PAZNIA.com, for metal donations. Thanks so much for being here. Onward to the second realm, but for now, back to the deprogramming.
Billy Mays here for the Free Republic of P.A.Z.NIA. Ever get tired of the stain of statism, the stinking odor of coercion? Visit PAZNIA.com and join the second realm today. Hello, Freedom Pioneers! Billy Mays here. Are you tired of big tech tracking your every click? Are you sick of algorithms deciding what you see? Are you bored of Netflix subscriptions that cost a kidney and Spotify ads that last longer than the song? I know you are, because I'm fucking bored just thinking about it. But I have the solution: infrastructure. So powerful, so private, so decentralized, it will crack the concrete of censorship. It's the brand new P.A.Z.NIA library. That's right. It's a free to-use privacy-friendly decentralized combination of Netflix, Spotify, and your digital book app, and it's live right now. Check it out. We've got the full HBO documentary, The Anarchist, with Jason Henza and Miranda Webb. We've got the legendary Bill Cooper documentaries. We've got Alongside Night, Libertarian Fiction, and Eyes Wide Shut, which, let me tell you, is basically nonfiction. And wait, there's more. We've got Trailer Park Boys. We've got Sky Huddleston's Second Realm Speed Dating, and music streaming is coming soon. Plus, a digital book library is on the way. Terabytes of content, more to upload. We have the beginnings of true media freedom, an infrastructure base with many, many potentialities. I'm Billy Mays, and I'm always here to help you take back your media. Visit lbry.paznia.com. Again, lbry.paznia.com to start streaming today. Billy Mays, signing off to go binge watch Firefly. Over and out.
Oh yeah. You got to get your books, because we know that you're a big reader, you're an avid reader. You're not watching anime and reading comic books. You read real books as well as all of that stuff. And you got to do that. You just like you do the other stuff without KYC and facial recognition and providing a DNA
So
sample.
you want to buy some books, okay? So you go to libertyunderattack.com to get all the best books in the world. And you think you're going to do it without KYC, but then you're like, wait, they want a shipping address? What the fuck? Yeah, if you want a paper book, we need to send it somewhere. But anyway, if you don't have a super secret ghost address, fret not, boss, because you can buy any book from Lua in digital form at libertyunderattack.com/digital without giving any identifiable info but do put a reachable email address for Boomer Rayo2 to send you the books if the checkout flow it breaks for some reason. But wait, it gets even better, because there's this crazy fucking deal called the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network Digital Self-Liberation Bundle XMR Chat Special. You see, the Digital Self-Liberation Bundle normally costs $33.33, which is an amazing deal. But for you special PRN autists listening now, if you go to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio, leave a donation worth $20 USD or more, and say something about Thane and Digital Self-Liberation Bundle, you'll get the Digital Self-Liberation Bundle at no further cost, and I, the great Thane Riddle, will get half your Monero. Now, I know what you're thinking. The P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network Digital Self-Liberation Bundle XMR Special. It's 27 syllables long. Is that because there are 27 books in the bundle and 27 hours in the audiobook bundle? Nope. Just a coincidence, you fucking retard conspiracy theorist. Stop talking about it. Stop blowing up the chat. You're going to get banned if you bring this up again. Okay, it's like posting the word Tavistock on Godlike Productions. Okay, you're going to get banned. And anyway, it makes no sense because the XMR chat special gives you another 10 books on top of the other stupid fucking bundle. So it's not even true. It's a crazy deal, folks. Rayo2 has gone crazy. His house burned down. He's I don't know if they ever found that last cat. He's crazy with grief. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's going insane. Okay, he should not be giving you such a good deal, but you have got it. So take advantage of that by sending 20 USD or more worth of Monero at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio and saying something about Thane and the digital book bundle, and leave an email address for Boomer Rayo2 to send you the books at. And you can check the private message checkbox or use the super DMs or whatever so that people don't see the email.
The origin of symbolism. Carlyle said, "It is through symbols that man can consciously or unconsciously live, move, and has his being." Those ages, moreover, are accounted the noblest, which can best recognize symbolic worth and prize it at its highest. You just listened to an opening number called The Circle of Life. And if you listened to the lyrics, and if you have studied the other symbolism being presented to the American public, especially within the last few years, and escalating exponentially as time goes by, you will recognize much of what you have been seeing and hearing and watching and what has been being inculcated into your subconscious in this text. With the 48 constellations, that's right, constellations. I'm not talking some weird astrology stuff. This is out of the mouths of the occult masters of those who are making a bid for the world. They are at the point in time that they have been striving for throughout history, where finally, if no one foils their efforts, the pearl of great price is within their reach. All of their machinations have been brought to fruition.
Life is a continuous confrontation with forks in the road. One is good, one is bad. And you could always wander completely off the road altogether and become lost. Totally and completely lost. If you take the wrong fork at one of these junctions, there is always the opportunity at the next fork to get back on track. But it is a constant battle within ourselves. You see, I have studied this concept for many, many years, and I have to tell you that if there is a real devil, like Flip Wilson used to say, the devil made me do it. Now, I'm not telling you that there's no such thing as Satan or Lucifer. I'm telling you this. If there really is a devil, that devil exists in the hearts and minds of men and nowhere else. Nowhere else. For if you take man out of the equation, evil ceases to exist, and there is left only the laws of the universe and the balance of nature. Put man in the equation, and before long, evil will rear its ugly head and present itself to the world. The evil is within man, and that is why it was called the fall. The devil never made anyone do it. If you do it, you did it yourself because you fell into temptation. For until man once again confronts the real nature of his own condition and of the world around him and accepts full responsibility for his actions without blaming anyone else or any devil, until then we will always be a puppet on the end of someone else's string. And ladies and gentlemen, when that someone pulls that string, we will dance.
You've just heard a transmission of the P.A.Z.NIA Radio Network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of P.A.Z.NIA, a public service of the P.A.Z.NIA Free Press. Long